Section 13 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 3 by Havelock Ellis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Love and Pain VII. It may seem to some that in our discussion of the relationships of love and pain, we have covered a very wide field. This was inevitable. The subject is peculiarly difficult and complex, and if we are to gain a real insight into its nature, we must not attempt to force the facts to fit into any narrow and artificial formulas of our own construction. Yet, as we have unraveled this seemingly confused mass of phenomena, it will not have escaped the careful reader that the apparently diverse threads we have disentangled run in a parallel and uniform manner. They all have a like source, and they all converge to a like result. We have seen that the starting point of the whole group of manifestations must be found in the essential facts of courtship among animal and primitive human societies. Pain is seldom very far from some of the phases of primitive courtship, but it is not the pain which is the essential element in the courtship. It is a state of intense emotion, of tumescence, with which at any moment, in some shape or another, pain may, in some way or another, be brought into connection. So that we have come to see that in the phrase love and pain, we have to understand by pain a state of intense emotional excitement with which pain in the stricter sense may be associated, but is by no means necessarily associated. It is the strong emotion which exerts the irresistible fascination in the lover, in his partner, or in both. The pain is merely the means to that end. It is the lever which is employed to bring the emotional force to bear on the sexual impulse. The question of love and pain is mainly a question of emotional dynamics. In attaining this view of our subject, we have learned that any impulse of true cruelty is almost outside the field altogether. The mistake was indeed obvious and inevitable. Let us suppose that every musical instrument is sensitive, and that every musical performance involves the infliction of pain on the instrument. It would then be very difficult indeed to realize that the pleasure of music lies by no means in the infliction of pain. We should certainly find would-be scientific and analytical people ready to declare that the pleasure of music is the pleasure of giving pain, and that the emotional effects of music are due to the pain thus inflicted. In algolagnia, as in music, it is not cruelty that is sought. It is the joy of being plunged among the waves of that great primitive ocean of emotions which underlies the variegated world of our everyday lives, and pain, a pain which, as we have seen, is often deprived so far as possible of cruelty, though sometimes by very thin and feeble devices, is merely the channel by which that ocean is reached. If we try to carry our inquiry beyond the point we have been content to reach, and ask ourselves why this emotional intoxication exerts so irresistible a fascination, we might find a final reply in the explanation of Nietzsche, who regarded this kind of intoxication as of great significance both in life and in art, that it gives us the consciousness of energy and the satisfaction of our craving for power. To carry the inquiry to this point would be, however, to take it into a somewhat speculative and metaphysical region, and we have perhaps done well not to attempt to analyze further the joy of emotional expansion. We must be content to regard the profound satisfaction of emotion as due to a widespread motor excitement, the elements of which we cannot yet completely analyze. Footnote: the muscular element is the most conspicuous in emotion, though it is not possible as a careful student of the emotions. H.R. Marshall, Pain, Pleasure, and Aesthetics, page 84, well points out, quote, to limit the physical activities involved with the emotions to such effects of voluntary innervation or alteration of size of blood vessels or spasms of organic muscle, as Lang seems to think determines them, nor to increase or decrease of muscle power as Ferrer's results might suggest, nor to such changes in relation of size of capillaries, involuntary innervation, and respiratory and heart functioning as Lehmann has observed. Emotions seem to me to be coincidence of reactions of the whole organism tending to certain results. End quote. End of footnote. It is because the joy of emotional intoxication is the end really sought that we have to regard the supposed opposition between sadism and masochism as unimportant and indeed misleading. The emotional value of pain is equally great whether the pain is inflicted, suffered, witnessed, or merely exists as a mental imagination, and there is no reason why it should not coexist in all these forms in the same person, as in fact we frequently find it. The particular emotions which are invoked by pain to reinforce the sexual impulse are more especially anger and fear, and, as we have seen, these two very powerful and primitive emotions are, on the active and passive sides respectively, the emotions most constantly brought into play in animal and early human courtship, so that they naturally constitute the emotional reservoirs from which the sexual impulse may still most easily draw. It is not difficult to show that the various forms in which pain, as we must here understand pain, is employed in the service of the sexual impulse, are mainly manifestations or transformations of anger or fear, either in their simple or usually more complex forms, in some of which anger and fear may be mingled. We thus accept the biological origin of the psychological association between love and pain. It is traceable to the phenomena of animal courtship. We do not on this account exclude the more direct physiological factor. It may seem surprising that manifestations that have their origin in primeval forms of courtship should in many cases coincide with actual sensations of definite anatomical base today, and still more surprising that these traditional manifestations and actual sensations should so often be complementary to each other in their active and passive aspects. That is to say, that the pleasure of whipping should be matched by the pleasure of being whipped, the pleasure of mock strangling by the pleasure of being so strangled, that pain inflicted is not more desirable than pain suffered. But such coincidence is of the very essence of the whole group of phenomena. The manifestations of courtship were from the first conditioned by physiological facts. It is not strange that they should always tend to run pari passu with physiological facts. The manifestations which fail to find anchorage in physiological relationships might well tend to die out. Even under the most normal circumstances in healthy persons of healthy heredity, the manifestations we have been considering are liable to make themselves felt. Under such circumstances, however, they never become of the first importance in the sexual process. They are often little more than play. It is only under neuroasthenic or neuropathic conditions, that is to say, in an organism which from acquired or congenital causes, and usually perhaps both, has become enfeebled, irritable, fatigued, that these manifestations are liable to flourish vigorously, to come to the forefront of sexual consciousness, and even to attain such seriously urgent importance that they may in themselves constitute the entire end and aim of sexual desire. Under these pathological conditions, pain, in the broad and special sense in which we have been obliged to define it, becomes a welcome tonic and a more or less indispensable stimulant to the sexual system. It will not have escaped the careful reader that in following out our subject, we have sometimes been brought into contact with manifestations which scarcely seem to come within any definition of pain. This is undoubtedly so, and the references to these manifestations were not accidental, for they serve to indicate the real bearings of our subject. The relationships of love and pain constitute a subject at once of so much gravity and of so much psychological significance that it was well to devote to them a special study. But pain, as we have here to understand it, largely constitutes a special case of what we shall later learn to know as erotic symbolism. That is to say, the psychic condition in which a part of the sexual process, a single idea or group of ideas, tends to assume unusual importance or even to occupy the whole field of sexual consciousness, the part becoming a symbol that stands for the whole. When we come to the discussion of this great group of abnormal sexual manifestations, it will frequently be necessary to refer to the results we have reached in studying the sexual significance of pain. End of section 13. Section 14 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 3 by Havelock Ellis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Sexual Impulse in Women. A special and detailed study of the normal characters of the sexual impulse in men seems unnecessary. I have elsewhere discussed various aspects of the male sexual impulse, and others remain for later discussion. But to deal with it broadly as a whole seems unnecessary, if only because it is predominantly open and aggressive. Moreover, since the constitution of society has largely been in the hands of men, the nature of the sexual impulse in men has largely been expressed in the written and unwritten codes of social law. The sexual instinct in women is much more elusive. This, indeed, is involved at the outset in the organic, psychological play of male and female, manifesting itself in the phenomena of modesty and courting. The same elusiveness, the same mocking mystery meet us throughout when we seek to investigate the manifestations of the sexual impulse in women. Nor is it easy to find any full and authentic record of a social state clearly founded in sexual matters on the demands of woman's nature. An illustration of our ignorance and bias in these matters is furnished by the relationship of marriage, celibacy, and divorce to suicide in the two sexes. There can be no doubt that the sexual emotions of women have a profound influence in determining suicide. This is indicated, among other facts, by a comparison of the suicide rate in the sexes according to age. While in men the frequency of suicide increases progressively throughout life, in women there is an arrest after the age of 30, that is to say, when the period of most intense sexual emotion has been passed. This phenomenon is witnessed among peoples so unlike as the French, the Prussians, and the Italians. Now, how do marriage and divorce affect the sexual liability to suicide? We are always accustomed to say that marriage protects women, and it is even asserted that men have self-sacrificingly maintained the institution of marriage mainly for the benefit of women. Professor Durkheim, however, who has studied suicide elaborately from the sociological standpoint, so far as possible eliminating fallacies, has in recent years thrown considerable doubt on the current assumption. He shows that if we take the tendency to suicide as a test and eliminate the influence of children, who are an undoubted protection to women, it is not women but men who are protected by marriage, and that the protection of women from suicide increases regularly as divorces increase. After discussing these points exhaustively, we reach a conclusion, he states, considerably removed from the current view of marriage and the part it plays. It is regarded as having been instituted for the sake of the wife and to protect her weakness against masculine caprices. Monogamy especially is very often presented as a sacrifice of man's polygamous instincts, made in order to ameliorate the condition of women in marriage. In reality, whatever may have been the historical causes which determined this restriction, it is man who has profited most. The liberty which he has thus renounced could only have been a source of torment to him. Woman had not the same reasons for abandoning freedom, and from this point of view we may say that in submitting to the same rule it is she who has made the sacrifice. E. Durkheim, Les Suicide, 1897, pages 186 to 214 and 289 to 311. There is possibly some significance in the varying incidence of insanity in unmarried men and unmarried women as compared with the married. At Erlangen, for example, Hagen found that among insane women, the preponderance of the single over the married is not nearly so great as among insane men, marriage appearing to exert a much more marked prophylactic influence in the case of men than of women. F. W. Hagen, Statische Untersuchungen über Geisteskrankheiten, 1876, page 153. The phenomena are here, however, highly complex, and, as Hagen himself points out, the prophylactic influence of marriage, while very probable, is not the only or even the chief factor at work. It is worth noting that exactly the same sexual difference may be traced in England. It appears that, in ratio to similar groups in the general population, taking the years 1876 to 1900 inclusive, the number of admissions to asylums is the same for both sexes among married people, i.e. 8.5, but for the single it is larger among the men, 4.8 to 4.5, as also is among the widowed, 17.9 to 13.9. 56 Annual Report of the Commissioners in Lunacy, England and Wales, 1902, page 141. This would seem to indicate that when living apart from men, the tendency to insanity is less in women, but is raised to the male level when the sexes live together in marriage. Much the same seems to hold true of criminality. It was long since noted by Horsley that in England, marriage decidedly increases the tendency to crime in women, though it decidedly decreases it in men. Prinzing has shown, Zeitschrift für Sozialwissenschaft, Book 2, 1899, that this is also the case in Germany. Similarly, marriage decreases the tendency of men to become habitual drunkards and increases that of women. Notwithstanding the fact that the average age of the men is greater than that of the women, the majority of the men admitted to the inebriate reformatories under the English Inebriates Acts are single. The majority of the women are married. Of 865 women so admitted, 32% were single, 50% married, and 18% widows. British Medical Journal, September 2, 1911, page 518. It thus happens that even the elementary characters of the sexual impulse in women still arouse, even among the most competent physiological and medical authorities, not least so when they are themselves women, the most divergent opinions. Its very existence even may be said to be questioned. It would generally be agreed that among men the strength of the sexual impulse varies within a considerable range, but that it is very rarely altogether absent, such total absence being abnormal and probably more or less pathological. But if applied to women, this statement is by no means always accepted. By many, sexual anesthesia is considered natural in women, some even declaring that any other opinion would be degrading to women. Even by those who do not hold this opinion, it is believed that there is an unnatural prevalence of sexual frigidity among civilized women. On these grounds, it is desirable to deal generally with this and other elementary questions of allied character. End of section 14. Section 15 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 3 by Havelock Ellis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sexual Impulse in Women 1, Part 1. From very early times, it seems possible to trace two streams of opinion regarding women. On the one hand, a tendency to regard women as a supernatural element in life, more or less superior to men, and on the other hand, a tendency to regard women as especially embodying the sexual instinct and as peculiarly prone to exhibit its manifestations. In the most primitive societies, indeed, the two views seem to be to some extent amalgamated, or it should be said, they have not yet been differentiated. And as in such societies, it is usual to venerate the generative principle of nature and its embodiments in the human body and in human functions, such as coordination of ideas, as entirely rational. But with the development of culture, the tendency is for this homogeneous conception to be split up into two inharmonious tendencies. Even apart from Christianity and before its advent, this may be noted. It was, however, to Christianity and the Christian aesthetic spirit that we owe the complete differentiation and extreme development which these opposing views have reached. The condemnation of sexuality involved the glorification of the virgin, and indifference, even contempt, was felt for the woman who exercised sexual functions. It remained open to anyone, according to his own temperament, to identify the typical average woman with the one or with the other type. All the fund of latent sexual emotion, which no aesthetic rule can crush out of the human heart, assured the picturesque idealization alike of the angelic and the diabolic types of woman. We may trace the same influence subtly lurking even in the most would-be scientific statements of anthropologists and physicians today. It may not be out of place to recall at this point once more the fact, fairly obvious indeed, that the judgments of men concerning women are very rarely matters of cold scientific observation, but are colored both by their own sexual emotions and by their own moral attitude toward the sexual impulse. The ascetic who is unsuccessfully warring with his own carnal impulses may, like the voluptuary, see nothing in women but incarnations of sexual impulse. The ascetic who has subdued his own carnal impulses may see no elements of sex in women at all. Thus, the opinions regarding this matter are not only tinged by elements of primitive culture, but by elements of individual disposition. Statements about the sexual impulses of women often tell us less about women than about the persons who make them. The curious manner in which, for men, women become incarnations of the sexual impulse is shown by the tendency of both general and personal names for women to become applicable to prostitutes only. This is the case with the words garce and filet in French, Mädchen and Dirn in German, as well as the French Catan, Catherine, and the German Metz, Mathilde. See, e.g., R. Kleinpaul, Die Rathsel der Sprache, 1890, pages 197 to 198. At the same time, though we have to recognize the presence of elements which color and distort in various ways the judgments of men regarding women, it must not be hastily assumed that these elements render discussion of the question altogether unprofitable. In most cases, such prejudices lead chiefly to a one-sided solution of facts against which we can guard. While, however, these two opposing currents of opinion are of very ancient origin, it is only within quite recent times, and only in 2 or 3 countries, that they have led to any marked difference of opinion regarding the sexual aptitude of women. In ancient times, men blamed women for concupiscence or praised them for chastity, but it seems to have been reserved for the 19th century to state that women are apt to be congenitally incapable of experiencing complete sexual satisfaction, and peculiarly liable to sexual anesthesia. This idea appears to have been almost unknown to the 18th century. During the last century, however, and more especially in England, Germany, and Italy, this opinion has been frequently set down, sometimes even as a matter of course, with a tincture of contempt or pity for any woman afflicted with sexual emotions. In the treatise On Generation, Chapter 5, which until recent times was commonly ascribed to Hippocrates, it is stated that men have greater pleasure in coitus than women, though the pleasure of women lasts longer, and this opinion, though not usually accepted, was treated with great respect by medical authors down to the end of the 17th century. Thus, A. Laurentis du Laurens, after a long discussion, decides that men have stronger sexual desire and greater pleasure in coitus than women. Historia Anatomica Humani Corporis, 1599, Lib 8, Quest 2 and 7. About half a century ago, a book entitled Functions and Disorders of the Reproductive Organs, by W. Acton, a surgeon, passed through many editions and was popularly regarded as a standard authority on the subjects with which it deals. This extraordinary book is almost solely concerned with men. The author evidently regards the function of reproduction as almost exclusively appertaining to men. Women, if well brought up, are, and should be, he states, in England, absolutely ignorant of all matters concerning it. I should say, this author again remarks, that the majority of women, happily for society, are not very much troubled with sexual feeling of any kind. The supposition that women do possess sexual feelings he considers a vile aspersion. In the article Generation, contained in another medical work belonging to the middle of the 19th century, Rees' Cyclopedia, we find the following statement: that a mucous fluid is sometimes found in coition from the internal organs and vagina is undoubted, but this only happens in lascivious women, or such as live luxuriously. Gall had stated decisively that the sexual desires of men are stronger and more imperious than those of women. Functions du Cerveau, 1825, Volume 3, pages 241 to 271. Raciborski declared that 3/4 of women merely endure the approaches of men. De la puberté chez la femme, 1844, page 486. When the question is carefully inquired into and without prejudice, said Lawson Tate, it is found that women have their sexual appetites far less developed than men. Lawson Tate, Remote Effects of Removal of the Uterine Appendages, Provincial Medical Journal, May 1891. The sexual instinct is very powerful in man and comparatively weak in women, he stated elsewhere. Diseases of Women, 1889, page 60. Hammond stated that, leaving prostitutes out of consideration, it is doubtful if in 1/10 of the instances of intercourse they, women, experience the slightest pleasurable sensation from first to last. Hammond, Sexual Impotence, page 300, and he considered, page 281, that this condition was sometimes congenital. Lombroso and Ferraro consider that sexual sensibility, as well as all other forms of sensibility, is less pronounced in women, and they bring forward various facts and opinions which seem to them to point in the same direction. Woman is naturally and organically frigid. At the same time, they consider that while erethism is less, sexuality is greater than in men. Lombroso and Ferraro, La donna delinquente, la prostituta e la donna normale, 1893, pages 54 to 58. It is an altogether false idea, Failing declared in his rectorial address at the University of Basel in 1891, that a young woman has just as strong an impulse to the opposite sex as a young man. The appearance of the sexual side in the love of a young girl is pathological. H. Failing, Die Bestimmung der Frau, 1892, page 18. In his Lehrbuch der Frauenkrankheiten, the same gynecological authority states his belief that half of all women are not sexually excitable. Krafft-Ebing was of an opinion that women require less sexual satisfaction than men, being less sensual. Krafft-Ebing, Über Neurosen und Psychologien durch Sexualabstinenz, Haarbucher für Psychiatrie, 1888, BD 8, Hate 1 and 2. In the normal woman, especially of the higher social classes, states Weinscheid, the sexual instinct is acquired, not inborn. When it is inborn or awakes by itself, there is abnormality. Since women do not know this instinct before marriage, they do not miss it when they have no occasion in life to learn it. F. Weinscheid, Die Beizügen, Zwischen Gynäkologie et Neurologie, Zentralblatt für Gynäkologie, 1896, number 22, quoted by Moll, Libido Sexualis, BD1, page 271. The sensuality of men, Moll states, is in my opinion very much greater than that of women. A. Moll, Die Contraire Sexual Empfindung, 3rd edition, 1899, page 592. Women are, in general, less sensual than men, remarks Naki, notwithstanding the alleged greater nervous supply of their sexual organs. P. Naki, Christ zum Kapitel der Sexualität, Archive für Psychiatry, 1899, page 341. Lowenfeld states that in normal young girls the specifically sexual feelings are absolutely unknown, so that desire cannot exist in them. Putting aside the not inconsiderable proportion of women in whom this absence of desire may persist and be permanent, even after sexual relationships have begun, thus constituting absolute frigidity, in a still larger number desire remains extremely moderate, constituting a state of relative frigidity. He adds that he cannot unconditionally support the view of Furringer, who is inclined to ascribe sexual coldness to the majority of German married women. L. Lowenfeld, Sexualben und Neverleden, 1899, 2nd edition, page 11. Adler, who discusses the question at some length, decides that the sexual needs of women are less than those of men, though in some cases the orgasm in quantity and quality greatly exceeds that of men. He believes not only that the sexual impulse in women is absolutely less than in men and requires stronger stimulation to arouse it, but that also it suffers from a latency due to inhibition, which acts like a foreign body in the brain, analogous to the psychic trauma of Brauer and Freud in hysteria, and demands great skill in the man who is to awaken the woman to love. O. Adler, Die Mangenhaft, Geschlechtschämpfung des Weibes, 1904, page 47, 126, Etzek, also enlarged, 2nd edition, 1911, Id die Friedfrau, Sexual Problem, January 1912. It must not, however, be supposed that this view of the natural tendency of women to frigidity has everywhere found acceptance. It is not only an opinion of very recent growth, but is confined, on the whole, to a few countries. Turn to history, wrote Briere de Beaumont, and on every page you will be able to recognize the predominance of erotic ideas in women. It is the same today, he adds, and he attributes it to the fact that men are more easily able to gratify their sexual impulses. De Hallucinations, 1862, page 431. The laws of Manu attribute to women concupiscence and anger, the love of bed and of adornment. The Jews attributed to women greater sexual desire than to men. This is illustrated, according to Noble, as quoted by Dillman, by Genesis chapter 3, verse 16. In Greek antiquity, the romance and sentiment of love were mainly felt toward persons of the same sex, and were divorced from the more purely sexual feelings felt for persons of opposite sex. Theologians compared marriage to cattle breeding. In love between men and women, the latter were nearly always regarded as taking the more active part. In all Greek love stories of early date, the woman falls in love with the man, and never the reverse. Aeschylus makes even a father assume that his daughters will misbehave if left to themselves. Euripides emphasized the importance of women. The Euripidean woman who falls in love thinks first of all, how can I seduce the man I love? E. F. M. Benek, Antichmach of Kolpin and the Position of Women in Greek Poetry, 1896, page 34 and 54. The most famous passage in Latin literature as to the question of whether men or women obtain greater pleasure from sexual intercourse is that in which Ovid narrates the legend of Tiresias, Metamorphoses 3, 317-333. Tiresias, having been both a man and a woman, decided in favor of women. This passage was frequently quoted down to the 18th century. In a passage quoted from a lost work of Galen by the Arabian biographer Abu el-Faraj, that great physician says of the Christians that they practice celibacy, that even many of their women do so that in Galen's opinion it was more difficult for a woman than for a man to be continent. The same view is widely prevalent among Arabic authors, and there is an Arabic saying that the longing of the woman for the penis is greater than that of the man for the vulva. In China, remarks Dr. Coltman, when an old gentleman of my acquaintance was visiting me, my little daughter, 5 years old, ran into the room, and climbing upon my knee, kissed me. My visitor expressed his surprise and remarked, "We never kiss our daughters when they are so large. We may when they are very small, but not after they are 3 years old," said he, "because it is apt to excite in them bad emotions." Coltman, the Chinese, 1900, page 99. The early Christian fathers clearly show that they regard women as more inclined to sexual enjoyments than men. That was, for instance, the opinion of Tertullian, De Virginibus Vallandis, chapter 10, and is more clearly implied in some of St. Jerome's epistles. Notwithstanding the influence of Christianity among the vigorous barbarian races of medieval Europe, the existence of sexual appetite in women was not considered to be, as it later became, a matter to be concealed or denied. Thus, in 1068, the ecclesiastical historian, Ordericus Vitalis, himself half Norman and half English, narrates that the wives of the Norman knights who had accompanied William the Conqueror to England 2 years earlier sent over to their husbands to say that they were consumed by the fierce names of desire, Save libidinus faes erebantur, and that if their husbands failed to return very shortly, they proposed to take other husbands. It is added that this threat brought a few husbands back to their wanton ladies. Lascivius dominibus suis. During the medieval period in Europe, largely in consequence, no doubt, of the predominance of aesthetic ideals set up by men who naturally regarded women as the symbol of sex, the doctrine of incontinence of women became firmly fixed, and it is unnecessary and unprofitable to quote examples. It is sufficient to mention the very comprehensive statement of Jean de Meung in the Roman de la Rose 9903. Tout est seres ou fut des faits ou les volontés peu. The satirical Jean de Meung was, however, a somewhat extreme and untypical representative of his age, and the 14th century Johann de Santo Amando, Jean de Saint Armand, gives a somewhat more scientifically based opinion, quoted by Pagel, Nu Literastache Beertrag zur Mitterlachenlichen Medicine, 1896, page 30, that sexual desire is stronger in women than in men. Humanism and the spread of the Renaissance movement brought in a spirit more sympathetic to women. Soon after, especially in Italy and France, we begin to find attempts at analyzing the sexual emotions, which are not always without a certain subtlety. In the 17th century, a book of this kind was written by Venete. In matters of love, Venete declared, men are but children compared to women. In these matters, women have a more lively imagination, and they usually have more leisure to think of love. Women are much more lascivious and amorous than men. This is the conclusion reached in a chapter devoted to the question whether men or women are the more amorous. In a subsequent chapter dealing with the question whether men or women receive more pleasure from the sexual embrace, Veneti concludes after admitting the great difficulty of the question that the man's pleasure is greater but the woman's lasts longer. En Veneti de la génération de l'homme et tableau de l'amour conjugal, Amsterdam, 1688. At a much earlier date, however, Montaigne had discussed this matter with his usual wisdom, and while pointing out that men have imposed their own rule of life on women and their own ideals and have demanded from them opposite and contradictory virtues, a statement not yet antiquated, he argues that women are incomparably more apt and more ardent in love than men are, and that in this matter they always know far more than men can teach them, for it is a discipline that is born in their veins. Montaigne, Essays, Book 3, Chapter 5. The old physiologists generally mention the appearance of sexual desire in girls as one of the normal signs of puberty. This may be seen in the numerous quotations brought together by Schurg in his Parthenologica, Cap 2. A long succession of distinguished physicians throughout the 17th century discussed at more or less length the relative amount of sexual desire in men and women and the relative degree of their pleasure in coitus. It is remarkable that, although they usually attach great weight to the supposed opinion of Hippocrates in the opposite sense, most of them decide that both desire and pleasure are greater in women. Plazonus decides that women have more sources of pleasure in coitus than men because of the larger extent of surface excited, and if it were not so, he adds, women would not be induced to incur the pains and risks of pregnancy and childbirth. Plazonus, De Partibus Generatione in Servientibus, 1621, lib 2, cap 13. Without doubt, says Ferrand, woman is more passionate than man, and more often torn by the evils of love. Ferrand de la Maladie d'Amour, 1623, chapter 2. Zacchia, mainly on a priori grounds, concludes that women have more pleasure in coitus than men. Zaccaia, Questions Medico-Legales, 1630, lib 3, quest 7. Sinibaldus, discussing whether men or women have more salacity, decides in favor of women. J.B. Sinibaldus, Geneanthropia, 1642, Lib 2, Tract 2, Cap 5. Hornius believed that women have greater sexual pleasure than men, though he mainly supported his opinion by the authority of classical poets. Hornius, Historic Naturalis, 1670, Lib 3, Cap 1. Nenter describes what we may now call women's affectability, and considers that it makes them more prone than men to the sexual emotions, as is shown by the fact that notwithstanding their modesty, they sometimes make sexual advances. This great proneness of women to the sexual impulse is, he remarks, entirely natural and right, for the work of generation is mainly carried on by women, and love is its basis. Generationis fundamentum est amor. G.P. Nenter, Theora Hominis Sani, 1714, Cap 5, Mem. 2. The above opinions of 17th century physicians are quoted from the original sources. Schurig, in his Gynecologia, pages 46 to 50 and 71 to 81, quotes a number of passages on this subject from medical authorities of the same period, on which I have not drawn. Senecor, in his fine and suggestive book on love, first published in 1806, asks, has sexual pleasure the same power on the sex which less loudly demands it? It has more, at all events, in some respects. The very vigor and laboriousness of men may lead them to neglect love, but the constant cares of maternity make women feel how important it must ever be to them. We must remember also that in men the special emotions of love only have a single focus, while in women the organs of lactation are united to those of conception. Our feelings are all determined by these material causes. Senecor de l'Amour, 4th edition, 1834, volume 1, page 68. A later psychologist of love, this time a woman, Ellen Key, states that women's erotic demands, though more silent than man's, are stronger. Ellen Key, Über Liebe und, page 138. Michael Ryan considered that sexual enjoyment is more delicious and protracted in women, and ascribed this to a more sensitive nervous system, a finer and more delicate skin, more acute feelings, and the fact that in women the mammae are the seat of a vivid sensibility in sympathy with the uterus. M. Ryan, Philosophy of Marriage, 1837, page 153. Bush was inclined to think women have greater sexual pleasure than men. D. W. H. Bush, Das Geschlechtenben des Weibes, 1839, volume 1, page 69. Kobelt held that anatomical conformation of the sexual organs in women led to the conclusion that this must be the case. Gutzit, speaking of his 30 years' medical experience in Russia, says, in Russia, at all events, a girl, as very many have acknowledged to me, cannot resist the ever stronger impulses of sex beyond the 22nd or 23rd year, and if she cannot do so in natural ways, she adopts artificial ways. The belief that the feminine sex feels the stimulus of sex less than the male is quite false. Gutzit, Dressig, Jar, Praxis, 1873, Theo 1, page 313. In Scandinavia, according to Videller, the sexual emotions are at least as strong in women as in men. Videller, De Importina Feminarium, Norsk Magazine for Lagvinskaben, March 1894. In Sweden, Dr. Eklund of Stockholm, remarking that from 25 to 33% of the births are illegitimate, adds, we hardly ever hear anyone talk of a woman having been seduced, simply because the lust is at the worst in the woman, who, as a rule, is a seducing party. Eklund, Transactions of the American Association of Obstetricians, Philadelphia, 1892, page 307. On the opposite side of the Baltic, in the Koenigsberg district, the same observation has been made. Intercourse before marriage is the rule in most villages of this agricultural district, among the working classes, with or without intention of subsequent marriage. The girls are often the seducing parties, or at least very willing. They seek to bind their lovers to them and compel them to marriage. In the Kolsland district of Pomerania, where intercourse between the girls and youths is common, the girls come to the youth's room even more frequently than the youths to the girls. In some of the Danzig districts, the girls give themselves to the youths and even seduce them sometimes, but not always with a view of marriage. Wittenberg, Die Gleichschlüssen Verhalten der Landbewohner in Deutschen Reich, 1895, BD 1, page 47, 61, 83. Montagazza devoted great attention to this point in several of the works he published during 50 years and was decidedly of the opinion that the sexual emotions are much stronger in women than in men, and that women have much more enjoyment in sexual intercourse. In his Physiologie di Picare, he supports this view and refers to the greater complexity of the genital apparatus in women, as well as its larger surface and more protected position, to what he considers to be the keener sensibility of women generally, to the passivity of women, etc., and he considers the sexual pleasure is rendered more seductive to women by the mystery in which it is veiled, for them by modesty and our social habits. In a more recent work, Physiologia della Donna, cap. 8, Montagazza returns to this subject and remarks that long experience, while confirming his early opinion, has modified it to the extent that he now believes that, as compared with men, the sexual emotions of women vary within far wider limits. Among men, few are quite insensitive to the physical pleasures of love, while, on the other hand, few are thrown by the violence of its emotional manifestations into a state of syncope or convulsions. Among women, while some are absolutely insensitive, others, as in cases with which he was acquainted, are so violently excited by the paradise of physical love that, after the sexual embrace, they faint or fall into a cataleptic condition for several hours. Physical sex is a larger factor in the life of the woman. If this be true of the physical element, it is equally true of the mental element. Dr. Elizabeth Blackwell, The Human Element in Sex, 5th edition, 1894, page 47. In the female sex, remarks Clouston, reproduction is a more dominant function of the organism than in the male, and has far larger, if not more intense relationships to feeling, judgment, and volition. Clouston, Neuroses of Development, 1891. It may be said, Morrow states, that in woman the visceral system reacts, if not with greater intensity, certainly in a more general manner, to all the impressions having a sexual basis, which dominate the life of woman, if not as sexual emotions properly so called, as related emotions closely dependent on the reproductive instinct. A. Morrow, La Puberté, 1898, page 233. Farrell also believed, De Sexual Frange, page 274, that women are more erotic than men. The gynecologist Quiche states his belief that the sexual impulse is so powerful in women that at certain periods of life its primitive force dominates her whole nature, and there can be no room left for reason to argue concerning reproduction. On the contrary, union is desired even in the presence of the fear of reproduction, or when there can be no question of it. He regards absence of sexual feeling in women as pathological. Quiche, Sterlot de Vibes, 2nd edition, page 205 to 206. In his later work, The Sexual Life of Woman, Quiche again asserts that sexual impulse always exists in mature women in the absence of organic sexual defect and cerebral disease, though it varies in strength and may be repressed. In adolescent girls, however, it is weaker than in youths of the same age. After she has had sexual experiences, Quiche maintains a woman's sexual emotions are just as powerful as a man's, though she has more motives than a man for controlling them. Eulenberg is of the same opinion as Quiche and sharply criticizes the loose assertion of some authorities who have expressed themselves in an opposite sense. A. Eulenberg, Sexual Neuropathy, page 88 to 90. The same author has dealt with the point in the Zukunft, December 2nd, 1893. Kossmann states that the opinion as to the widespread existence of frigidity among women is a fable. Kossmann, Allgemeine Genealogica, 1903, page 362. Bloch concludes that in most cases the sexual coldness of women is in fact only apparent either due to the concealment of glowing sexuality beneath the veil of outward reticence prescribed by conventional morality, or else to the husband who has not succeeded in arousing erotic sensations which are complicated and with difficulty awakened. The sexual sensibility of women is certainly different from that of men, but in strength it is at least as great. Bloch, Das Sexuabellen unter sich, 1907, Chapter 5. Nystrom also, after devoting a chapter to the discussion of the causes of sexual coldness in women, concludes, "My conviction, founded on experience, is that only a small number of women would be without sexual feeling if sound views and teaching prevailed in respect to the sexual life, if due weight were given to inner devotion and tender caresses as the preliminaries of love and marriage, and if couples who wish to avoid pregnancy would adopt sensible preventative methods instead of coitus interruptus." A. Nystrom, Das Geschleppen und seine Gunst, 8th edition, 1907, page 177. We thus find two opinions widely current, one of worldwide existence and almost universally accepted in those ages and centers in which life is lived most nakedly, according to which the sexual impulse is stronger in women than in men. Another, now widely prevalent in many countries, according to which the sexual instinct is distinctly weaker in women, if indeed it may not be regarded as normally absent altogether. A third view is possible. It may be held that there is no difference at all. This view, formerly not very widely held, is that of the French physiologist Bunot, as is of Wicknell, where Roller, who formerly held that sexual feeling tends to be defective in women, now believes that men and women are equal in sexual impulse. At an earlier period, however, Donatus de Medica Historia Mirabili, 1613, lib. 4, cap. 17, held the same view and remarked that sometimes men and sometimes women are the more salacious, varying with the individual. Robad de El Impulse, 1855, page 38, stated that the question is so difficult as to be insoluble. In dealing with the characteristics of the sexual impulse in women, it will be seen we have to consider the prevalence in them of what is commonly termed, in its slightest forms, frigidity or hypodonia, and in more complete terms, sexual anesthesia or anaphrodism or erotic blindness or anhedonia. Many modern writers have referred to the prevalence of frigidity among women. Schuft believes, Pacific Medical Journal, November 1907, that 75% of married women in New York are afflicted with sexual frigidity, and that it is on the increase. It is rare, however, he adds, among Jewish women. Hagar gives 50% as the proportion of sexually anesthetic women. Feuerbringer says the majority of women are so. Efforts, quoted by Lowenfeld, Sexualleben und Neverlieden, page 11, apparently with approval, regards 10% among women generally as sexually anesthetic, but only 1% men. Moll states, Eulenberg's Encyclopedia, 4th edition, Art, Geschlechtsstrebe, that the prevalence of sexual anesthesia among German women varies, according to different authorities, from 10 to 66%. Elsewhere, Moll, Contraire Sexual Empfindung, 3rd edition, 1890, page 510, emphasizes the statement that sexual anesthesia in women is much more frequent than is generally supposed. He explains that he is referring to the physical element of pleasure and satisfaction in intercourse, and of desire for intercourse. He adds that the psychic side of love is often more conspicuous in women than in men. He cannot agree with Soleil that this kind of sexual frigidity is a symptom of hysteria. Ferrer, L'Instinct Sexual, 2nd edition, page 112, in referring to the greater frequency of sexual anesthesia in women, remarks that it is often associated with neuropathic states, as well as with anomalies of the genital organs or general troubles of nutrition, and is usually acquired. Some authors attribute great importance to amenorrhea in this connection. One investigator has found that in 4 out of 14 cases of absolute amenorrhea, sexual feeling was absent. Lowenfeld, again, Sexualleben und Neverlieden, referring to the common misconception that nervous disorder is associated with increased sexual desire, points out that nervously degenerate women far more often display frigidity than increased sexual desire. Elsewhere, Über die sexual Constitution, Lowenfeld says it is only among the upper classes that sexual anesthesia is common. Campbell-Clark also showed some years ago that in young women with a tendency to sclerosis and a predisposition to insanity, defects of pelvic and mammary development are very prevalent. Journal of Mental Science, October 1888. As regards the older medical authors, Schurg, Spermatologia, 1720, page 243, and Gynecologia, 1730, page 81, brought together from the literature and from his own knowledge cases of women who felt no pleasure in coitus, as well as of some men who had erections without pleasure. There is, however, much uncertainty as to what precisely is meant by sexual frigidity or anesthesia. All the old medical authors carefully distinguish between the heat of sexual desire and the actual presence of pleasure in coitus. Many modern writers also properly separate libido from voluptas, since it is quite possible to experience sexual desires and not to be able to obtain their gratification during sexual intercourse, and it is possible to hold, with Montagazza, that women naturally have stronger sexual impulses than men, but are more liable than men to experience sexual anesthesia. But it is very much more difficult than most people seem to suppose to obtain quite precise and definite data concerning the absence of either voluptas or libido in a woman. Even if we accept the statement of the woman who asserts that she has either or both, the statement of their absence is by no means equally conclusive and final. As even Adler, who discusses this question fully and has very pronounced opinions about it, admits there are women who stoutly deny the existence of any sexual feelings until such feelings are actually discovered. Some of the most marked characteristics of the sexual impulse in women, moreover, its association with modesty, its comparatively late development, its seeming passivity, its need of stimulation, all combine to render difficult the final pronouncement that a woman is sexually frigid. Most significant of all in this connection is the complexity of the sexual apparatus in women and the corresponding psychic difficulty, based on the fundamental principle of sexual selection, of finding a fitting mate. The fact that a woman is cold with one man or even with a succession of men by no means shows that she is not apt to experience sexual emotions. It merely shows that these men have not been able to arouse them. I recall two very striking cases a distinguished gynecologist, the late Dr. Engelman of Boston, wrote to me, of very attractive young married women, one having had a child, the other a miscarriage, who were both absolutely cold to their husbands, as told me by both husband and wife. They could not understand desire or passion and would not even believe that it existed, yet both these women with other men developed ardent passion, all the stronger perhaps because it had been so long latent. In such cases it is scarcely necessary to invoke Adler's theory of a morbid inhibition or foreign body in consciousness, which has to be overcome. We are simply in the presence of the natural fact that the female throughout nature not only requires much loving, but is usually fastidious in the choice of a lover. In the human species, this natural fact is often disguised and perverted. Women are not always free to choose the man whom they would prefer as a lover, nor even free to find out whether the man they prefer sexually fits them. They are, moreover, very often extremely ignorant of the whole question of sex, and the victims of the prejudice and false conventions they have been taught. On the one hand, they are driven into an unnatural primness and austerity. On the other hand, they rebound to an equally unnatural facility or even promiscuity. Thus it happens that the men who find that a large number of women are not so facile as they themselves are, and, as they have found a large number of women to be, rush to the conclusion that women tend to be sexually anesthetic. If we wish to be accurate, it is very doubtful whether we can assert that a woman is ever absolutely without the aptitude for sexual satisfaction. Footnote: a correspondent tells me that he knows a woman who has been a prostitute since the age of 15, but never experienced sexual pleasure and a real, non-simulated orgasm till she was 23. Since then, she has become very sensual. In other similar cases, the hitherto indifferent prostitute, having found the man who suits her, abandons her profession even though she is thereby compelled to live in extreme poverty. An insensible woman, as La Brouet long ago remarked in his chapter Des Femmes, is merely one who has not yet seen the man she must love. End footnote. She may unquestionably be without any conscious desire for actual coitus, but if we realize to how large an extent woman is a sexual organism, and how diffused and even unconscious the sexual impulses may be, it becomes very difficult to assert that she has never shown any manifestation of the sexual impulse. All we can assert with some degree of positiveness in some cases is that she has not manifested sexual gratification more particularly as shown by the occurrence of the orgasm, but that it is very far indeed from warranting us to assert that she never will experience such gratification, or still less that she is organically incapable of experiencing it. It is therefore quite impossible to follow Adler when he asks us to accept the existence of a condition which he solemnly terms anesthesia sexualis completa idiopathica, in which there is no mechanical difficulty in the way or psychic inhibition, but an absolute lack of sexual sensibility and a complete absence of sexual inclination. It is instructive to observe that Adler himself knows no pure case of this condition. To find such a case, he has to go back nearly 2 centuries to Madame de Warens, to whom he devotes a whole chapter. He has, moreover, had the courage in writing this chapter to rely entirely on Rousseau's Confessions, which were written nearly half a century later than the episodes they narrated, and are therefore full of inaccuracies, besides being founded on an imperfect and false knowledge of Madame de Warens' earlier life, and written by a man who was, there can be no doubt, not able to arouse women's passions. Adler shows himself completely ignorant of the historical investigations of De Monet, Munger, Ritter, and others, which, during recent years, have thrown a flood of light on the life and character of Madame de Warren, and not even acquainted with the highly significant fact that she was hysterical. This is the basis of fact on which we are asked to accept anesthesia sexualis completa idiopathica. In dealing with the alleged absence of the sexual impulse, a well-informed medical correspondent writes from America, much caution has to be used in accepting statements as to its absence from the fact that most women fear by the admission to place themselves in an impure category. I am also satisfied that influx of women into universities, etc. is often due to the sexual impulse causing restlessness, and that this factor finds expression in the prurient prudishness, so often presenting itself in such women, which interferes with coeducation. This is becoming especially noticeable at the University of Chicago, where prudishness interferes with classical, biological, sociological, and physiological discussion in the classroom. There have been complaints by such women that a given professor has not left out embryological facts, not in themselves in any way implying indelicacy. I have even been informed that the opinion is often expressed in college dormitories that embryological facts and discussions should be left out of a course intended for both sexes. Such prudishness, it is scarcely necessary to remark, whether found in women or men, indicates a mind that has become morbidly sensitive to sexual impressions. For the healthy mind, embryological and allied facts have no emotionally sexual significance, and there is, therefore, no need to shun them. Kohlscher of Chicago, Sexual Frigidity in Women, American Journal of Obstetrics, September 1905, points out that it is often the failure of the husband to produce sexual excitement in the wife which leads to voluntary repression of sexual sensation on her part, or an acquired sexual anesthesia. Sexual excitement, he remarks, not brought to its natural climax, the reaction leaves the woman in a very disagreeable condition, and repeated occurrences of this kind may even lead to general nervous disturbances. Some of these unfortunate women learn to suppress their sexual sensations so as to avoid all these disagreeable sequel. Such a state of affairs is not only unfortunate because it deprives the female partner of her natural rights, but it is also to be deplored because it practically brings down such a married woman to the level of the prostitute. End of section 15. Section 16 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 3 by Havelock Ellis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sexual Impulse in Women 1, Part 2. In illustration of the prevalence of inhibitions of various kinds, from without and from within, in suppressing or disguising sexual feeling in women, I may quote the following observations by an American lady concerning a series of women of her acquaintance. Mrs. A. This woman is handsome and healthy. She has never had children, much to the grief of herself and her husband. The man is also handsome and attractive. Mrs. A. once asked me if love-making between me and my husband ever originated with me. I replied it was as often so as not, and she said that in the event she could not see how passion between husband and wife could be regulated. When I seemed not to be ashamed of the matter, but rather to be positive in my views that it should be so, she at once tried to impress me with the fact that she did not wish me to think that she could not be aroused. This woman several times hinted that she had learned a great amount that was not edifying at boarding school, and I always felt that, with proper encouragement, she would have retailed suggestive stories. Mrs. B. This woman lives to please her husband, who is a spoiled man. She gave birth to a child soon after marriage, but was left an invalid for some years. She told me coition always hurt her, and she said it made her sick to see her husband nude. I was therefore surprised years afterward to hear her say in reply to a remark of another person, "Yes, women are not only as passionate as men, I am sure they are more so." I therefore questioned the lack of passion she had on former occasions avowed, or else felt convinced her improvement in health had made intercourse pleasant. Miss C., a teacher, she is emotional and easily becomes hysterical. Her life has been one of self-sacrifice and her rearing most puritanical. She told me she thought women did not crave sexual satisfaction unless it had been aroused in them. I consider her one who physically is injured by not having it. Mrs. D. After being married a few years, this person told me she thought intercourse horrid. Some years after this, however, she fell in love with a man not her husband, which caused their separation. She always fancied men in love with her, and she told me that she and her husband tried to live without intercourse, fearing more children, but they could not do it. She also told of trying to refrain for the same purpose until safe parts of the menstrual month, but that was just the time she cared least for it. These remarks made me doubt the sincerity of the first. Mrs. E. said she enjoyed intercourse as well as her husband, and she didn't see why she should not say so. This same woman, whether using a current phrase or not, afterward said her husband did not bother her very often. Mrs. F., the mother of several children, was married to a man she neither loved nor respected, but she said that when a strange man touched her, it made her tremble all over. Mrs. G., the mother of many children, divorced on account of the dissipation, drinking, and otherwise of her husband. She is of the Creole type, but large and almost repulsive. She is a brilliant talker, and she supports herself by writing. She has fallen in love with a number of young men, wildly, madly, passionately, as one of them told me, and I am sure she suffers greatly from the lack of satisfaction. She would no doubt procure it if it were possible. I believe, the writer concludes, women are as passionate as men, but the enforced restraint of years possibly smothers it. The fear of having children and the methods to prevent conception are, I am sure, potent factors in the injury to the emotions of married women. Perhaps the lack of intercourse acts less disastrously upon a woman because of the renewed feeling which comes after each menstrual period. As bearing on the causes which have led to the disguise and misinterpretation of the sexual impulse in women, I may quote the following communication from another lady. I do not think the coldness of women has been greatly exaggerated. Men's theoretically ideal woman, though they don't care so much about it in practice, is passionless, and women are afraid to admit that they have any desire for sexual pleasure. Rousseau, who was not very straight-laced, excuses the conduct of Madame de Warren on the ground that it was not the result of passion, an aggravation rather than a palliation of the offense, if society viewed it from the point of view of any other fault. Even in the modern novels written by the new woman, the longing for maternity, always an honorable sentiment, is dragged in to veil the so-called lower desire, that some women, at any rate, have very strong passions, and that great suffering is entailed by their repression is not, I am sure, sufficiently recognized even by women themselves. Besides the passionless ideal, which checks their sincerity, there are many causes which serve to disguise a woman's feelings to herself and make her seem to herself colder than she really is. Briefly, these are: 1. Unrecognized disease of the reproductive organs, especially after the birth of children. A friend of mine lamented to me her inability to feel pleasure, though she had done so before the birth of her child, then 3 years old. With considerable difficulty I persuaded her to see a doctor, who told her all the reproductive organs were seriously congested, so that for 3 years she had lived in ignorance and regret for her husband's sake and her own. 2. The dread of recommencing, once having suffered them all the pains and discomforts of childbearing. 3. Even when precautions are taken, much bother and anxiety is involved, which has a very dampening effect on excitement. 4. The fact that men will never take any trouble to find out what specially excites a woman. A woman, as a rule, is at some pains to find out the little things which particularly affect the man she loves. It may be a trick of speech, a rose in her hair, or what not, and she makes use of her knowledge. But do you know one man who will take the same trouble? It is difficult to specify, as what pleases one person may not another. I find that the things that affect me personally are the following. A. Admiration for a man's mental capacity will translate itself sometimes into direct physical excitement. B. Sense of white flowers, like tuberose or syringa. C. The sight of fireflies. D. The idea or reality of suspension. E. Occasionally absolute passivity. 5. The fact that many women satisfy their husbands when themselves disinclined. This is like eating jam when one does not fancy it, and has a similar effect. It is a great mistake, in my opinion, to do so, except very rarely. A man, though perhaps cross at the time, prefers, I believe, to gratify himself a few times, when the woman also enjoys it, many times when she does not. 6. The masochistic tendency of women, or their desire for subjection to the man they love. I believe no point in the whole question is more understood than this. Nearly every man imagines that to secure a woman's love and respect he must give her her own way in small things, and compel her obedience in great ones. Every man who desires success with a woman should exactly reverse that theory. When we are faced by these various and often conflicting statements of opinion, it seems necessary to obtain, if possible, a definite basis of objective fact.
It would be fairly obvious in any case, and it becomes unquestionable in view of the statements I have brought together, that the best informed and most sagacious clinical observers, when giving an opinion on a very difficult and elusive subject which they have not studied with any attention and method, are liable to make unguarded assertions. Sometimes also they become the victims of ethical or pseudo-ethical prejudices, so as to be most easily influenced by that class of cases which happens to fit in best with their prepossessions. In order to reach any conclusions on a reasonable basis, it is necessary to take a series of unselected individuals and to ascertain carefully the condition of the sexual impulse in each. At present, however, this is extremely difficult to do at all satisfactorily, and quite impossible indeed to do in a manner likely to yield absolutely unimpeachable results. Nevertheless, a few series of observations have been made. Thus, Dr. Harry Campbell records the result of an investigation carried on in his hospital practice of 52 married women of the poorer class. They were not patients, but ordinary healthy working-class women, and the inquiry was not made directly, but of the husbands, who were patients. Sexual instinct was said to be present in 12 cases before marriage and absent in 40. In 13 of the 40 it never appeared at all, so that it altogether appeared in 39, or in the ratio of something over 75%. Among the 12 in whom it existed before marriage, it was said to have appeared in most with puberty. In 3, however, a few years before puberty, and in 2 a few years later. In 2 of those in whom it appeared before puberty, menstruation began late. In the 3rd, it rose almost to nymphomania on the day preceding the first menstruation. In nearly all the cases, desire was said to be stronger in the husband than in the wife. When it was stronger in the wife, the husband was exceptionably indifferent. Of the 13 in whom desire was absent after marriage, 5 had been married for a period under 2 years, and Campbell remarks that it would be wrong to conclude that it would never develop in these cases, for in this group of cases the appearance of sexual instinct was sometimes a matter of days, sometimes of years after the date of marriage. In 2/3 of the cases there was a diminution of desire, usually gradual, at the climacteric. In the remaining 1/3 there was either no change or exaltation of desire. The most important general result, Campbell concludes, is that the sexual instinct is very much less intense in woman than in man, and to this he elsewhere adds a corollary that the sexual instinct in the civilized woman is, I believe, tending to atrophy. An eminent gynecologist, the late Dr. Matthews Duncan, has, in his work on sterility in women, presented a table which, although foreign to this subject, has a certain bearing on the matter. Matthews Duncan, believing that the absence of sexual desire and of sexual pleasure in coitus are powerful influences working for sterility, noted their presence or absence in a number of cases, and found that, among 191 sterile women between the ages of 15 and 45, 152, or 79%, acknowledged the presence of sexual desire, and among 196 sterile women, mostly the same cases, 134, or 68%, acknowledged the presence of sexual pleasure in coitus. Omitting the cases over 35 years of age, which were comparatively few, the largest proportion of affirmative answers, both as regards sexual pleasure and sexual desire, was from between 30 and 34 years of age. Matthews Duncan assumes that the absence of sexual desire and sexual pleasure in women is thoroughly abnormal. Footnote: Matthews Duncan considered that the healthy performance of the functions of childbearing is surely connected with a well-regulated condition of desire and pleasure. Desire and pleasure, he adds, may be excessive, furious, overpowering, without bringing the female into the class of manics. They may be temporarily healthy and moderate. They may be absent or dull. Matthews Duncan, Goldstonian Lectures on Sterility in Women, pages 91 and 121. End footnote. An English non-medical author, in the course of a thoughtful discussion of sexual phenomena, revealing considerable knowledge and observation, has devoted a chapter to this subject in another of its aspects. Without attempting to ascertain the normal strength of the sexual instinct in women, he briefly describes 11 cases of sexual anesthesia in women, in 2 or 3 of which there appears, however, to be an element of latent homosexuality, from among the circle of his own friends. This author concludes that sexual coldness is very common among English women, and that it involves questions of greater social and ethical importance. I have not met with any series of observations made among seemingly healthy and normal women in other countries. There are, however, various series of somewhat abnormal cases in which the point was noted, and the results are not uninstructive. Thus, in Vienna, at Croft Ebing's Psychiatric Clinical, Gottel, über den sexuellen Irrschen des Neurasthene Angst Neuros, 1898, carefully investigated the cases of 42 women, mostly at the height of sexual life, i.e. between 20 and 35, who were suffering from slight nervous disorders, especially neurasthenia and mild hysteria, but none of them from the grave nervous or other disease. Of these 42, at least 17 had masturbated at one time or another, either before or after marriage, in order to obtain relief of sexual feelings. In the case of 4, it is stated that they do not obtain sexual satisfaction in marriage, but in these cases only coitus interruptus is practiced, and the fact that the absence of sexual satisfaction was complained of seems to indicate an aptitude for experiencing it. These 4 cases can therefore scarcely be regarded as exceptions. In all the other cases, sexual desire, sexual excitement, or sexual satisfaction is always clearly indicated, and in a considerable proportion of cases it is noted that the sexual impulse is very strongly developed. This series is valuable since the facts of the sexual life are, as far as possible, recorded with much precision. The significance of the facts varies, however, according to the view taken as to the causation of neurasthenia and allied conditions of slight nervous disorder. Gattel argues that sexual irregularities are a peculiarly fruitful, if not invariable, source of such disorders. According to the more common accepted view, this is not so. If we accept the more usual view, these women fairly correspond to average women of lower class. If, however, we accept Gattel's view, they may possess the sexual instinct in a more marked degree than average women. In a series of 116 German women in whom the operation of removing the ovaries was performed, Pfister usually noted briefly in what way the sexual impulse was affected by the operation. Die Wirkung der Kastration auf den weiblichen Orgasmus, Archiv für Gynäkologie, 1898, page 583. In 13 cases, all but 3 unmarried, the presence of sexual desire at any time was denied, and 2 of these expressed disgust of sexual matters. In 12 cases, the point is left doubtful. In all the other cases, sexual desire had once been present, and in 2 or 3 cases it was acknowledged to be strong as to approach nymphomania. In about 30 of these, not including any in which it was previously very strong, it was extinguished by castration. In a few others it was diminished, and in the rest unaffected. Thus, when we exclude the 12 cases in which the point was not apparently investigated, and the 10 unmarried women in whom it may have been latent or unavowed, we find that of 94 married women, 91 women have acknowledged the existence of sexual desire, and only 3 denied it. Schroeder, again in Germany, has investigated the manifestations of the sexual impulse among 402 insane women in the asylum at Eichberg in Rheinau. Wird behugen und wat hitherten zu Zeit der Menstruation starker sexuell erget behobet? Allgemeine Zeitschrift für Psychiatry, Volume 56, 1899, pages 321 to 333. There is no reason to suppose that the insane represent a class of community specially liable to sexual emotion, although its manifestations may become unrestrained and conspicuous under the influence of insanity. And at the same time, while the appearance of such manifestations is evidence of the aptitude for sexual emotions, their absence may be only due to disease, seclusion, or to an intact power of self-control. Of the 402 women, 166 were married and 236 unmarried. Schroeder divided them into 4 groups. 1. Those below 20. 2. Those between 20 and 30. 3. Those between 30 and 40. 4. Those from 40 to the menopause. The patients included persons from the lowest class of the population, and only about a quarter of them could fairly be regarded as curable. Thus, the manifestations of sexuality were diminished, for with advance of mental disease, sexual manifestations ceased to appear. Schroeder only counted those cases in which the sexual manifestations were decided and fairly constant at the menstrual epoch. If not visibly manifested, sexual feeling was not taken into account. Sexual phenomena accompanied the entry of the menstrual epoch in 141 cases, i.e. in 20, or in the proportion of 72% of the first group, consisting entirely of unmarried women, in 33, or 28% of the second group, in 55, or 35% of the third group, and in 33, or 33% of the fourth group. It was found that 181 patients showed no sexual phenomena at any time, while 80 showed sexual phenomena frequently between the menstrual epochs, but only in a slight degree and not at all during the period. At all ages, sexual manifestations were more prevalent among the unmarried than among the married, though this difference became regularly and progressively less with increase in age. Schroeder inclines to think that sexual excitement is commoner among insane women belonging to the lower social classes than in those belonging to the better classes. Among 184 women in a private asylum, only 13, 6.13%, showed very marked and constant excitement at menstrual periods. He points out, however, that this may be due to a greater ability to restrain the manifestations of feeling. There is some interest in Schroeder's results, though they cannot be put on a line with inquiries made among the sane. They only represent the prevalence of the grossest and strongest sexual manifestations when freed from the restraints of sanity. As a slight contribution toward the question, I have selected a series of 12 cases of women of whose sexual development I possess precise information with the following results. In 2 cases, distinct sexual feeling was experienced spontaneously at the age of 7 and 8, but the complete orgasm only occurred some years after puberty. In 5 cases, sexual feeling appeared spontaneously for a few months to a year after the appearance of menstruation, which began between 12 and 14 years of age, usually at 13. In another case, sexual feeling first appeared shortly after menstruation began, but not spontaneously, being called out by a lover's advances. In the remaining 4 cases, sexual emotion never became definite and concise until adult life, the ages being 26, 27, 34, 35. In 2 cases, through being made love to, and in 2 cases through self-manipulation out of accident or curiosity. It is noteworthy that the sexual feelings first developed in adult life were usually as strong as those arising at puberty. It may be added that, of these 12 women, 9 had at some time or another masturbated, 4 shortly after puberty, 5 in adult life, but except in 1 case, rarely and at intervals. All belong to the middle class, 2 or 3 leading easy though not idle lives, while all the others are engaged in professional or other avocations often involving severe labor. They differ widely in character and mental ability, but while 2 or 3 might be regarded as slightly abnormal, they are all fairly healthy. I am inclined to believe that the experiences of the foregoing group are fairly typical of the social class to which they belong. I may, however, bring forward another series of 35 women, varying in age from 18 to 40, with 2 exceptions all over 25, and in every respect comparable with the smaller group, but concerning whom my knowledge, though reliable, is usually less precise and detailed. In this group, 5 state that they have never experienced sexual emotion, these being all unmarried and leading strictly chaste lives. In 18 cases, the sexual impulse may be described as strong or as so considered by the subject herself. In 9 cases, it is only moderate. In 3, it is very slight when evoked, and, with difficulty evoked, in one of these only appearing 2 years after marriage, in another the exhaustion and worry of household cares being assigned for its comparative absence. It is noteworthy that all the more highly intelligent, energetic women in the series appear in the group of those with strong sexual emotions, and also that severe mental and physical labor, even when cultivated for this purpose, has usually had little or no influence in relieving sexual emotion. An American physician in the state of Connecticut sends me the following notes concerning a series of 13 married women taken as they occurred in obstetric practice. They are in every way respectable and moral women. Mrs. A says that her husband does not give her sufficient sexual attention, as he fears they will have more children than he can properly care for. Mrs. B always enjoys intercourse. So does Mrs. C. Mrs. D is easily excited and very fond of sexual attention. Mrs. E likes intercourse if her husband is careful not to hurt her. Mrs. F never had any sexual desire until after second marriage, but it is now very urgent at times. Mrs. G is not easily excited, but has never objected to her husband's attention. Mrs. H would prefer to have her husband exhibit more attention. Mrs. I never refused her husband, but he does not trouble her much. Mrs. J thinks that 3 or 4 times a week is satisfactory, but would not object to nightly intercourse. Mrs. K does not think that her husband could give her more than she would like. Mrs. L would prefer to live with a woman if it were not for sexual intercourse. Mrs. M, aged 40, says that her husband, aged 65, insists upon intercourse 3 times every night, and that he keeps her tired and disgusted. She each time has at least 1 orgasm and would not object to reasonable attention. It may be remarked that, while these results in English women of the middle class are in fair agreement with German and Austrian observations, I have quoted they differ from Campbell's results among women of the working class in London. This discrepancy is, perhaps, not difficult to explain. While the conditions of upper-class life may possibly be peculiarly favorable to the development of the sexual emotions, among the working classes in London, where the stress of the struggle for existence under bad hygienic conditions is so severe, they may be peculiarly unfavorable. It is thus possible that there really are a small number of women experiencing sexual emotion among the class dealt with by Campbell than among the class to which my series belong. Footnote: I do not, however, attach much weight to this possibility. The sexual instinct among the lower social classes everywhere is subject to comparatively weak inhibition, and Lowenfeld is probably right in believing the women of the lower class do not suffer from sexual anesthesia to anything like the same extent as upper-class women. In England, most women of the working class appear to have had sexual intercourse at some time in their lives, notwithstanding the risks of pregnancy, and if pregnancy occurs they refer to it calmly as an accident, for which they cannot be held responsible. Well, I couldn't help that, I have heard a young widow remark when mildly reproached for the existence of her illegitimate child. Again, among American negresses there seems to be no defect of sexual passion, and it is said that the majority of negresses in the southern states support not only their children, but their lovers and husbands. End footnote. A more serious consideration is the method of investigation. A working man who is perhaps unintelligent outside his own work, in many cases married to a woman who is superior in refinement, may possibly be able to arouse his wife's sexual emotions, and also be able to ascertain what those emotions are, and be willing to answer questions truthfully on this point to the best of his ability, but he is by no means a witness whose evidence is final. While, however, Campbell's facts may not be quite unquestionable, I am inclined to agree with his conclusion, and Montagaz's, that there is a very great range of variation in this matter, and that there is no age at which the sexual impulse in women may not appear. A lady who has received the confidence of very many women tells me that she has never found a woman who was without sexual feeling. I should myself be inclined to say that it is extremely difficult to find a woman who is without the aptitude for sexual emotion, although a great variety of circumstances may hinder, temporarily or permanently, the development of this latent aptitude. In other words, while the latent sexual aptitude may always be present, the sexual impulse is liable to be defective in the aptitude to remain latent, with consequent deficiency of sexual emotion and absence of sexual satisfaction. This is not only indicated by the considerable proportion of my cases which there is only moderate or slight sexual feeling. I have ample evidence that in many cases the element of pain, which may almost be said to be normal in the establishment of the sexual function, is never merged, as it normally is, in pleasurable sensations on the full establishment of sexual relationships. Sometimes, no doubt, this may be due to dyspareunia. Sometimes there may be an absolute sexual anesthesia, whether of congenital or hysterical origin. I have been told of the case of a married lady who has never been able to obtain sexual pleasure, although she has had relations with several men, partly to try if she could obtain the experience, and partly to please them. The very fact that the motives for sexual relationships arose from no stronger impulse itself indicates a congenital defect on the psychic as well as on the physical side. But as a rule, the sexual anesthesia involved is not absolute, but lies in a disinclination to the sexual act due to various causes, in a defect of strong sexual impulse, in an inaptitude for the sexual orgasm. I am indebted to a lady who has written largely on the women question, and is herself the mother of a numerous family, for several letters in regard to the prevalence among women of sexual coldness, a condition which she regards as by no means to be regretted. She considers that in all her own children the sexual impulse is very slightly developed, the boys being indifferent to women, the girls cold towards men with no desire to marry, though all are intelligent and affectionate, the girls showing a very delicate and refined kind of beauty. A large selection of photographs accompanied this communication. Something of the same tendency is said to mark the stocks from which this family springs, and they are said to be notable for their longevity, healthiness, and disinclination for excesses of all kinds. It is scarcely necessary to remark that a mother, however highly intelligent, is by no means an infallible judge as to the presence or absence in her children of so shy, subtle, and elusive an impulse as that of sex. At the same time, I am by no means disposed to question the existence in individuals, and even in families or stocks, of a relatively weak sexual impulse which, while still enabling procreation to take place, is accompanied by no strong attraction to the opposite sex and no marked inclination for marriage. Adler, Op. Cit., page 168, found such a condition transmitted from mother to daughter. Such persons often possess a delicate type of beauty, Even, however, when the health is good, there seems usually to be a certain lack of vitality. It seems to me that a state of sexual anesthesia, relative or absolute, cannot be considered as anything but abnormal. To take even the lowest ground, the satisfaction of the reproductive function ought to be at least as gratifying as the evacuation of the bowels or bladder, while if we take, as we certainly must, higher ground than this, an act which is at once the supreme fact and symbol of love and the supreme creative act cannot under normal conditions be other than the most pleasurable of all acts, or it would stand in violent opposition to all that we find in nature. How natural the sexual impulse is in women, whatever difficulties may arise in regard to its complete gratification, is clearly seen when we come to consider the frequency with which, in young women, we witness its more or less instinctive manifestations. Such manifestations are liable to occur in a specially marked manner in the years immediately following the establishment of puberty, and are the more impressive when we remember the comparatively passive part played by the female generally in the game of courtship, and the immense social force working on women to compel them to even an unnatural extension of that passive part. The manifestations to which I allude not only occur with most frequency in young girls, but contrary to the common belief, they seem to occur chiefly in innocent and unperverted girls. The more vicious are skillful enough to avoid the necessity for any such open manifestations. We have to bear this in mind when confronted by flagrant sexual phenomena in young girls. A young girl, says Hammer, über den schlicht gesunder Jungfrauen, die neue Generation, August 1911, who has not previously adopted any method of self-gratification, experiences at the beginning of puberty, about the time of the first menstruation and the sprouting of the pubic hair, in the absence of all stimulation by a man, spontaneous sexual tendencies of both local and psychic nature. On the psychic side, there is a feeling of emptiness and dissatisfaction, a need of subjection and of serving, and, if the opportunity has so far been absent, the craving to see masculine nudity and to learn the facts of procreation. Side by side with these wishes, there are at the same time inhibitory desires, such as the wish to keep herself pure either for a man whom she represents to herself as the ideal, or for her parents who must not be worried, or as a member of a chosen people in whose spirit she must live and die, or out of love to Jesus or to some saint. On the physical side, there is the feeling of fresh power and energy, of enterprise, the agreeable tension of the genital regions which easily become moist. Then there is the feeling of over-irritability and excess of tension, and the need of relieving the tension through pinches, blows, tight lacing, and so forth. If the girl remains innocent of sex satisfaction, there takes place during sleep at regular intervals of about 3 days, more or less, the relief and emission of the tense glands, not corresponding to the menstrual period but to intercourse, and serving better than sexual instruction to represent to her the phenomena of intercourse. If at this period actual intercourse takes place, it is, as a rule, free from pain, and also is the introduction of the speculum. Without any seduction from without, the chaste girl now frequently finds a way to relieve the excess of tension without the aid of a man. It is self-abuse that leads gradually to the production of pain in defloration. The menstrual phenomena correspond to birth, self-gratification or relief during sleep to intercourse. This statement of the matter is somewhat too absolute and unqualified. Under the artificial conditions of civilization, the inhibitory influences of training speedily work powerfully and more or less successfully in banishing sexual phenomena into the subconscious, sometimes to work all the mischief there which Freud attributes to them. It must also be said, as I have pointed out in the discussion of autoeroticism in another volume, that sexual dreams seem to be the exception rather than the rule in innocent girls. It remains true that sexual phenomena in girls at puberty must not be regarded as morbid or unnatural. There is also very good reason for believing, even apart from the testimony of so experienced a gynecologist as Hammer, that on the physical side, sexual processes tend to be accomplished with a faculty that is often lost in later years with prolonged chastity. This is true alike of intercourse and of childbirth. See Volume 6 of these studies, Chapter 12. Even, however, in the case of adults, the active part played by women in real life in matters of love by no means corresponds to the conventional ideas on these subjects. No doubt nearly every woman receives her sexual initiation from an older and more experienced man, but, on the other hand, nearly every man receives his first initiation through the active and designed steps taken by an older and more experienced woman. It is too often forgotten by those who write on these subjects that the man who seduces a woman has usually himself in the first place been seduced by a woman. A well-known physician in Chicago tells me that on making inquiry of 25 middle-class married men in succession to be found that 16 had been first seduced by a woman. An officer in the Indian Medical Service writes to me as follows. Once at a club in Burma, we were some 25 at table and the subject of first intercourse came up. All had been led astray by servants, save 2, whom their sisters' governesses had initiated. We were all men in the service, so the facts may be taken to the typical of what occurs in our stratum of society. All had had sexual relations with respectable unmarried girls, and most with the wives of men known to their fathers, in some instances these being old enough to be their lovers' mothers. Apparently, up to the age of 17, none had dared to make the first advances, yet from the age of 13 onward all had had ample opportunity for gratifying their sexual instincts with women. Though all had been to public schools where homosexuality was known to occur, yet, as I can assert from intimate knowledge, none had given signs of inversion or perversion in Burma. In Russia, Chlenov, investigating the sexual life of over 2,000 Moscow students of upper and middle class, Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle, October through November 1908, found that in half of them the first coitus took place between 14 and 17 years of age, in 41% with prostitutes, in 39% with servants, and in 10% with married women. In 41% the young man declared that he had taken the initiative, in 25% the woman took it, and in 23% the incitement came from a comrade. The histories I have recorded in Appendix B, as well as in the 2 following volumes of these studies, very well illustrate the tendency of young girls to manifest sexual impulses when freed from the constraint which they feel in the presence of adult men and from the fear of consequences. These histories show especially how very frequently nursemaids and servant girls affect the sexual initiation of the young boys entrusted to them. How common this impulse is among adolescent girls of low social class is indicated by the fact that certainly the majority of middle-class men can recall instances from their own childhood. I here leave out of account the widespread practice among nurses of soothing very young children in their charge by manipulating the sexual organs. A medical correspondent, in emphasizing this point, writes that many boys will tell you that if a nurse girl is allowed to sleep in the same room with them, she will attempt sexual manipulations. Either the girl gets into bed with a boy and pulling him on to her tickles the penis and inserts it into the vulva, making the boy imitate sexual movements, or she simply masturbates the child to get him excited and interested, often showing him the female sexual opening in herself or in his sisters, teaching him to finger it. In fact, a nurse girl may ruin a boy, chiefly, I think, because she has been brought up to regard the sexual organs as a mystery and is in utter ignorance about them. She thus takes the opportunity of investigating the boy's penis to find out how it works, etc., in order to satisfy her curiosity. I know of a case in which a nurse in a fashionable London Square garden used to collect all the boys and girls, gentlemen's children, in a summer house when it grew dark, and turning up her petticoats, invite all the boys to look and feel her vulva, and also incite the older boys of 12 or 14 to have coitus with her. Girls are afraid of pregnancy, so do not allow an adult penis to operate. I think people should take on a far higher class of nurses than they do. Children ought never to be allowed under any circumstances whatever, wrote Lawson Tate, Diseases of Women, 1889, page 62, to sleep with servants. In every instance where I have found a number of children affected by masturbation, the contagion has been traced to a servant. Freud has found, Neurology's Central Blot, No. 10, 1896, that in cases of severe youthful hysteria, the starting point may frequently be traced to sexual manipulations by servants, nurse girls, and governesses. When I was about 8 or 9, a friend writes, a servant maid of our family, who used to carry the candle out of my bedroom, often drew down the bedclothes and inspected my organs. One night she put the penis in her mouth. When I asked her why she did it, her answer was that sucking a boy's little dangle cured her of pains in her stomach. She said that she had done it to other little boys and declared that she liked doing it. This girl was about 16. She had lately been converted. Another maid in our family used to kiss me warmly on the naked abdomen when I was a small boy, but she never did more than that. I have heard of various instances of servant girls tampering with boys before puberty, exciting the penis to premature erection by manipulation, suction, and contact with their own parts. Such overstimulation must necessarily in some cases have an injurious influence on the boy's immature nervous system. Thus, Hutchinson, Archives of Surgery, Volume 4, page 200, describes a case of amblophia in a boy developing after he had been placed to sleep in a servant girl's room. Moll, Contraire Sexual Empfindung, 3rd edition, 1899, page 325, refers to the frequency with which servant girls between the ages of 18 and 30 carry on sexual practices with young boys between 5 and 13 committed to their care. More than a century earlier, Tissot, in his famous work on onanism, referred to the frequency with which servant girls corrupt boys by teaching them to masturbate, and still earlier in England the author of Onaria gave many such cases. We may indeed go back to the time of Rabelais, who, as Dr. Kiernan reminds me, represents the governesses of Gargantua, when he was a child, as taking pleasure in playing with his penis till it became wet, and joking with each other about it. Gargantua, Book 1, Chapter 9. The prevalence of such manifestations among servant girls witnesses to their prevalence among lower-class girls generally. In judging such acts, even when they seem to be very deliberate, it is important to remember that at this age unreasoning instinct plays a very large part in the manifestations of the sexual impulse. This is clearly indicated by the phenomena observed in the insane. Thus, as we have seen, page 214, Schroeder has found that among girls of low social class under 20 years of age, spontaneous periodical sexual manifestations at menstrual epochs occur in as large a proportion as 72%. Among girls of better social position, these impulses are inhibited or at all events modified by good taste or good feeling, the influences of tradition or education. It is only to the latter that children should be entrusted. Hawke mentions a case in which a man was accused of repeatedly exhibiting his sexual organs to the servant girl at a house. She enjoyed the spectacle. Neurologies Central Blot 1896, No. 2. It may well be that in some cases of self-exhibition the offender has good reason, on the ground of previous experience, for thinking that he is giving pleasure. When we used to go to bathe while I was at school, writes a correspondent, girls from a poor quarter of the lower town, some quite 16, often followed us and stood to watch about 100 yards from the river. They used to giggle and pass remarks. I have seen girls of this class peeping through chinks of a palisade around a bathing place on the Thames. A correspondent who has given special attention to the point tells me of the great interest displayed by young girls of the people in Italy in the sexual organs of men. Curiosity, whether in the form of the desire for knowledge or the desire for sensation, is of course not confined to young girls and women of lower social strata, though in them it is less often restrained by motives of self-respect and good feeling. At the age of 8, writes a correspondent, I was one day playing in a spare room with a girl of about 12 or 13. She gave me a penholder and, crouching upon her hands and knees, with her posterior toward me, invited me to introduce the instrument into her vulva. This was the first time I had seen the female parts, and as I appeared to be somewhat repelled, she coaxed me to comply with her desire. I did as she directed, and she said it gave her pleasure. Several times after, I repeated the same act at her request. A friend tells me that when he was 10, a girl of 16 asked him to lace up her boots. While he was kneeling at her feet, his hand touched her ankle. She asked him to put his hand higher and repeated, higher, higher, till he touched the pedunda, and finally at her request put his finger into the vestibule. This girl was very handsome and amiable and a favorite of the boy's mother. No one suspected this propensity. Again, a correspondent, a man of science, tells me of a friend who lately, when dining out, met a girl, the daughter of a country vicar. He was not specially attracted to her and paid her no special attention. A few days afterward he was astonished to receive a call from her one afternoon. Though his address is not discoverable from any recognized source, she sat down as near to him as she could and rested her hand on his thigh, etc., while talking on different subjects and drinking tea. Then, without any verbal prelude, she asked him to have connection with her. Though not exactly a Puritan, he is not the man to jump at such an offer from a woman he is not in love with, so, after ascertaining that the girl was Virgo intacta, he declined and she went away. A fortnight or so later he received a letter from her in the country, making no reference to what had passed, but giving an account of her work with her Sunday school class. He did not reply, and then came a curt note asking him to return her letter. My friend feels sure she was devoted to autoerotic performances, but having become attracted to him, came to the conclusion she would like to try normal intercourse. Woolbar, studying the prevalence of gonorrhea among boys in New York, especially it would appear in the quarters where the foreign-born elements, mainly Russian Jew and Southern Italian, are large, states, in my study of the subject, there have been observed 3 cases of gonorrheal urethritis in boys aged respectively 4, 10, and 12 years, which were acquired in the usual manner from girls ranging between 10 and 12 years of age. In each case, according to the story told by the victim, the girl made the first advances, and in One case, that of the 4-year-old boy, the act was consummated in the form of an assault by a girl 12 years old in which the child was threatened with injury unless he performed his part. A.L. Warboss, Journal of the American Medical Association, September 28, 1901. In a further series of cases, Medical Record, October 29, 1910, Woolbarst obtained similar results, though he recognized also the frequency of precocious sexuality in the young boys themselves. Gibb states concerning assaults on children by women, it is undeniably true that they occur much more frequently than is generally supposed, although but few of the cases are brought to public notice, owing to the difficulty of proving the charge. W.T. Gibb, article Indecent Assaults Upon Children, in A. McLean Hamilton's System of Legal Medicine, Volume 1, page 651. Gibb's opinion carries weight since he is medical advisor for the New York Society for the Protection of Children, and compelled to sift the evidence carefully in such cases. It should be mentioned that, while a sexual curiosity exercised on younger children is, in girls about the age of puberty, an ill-regulated but scarcely morbid manifestation in older women, it may be of pathological origin. Thus, Quiche records the case of a refined and educated lady of 30 who had been married for 9 years but had never experienced sexual pleasure in coitus. For a long time past, however, she had felt a strong desire to play with the genital organs of children of either sex, a proceeding which gave her sexual pleasure. She sought to resist this impulse as much as possible, but during menstruation it was often irresistible. Examination showed an enlarged and retroflexed uterus and anesthesia of vagina. Quiche, Die Sterlet des Weibes, 1886, page 103. The psychological mechanism by which an anesthetic vagina leads to a feeling of repulsion for normal coitus and normal sexual organs and directs the sexual feelings towards more infantile forms of sexuality is here not difficult to trace. It is not often that the sexual attempts of girls and young women on boys, notwithstanding their undoubted frequency, become of medico-legal interest. In France, in the course of 10 years, 1874 to 1884, only 181 women, who were mostly between 20 and 30 years of age, were actually convicted of sexual attempts on children below 15. Paul Bernard, Vios et attendants à la poudre, Archives d'anthropologie criminelle, 1887. Lapp, Attentes à la poudre commis par des femmes sous der petite enfance, id. August 1896, brings together a number of cases chiefly committed by girls between the ages of 18 and 20. In England, such accusations against a young woman or girl may easily be circumvented. If she is under 16, she is protected by the Criminal Law Amendment Act and cannot be punished. In any case, when found out, she can always easily bring the sympathy to her side by declaring that she is not the aggressor but the victim. Cases of violent sexual assault upon girls, Lawson Tate remarks, while they undoubtedly do occur, are very much rarer than the frequency with which the charge is made would lead us to suspect. At one time, by arrangement with the authority, 70 such charges at Birmingham were consecutively brought before Lawson Tate. These charges were all made under the Criminal Law Amendment Act. In only 6 of these cases was he able to advise prosecution, in all of which cases conviction was obtained. In 7 other cases in which the police decided to prosecute, there was either no conviction or a very light sentence. In at least 26 cases, the charge was clearly trumped up. The average age of these girls was 12. There is not a piece of sexual argot that ever had before reached my ears, remarks Mr. Tate, but was used by these children in the descriptions given by them of what had been done to them, and they introduced in addition quite a new vocabulary on the subject. The minute and detailed descriptions of the sexual act given by chits of 10 and 11 would do credit to the pages of Mirabeau. At first sight, it is a puzzle to see how children so young obtain their information. About the use of the words seduced, the same writer remarks, I wish to say that the class of women from amongst whom the great bulk of these cases are drawn seem to use it in a sense altogether different from that generally employed. It is not with them a process in which male villainy succeeds by various arts in overcoming female virtue and reluctance, but simply a date at which an incident in their lives occurs for the first time, and according to their use of the phrase, the ancient legend of sacred scriptures, had it endured in the more ordinary and usual way by the virtue of Joseph yielding to the temptation offered, would have to read as a record of the seduction of Mrs. Potiphar. With reference to Lawson Tate's observation that violent assaults on women, while they do occur, are very much rarer than the frequency with which such charges are made would lead us to believe, it may be remarked that many medico-legal authorities are of the same opinion. See e.g. G. Vivian Poor's Treatise on Medical Jurisprudence, 1901, page 325. This writer also remarks, I hold very strongly that a woman may rape a man as much as a man may rape a woman. There can be little doubt that the plea of force is very frequently seized on by women as the easiest available weapon of defense when her connection with a man has been revealed. She has been so permeated by the current notion that no respectable woman can possibly have any sexual impulses of her own to gratify that, in order to screen what she feels to be regarded as an utterly shameful and wicked, as well as foolish act, she declares it never took place by her own will at all. Now I ask you, gentlemen, I once heard an experienced counsel address the jury in a criminal case. As men of the world, have you ever known or heard of a woman, a single woman, confess that she had sexual connection and not declare that force had been used to compel her to such connection? The statement is a little sweeping, but in this matter there is some element of truth in the man of the world's opinion. One may refer to the story told by Etienne de Bourbon, by Francisco de Osuna in a religious work, and by Cervantes in Don Quixote, Part 2, Chapter 45, concerning a magistrate who, when a girl came before him to complain of rape, ordered the accused young man either to marry her or pay her a sum of money. The fine was paid, and the magistrate then told the man to follow the girl and take the money from her by force. The man obeyed, but the girl defended herself so energetically that he could not secure the money. Then the judge, calling the parties before him again, ordered the fine to be returned. Had you defended your chastity as well as you have defended your money, it could not have been taken away from you. In most cases of rape and the cases of adults, there has probably been by some degree of consent, though that partial assent may have been basely secured by an appeal to the lower nervous centers alone, with no participation of the intelligence and will. Freud, zur Psychopathie de Altersbären, page 87, considers that on this ground the judge's decision in Don Quixote is psychologically unjust, because in such a case the woman's strength is paralyzed by the fact that an unconscious instinct in herself takes her assailant's part against her own conscious resistance. But it must be remembered that the factor of instinct plays a large part even when no violence is attempted. Such facts and considerations as these tend to show that the sexual impulse is by no means so weak in women as many would lead us to think. It would appear that, whereas in earlier ages there was generally a tendency to credit women with an unduly large share of the sexual impulse, there is now a tendency to unduly minimize the sexual impulse in women. End of section 16. Section 17 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 3, by Havelock Ellis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Sexual Impulse in Women 2. So far, I've been discussing the question of the sexual impulse in women on the ground upon which previous writers have usually placed it. The question, that is, has usually presented itself to them as one concerning the relative strength of the impulse in men and women. When so considered, not hastily and with prepossession, as is too often the case, but with a genuine desire to get at the real facts in all their aspects. There is no reason, as we have seen, to conclude that, on the whole, the sexual impulse in women is lacking in strength. But we have to push our investigation of the matter further. In reality, the question as to whether the sexual impulse is or is not stronger in one sex than in the other is a somewhat crude one. To put the question in that form is to reveal ignorance of the real facts of the matter, and in that form, moreover, no really definite and satisfactory answer can be given. It is necessary to put the matter on different ground. Instead of taking more or less insolvable questions as to the strength of the sexual impulse in the two sexes, it is more profitable to consider its differences. What are the special characters of the sexual impulse in women? There is certainly one purely natural sexual difference of a fundamental character, which lies at the basis of whatever truth may be in the assertion that women are not susceptible of sexual emotion. As may be seen when considering the phenomena of modesty, the part played by the female in courtship throughout nature is usually different from that played by the male, and is, in some respects, a more difficult and complex part. Except when the male fails to play his part properly, she is usually comparatively passive. In the proper playing of her part, she has to appear to shun the male, to flee from his approaches, even actually to repel them. Footnote: Ovid remarks, Ars Amatatoria, Book 1, that if men were silent, women would take the active and suppliant part. End of footnote. Courtship resembles very closely, indeed, a drama or game, and the aggressiveness of the males, the coyness of the female, are alike unconsciously assumed in order to bring about in the most effectual manner the ultimate union of the sexes. The seeming reluctance of the female is not intended to inhibit sexual activity either in the male or in herself, but to increase it in both. The passivity of the female, therefore, is not a real, but only an apparent passivity, and this holds true of our own species as much as of the lower animals. Women are like delicately adjusted alembics, said a 17th century author. No fire can be seen outside, but if you look underneath the alembic, if you place your hand on the hearts of women in both places, you will find a great furnace. Or, as Morrow has finely put it, the passivity of women in love is the passivity of the magnet, which in its apparent immobility is drawing the iron toward it. An intense energy lies behind such passivity, and absorbed preoccupation in the end to be obtained. Tardy, when exercising magistrate's functions, once had to inquire into a case in which a young man was accused of murder. In questioning a girl of 18, a shepherdess, who appeared before him as a witness, she told him that on the morning following the crime she had seen the footmarks of the accused up to a certain point. He asked how she recognized them, and she replied ingeniously but with assurance that she could recognize the footprints of every young man in the neighborhood, even in a plowed field. No better illustration could be given of the real significance of the sexual passivity of women, even at its most negative point. The women I have known, a correspondent writes, do not express their sensations and feelings as much as I do, nor have I found women usually anxious to practice luxuries. They seldom care to practice fellatio. I have only known one woman who offered to do fellatio because she liked it. Nor do they generally care to masturbate a man. That is, they do not care greatly to enjoy the contemplation of the other person's excitement. To me, to see the woman excited means almost more than my own pleasure. They usually resist cunnilingus, although they enjoy it. They do not seem to care to touch or look at a man's parts so much as he does at theirs, and they seem to dislike the tongue kiss unless they feel very sexual or really love a man. My correspondent admits that his relationships have been numerous and facile, while his erotic demands tend also to deviate from the normal path. Under such circumstances, which not uncommonly occur, the woman's passions fail to be deeply stirred, and she retains her normal attitude of relative passivity. It is owing to the fact that the sexual passivity of women is only an apparent and not a real passivity that women are apt to suffer, as men are, from prolonged sexual abstinence. This, indeed, has been denied, but can scarcely be said to admit of doubt. The only question is as to the relative amount of such suffering, necessarily a very difficult question. As far back as the 14th century, Johann de Sancto Armando stated that women are more injured than men by sexual abstinence. In modern times, Maudsley considers that women suffer more than men do from the entire deprivation of sexual intercourse. Relations Between Body and Mind, Lancet, May 28, 1870. By some, it has been held that this cause may produce actual disease. Thus, Tilt, an eminent gynecologist of the middle of the 19th century, in discussing this question, wrote, "When we consider how much of the lifetime of woman is occupied by the various phases of the generative process, and how terrible is often the conflict within her between the impulse of passion and the dictates of duty, it may well be understood how such a conflict reacts on the organs of the sexual economy in the unimpregnated female, and principally on the ovaria, causing an orgasm, which, if often repeated, may possibly be productive of subacute ovaritis." Tilt on Uterine and Ovarian Inflammation, 1862, pages 309 and 310. Long before Tilt, Haller, it seems, had said that women are especially liable to suffer from privation of sexual intercourse, to which they have been accustomed, and referred to chlorosis, hysteria, nymphomania, a simple mania curable by intercourse. Heger considers that in women an injurious result follows the non-satisfaction of the sexual impulse and of the ideal feelings, and that symptoms thus arise: pallor, loss of flesh, cardiaglia, malaise, sleeplessness, disturbances of menstruation, which are diagnosed as chlorosis. Heger, Zusammenhang der Geschlechtskrankheiten mit nervosen Leiden, 1885, page 45. Freud, as well as Gattel, has found that states of anxiety, Anxieten, are caused by sexual abstinence. Lowenfeld, on careful examination of his own cases, is able to confirm this connection in both sexes. He has specially noticed it in young women who marry elderly husbands. Lowenfeld believes, however, that on the whole, healthy unmarried women bear sexual abstinence better than men. If, however, they are of all neuropathic disposition, ungratified sexual emotions may easily lead to various morbid conditions, especially of a hysterneurasthenic character. Lowenfeld, Sexualleben und Neuraleden, 2nd edition, 1899, pages 44, 47, and 54 through 60. Balls-Headley considers that unsatisfied sexual desires in women may lead to the following conditions: general atrophy, anemia, neuralgia and hysteria, irregular menstruation, leukorrhea, atrophy of sexual organs. He also refers to the frequency of myomia of the uterus among those who have not become pregnant or who have had long ceased to bear children. Balls-Headley, Art, Etiology of Diseases of Female Genital Organs. Albert and Playfair, System of Gynecology, 1896, page 141. It cannot, however, be said that he brings forward substantial evidence in favor of these beliefs. It may be added that in America during recent years, leading gynecologists have recorded a number of cases in which widows on remarriage have shown marked improvement in uterine and pelvic conditions. The question as to whether men or women suffer most from sexual abstinence, as well as the question whether definite morbid conditions are produced by such abstinence, remains, however, an obscure and debated problem. The available data do not enable us to answer it decisively. It is one of those subtle and complex questions which can only be investigated properly by a gynecologist who is also a psychologist. Incidentally, however, we have met and shall have occasion to meet with evidence bearing on this question. It is sufficient to say here briefly that it is impossible to believe, even if no evidence were forthcoming, that the exercise or non-exercise of so vastly important a function can make no difference to the organism generally. So far as the evidence goes, it may be said to indicate that the results of the abeyance of the sexual functions in healthy women in whom the sexual emotions have never been definitely aroused tend to be diffuse and unconscious, as the sexual impulse itself often is, but that in women in whom the sexual emotions have been definitely aroused and gratified, the results of sexual abstinence tend to be acute and conscious. These acute results are at the present day very often due to premature ejaculation by nervous or neurasthenic husbands, the rapidity with which detumescence is reached in the husband allowing insufficient time for tumescence in the wife, who consequently fails to reach the orgasm. This has of late been frequently pointed out. Thus, Kaufman, Sexual Problem, March 1910, page 194, at Sec., emphasizes the prevalence of sexual incompetence in men. Ferenczi of Budapest, Zentralblatt für Psychoanalyst, 1910, 1 and 2, page 75, believes that the combination of neurasthenic husbands with resultantly nervous wives is extraordinarily common. Even putting aside the neurasthenic, he considers it may be said that the whole male sex in relation to women suffer from precocious ejaculation. He adds that it is often difficult to say whether the lack of harmony may not be due to retarded orgasm in the woman. He regards the influence of masturbation in early life as tending to quicken orgasm in man, while when practiced by the other sex it tends to slow orgasm and thus increases the disharmony. He holds, however, that the chief cause lies in the education of women with its emphasis on sexual repression. This works too well, and the result is that when the external impediments to the sexual impulse are removed, the impulse has become incapable of normal action. Perrot's, British Medical Journal, April 1, 1911, has brought forward cases of serious nervous trouble in women, which have been dispersed when the sexual weakness and premature ejaculation of the husband have been cured. The true nature of the passivity of the female is revealed by the ease with which it is thrown off, more especially when the male refuses to accept his cue. Or if we prefer to accept the analogy of a game, we may say that in the play of courtship the first move belongs to the male, but that if he fails to play, it is then the female's turn to play. Among many birds, the males at mating time fall into a state of sexual frenzy, but not the females. I cannot call to mind a single case, states an authority on birds, H. E. Howard, Zoologist, 1902, page 146, where I have seen anything approaching frenzy in the female of any species while mating. Another great authority on birds, a very patient and skillful observer, Mr. Edmund Sellis, remarks, however, in describing the courting habits of the ruffs and reeves, Macheti's pugnax, that notwithstanding the passivity of the females beforehand, their movements during and after coitus show that they derive at least as much pleasure as the males. E. Sellis, Selection in Birds, Zoologist, February and May 1907. The same observer, after speaking of the great beauty of the male eider duck, continues, These glorified males, there were a dozen of these, perhaps, to some 6 or 7 females, swam closely about the latter, but more in attendance upon them than as actively pursuing them, for the females seemed themselves almost as active agents in the sport of being wooed as were their lovers in wooing them. The male bird first dipped down his head till his beak just touched the water, then raised it again in a constrained, intense manner, the curious rigid action so frequent in the nuptial antic of birds, at the same time uttering his strange, haunting note. The air became filled with it. Every moment one or other of the birds, sometimes several together, with upturned bill, would softly laugh or exclaim, and while the males did this, the females, turning excitedly and with little eager demonstrations from one to another of them, kept lowering and extending forward the head and neck in the direction of each in turn. I noticed that a female would often approach a male bird with her head and neck laid flat along the water as though in a very coming-on disposition, and that the male bird declined her advances. This, taken in conjunction with the actions of the female when courted by the male, appears to me to raise a doubt as to the universal application of the law, that throughout nature the male in courtship is eager and the female coy. Here, to all appearances, courtship was proceeding, and the birds had not yet mated. The female eider ducks, however, at any rate some of them, appeared to be anything but coy. Birdwatching, pages 144 to 146. Among moorhens and great crested grebes, sometimes what Silas terms functional hermaphroditism occurs, and the females play the part of the male toward their male companions, and then repeat the sexual act with a reversion to the normal order of the whole to the satisfaction of both parties. E. Silas, Zoologist, 1902, page 196. It is not only among birds that the female sometimes takes the active part, but also among mammals. Among white rats, for instance, the males are exceptionally eager. Steinach, who has made many valuable experiments on these animals, Archive für die Gethsemane Psychologie, Book 61, 1894, page 319, tells us that when a female white rat is introduced into the cage of a male, he at once leaves off eating or whatever else he may be doing, becomes indifferent to noises or any other source of distraction, and devotes himself entirely to her. If, however, he is introduced into her cage, the new environment renders him nervous and suspicious, and then it is she who takes the active part, trying to attract him in every way. The impetuosity during heat of female animals of various species, when at length admitted to the male, is indeed well known to all who are familiar with animals. I have referred to the frequency with which, in the human species, and very markedly in early adolescence, when the sexual impulse is in high degree unconscious and unrestrainedly instinctive, similar manifestations may often be noted. We have to recognize that they are not necessarily abnormal and still less pathological. They merely represent the unseasonable apparition of a tendency which in due subordination is implied in the phases of courtship throughout the animal world. Among some peoples and in some stages of culture tending to withdraw the men from the women and the thought of women, this phase of courtship and this attitude assume a prominence which is absolutely normal. The literature of the Middle Ages presents a state of society in which men were devoted to war and to warlike sports, while the women took the more active part in lovemaking. The medieval poets represent women as actively encouraging backward lovers, and as delighting to offer to great heroes the chastity they had preserved, sometimes entering their bedchambers at night. Schultz, De Hoftleben, Book 1, pages 594 to 598, considers that these representations are not exaggerated. C.F. Krabs, Die Frau Altfranheisen, Karls Epos, 1884, page 20 et seq., and M.A. Potter, Sohrab and Rustum, 1902, pages 152 to 163. Among savages and barbarous races in various parts of the world, it is the recognizing custom, reversing the more usual method, for the girl to take the initiative in courtship. This is especially so in New Guinea. Here the girls almost invariably take the initiative and in consequence hold a very independent position. Women are always regarded as the seducers. Women steal men. A youth who proposed to a girl would be making himself ridiculous, would be called a woman and be laughed at by the girls. The usual method by which a girl proposes is to send a present to the youth by a third party, following this up by repeating gifts of food. The young man sometimes waits a month or two, receiving presents all the time, in order to assure himself of the girl's constancy before decisively accepting her advances. A. C. Haddon, Cambridge Expedition to Torres Straits, Volume 5, Chapter 8, id. Western Tribes of Torres Strait, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, Volume 19, February 1890, pages 314, 356, 394, 395, 411, 413. Id Headhunters, page 158 to 164. R.E. Guy's Tribes of the Wanalanga River, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, New Series, Volume 1, February through May 1899, page 209. Westermarck gives instances of races among whom the women take the initiative in courtship. History of Marriage, page 158, so also Fink, Primitive Love and Love Stories, 1899, page 109, at Sec, and as regards Celtic women, see Rees and Brynmore Jones, The Welsh People. There is another characteristic of great significance by which the sexual impulse in women differs from that in men, the widely unlikely character of the physical mechanism involved in the process of coitus. Considering how obvious this difference is, it is strange that its fundamental importance should so often be underrated. In man, the process of tumescence and detumescence is simple. In women, it is complex. In man, we have the more or less spontaneously erectile penis, which needs but very simple conditions to secure the ejaculation which brings relief. In women, we have, in the clitoris, a corresponding apparatus on a small scale, but behind this has developed a much more extensive mechanism, which also demands satisfaction and requires for that satisfaction the presence of various conditions that are almost antagonistic. Naturally, the more complex mechanism is the more easily disturbed. It is the difference, roughly speaking, between a lock and key. This analogy is far from indicating all the difficulties involved. We have to imagine a lock that not only requires a key to fit it, but should only be entered at the right moment, and under the best conditions, may only become adjusted to the key by considerable use. The fact that the man takes the more active part in coitus has increased these difficulties. The woman is too often taught to believe that the whole function is low and impure, only to be submitted to at her husband's will and for his sake, and the man has no proper knowledge of the mechanism involved and the best way of dealing with it. The grossest brutality thus may be, and not infrequently is, exercised in all innocence by an ignorant husband who simply believes that he is performing his marital duties. For a woman to exercise this physical brutality on a man is with difficulty possible. A man's pleasurable excitement is usually the necessary condition of the woman's sexual gratification, but the reverse is not the case, and if the man is sufficiently ignorant or sufficiently coarse-grained to be satisfied with the woman's submission, he may easily become to her, in all innocence, a cause of torture. To the man, coitus must be in some slight degree pleasurable, or it cannot take place at all. To the woman, the same act which, under some circumstances, in the desire it arouses and the satisfaction it imparts, will cause the whole universe to shrivel into nothingness, under other circumstances will be a source of anguish, physical and mental. This is so to some extent even in the presence of the right and fit man. There can be no doubt whatever that the mucus which is so profusely poured out over the external sexual organs in women during the excitement of sexual desire has for its end the lubrication of the parts and the facilitation of the passage of the intermittent organ. The most casual inspection of the cold, contracted dry vulva in its usual aspect, and the same, when distended, hot and moist, suffices to show which condition is and which is not that ready for intercourse, and until the proper condition is reached, it is certain that coitus should not be attempted. The varying sensitiveness of the female parts again offer difficulties. Sexual relations in women are, at the onset, almost inevitably painful, and to some extent the same experience may be repeated at every act of coitus. Ordinary tactile sensibility in the female genitourinary region is notably obtuse, but at the beginning of the sexual act there is normally a hyperstasia which may be painful or pleasurable as excitement culminates, passing into a seeming anesthesia which even craves for rough contact, so that in sexual excitement a woman normally displays in quick succession that same quality of sensibility to superficial pressure and insensibility to deep pressure which the hysterical woman exhibits simultaneously. Thus we see that a highly important practical result follows from the greater complexity of the sexual apparatus in women and the greater difficulty with which it is aroused. In coitus, the orgasm tends to occur more slowly in women than in men. It may easily happen that the whole process of detumescence is completed in the man before it has begun in his partner, who is left either cold or unsatisfied. This is one of the respects in which women remain nearer than men to the primitive stage of humanity. In the Hippocratic Treatise of Generation, it is stated that while woman has less pleasure in coitus than man, her pleasure lasts longer. Ouvres de Hippocrate, edition Literaire, volume 7, page 477. Bonet considers that the slower development of the orgasm in women is the only essential difference in the sexual process in men and women. Bonet, Les Sensations Inter, 1889, page 151. This characteristic of the sexual impulse in women, though recognized for so long a period, is still far too often ignored or unknown. There is even a superstition that injurious results may follow if the male orgasm is not effected as rapidly as possible. That this is not so is shown by the experiences of the Oneida community in America, who in their system of sexual relationship carried prolonged intercourse without ejaculation to an extreme degree. There can be no doubt whatever that very prolonged intercourse gives the maximum amount of pleasure and relief to the woman. Not only is this the very decided opinion of women who have experienced it, but it is also indicated by the well-recognized fact that a woman who repeats the sexual act several times in succession often experiences more intense orgasm and pleasure with each repetition. This point is much better understood in the East than in the West. The prolongation of the man's excitement in order to give the woman time for orgasm is, remarks Sir Richard Burton, Arabian Nights, Volume 5, page 76, much studied by Muslims as also by Hindus, who, on this account, during the orgasm seek to avoid overtension of muscles and to preoccupy the brain. During coitus, they will drink sherbet, chew betel nut, and even smoke. Europeans devote no care to this matter, and Hindu women, who require about 20 minutes to complete the act, contemptuously call them village cocks. I have received confirmation of Burton's statements on this point from medical correspondents in India. While the European desires to perform as many acts of coitus in one night as possible, Breitenstein remarks the Malay, as still more the Javanese, wishes not to repeat the act many times, but to prolong it. His aim is to remain in the vagina for about a quarter of an hour. Unlike the European, also, he boasts of the pleasure he has given his partner far more than of his own pleasure. Breitenstein, 21 Johari in India, Thiel 1, Borneo, page 228. Jaeger, Entdeckung der Stil, 2nd edition, volume 1, 1884, page 203, as quoted by Moll, explains the preference of some women for castrated men as due not merely to the absence of risk of impregnation, but to the prolonged erections that take place in the castrated. Ali Befadal remarks, Archivo di Physiatrica, 1903, page 117, that he knows women who prefer old men in coitus simply because of their delay in ejaculation, which allows more time to the women to become excited. A Russian correspondent living in Italy informs me that a Neapolitan girl of 17, who had only recently ceased to be a virgin, explained to him that she preferred coitus in ore volvae to real intercourse, because the latter was over before she had time to obtain the orgasm, or as she put it, the big bird has fled from the cage and I am left in the lurch, while in the other way she was able to experience the orgasm twice before her partner reached the climax. This reminds me, my correspondent continues, that a Milanese coquette once told me that she much liked intercourse with Jews because, on account of the circumcised penis being less sensitive to contact, they ejaculate more slowly than Christians. With Christians, she said, it constantly happens that I am left unsatisfied because they ejaculate before me, while in coitus with Jews, I sometimes ejaculate twice before the orgasm occurs in my partner, or rather, I hold back the second orgasm until he is ready. This is confirmed, my correspondent continues, by what I was told by a Russian Jew, a student at the Zurich Polytechnic, who had a Russian comrade living with a mistress, also a Russian student or pseudo-student. One day, the Jew, going early to see his friend, was told to enter by a woman's voice and found his friend's mistress alone and in her chemise beside the bed. He was about to retire, but the young woman bade him stay, and in a few minutes he was in bed with her. She told him that her lover had just gone away and that she never had sexual relief with him because he always ejaculated too soon. That morning he had left her so excited and so unrelieved that she was just about to masturbate, which she rarely did because it gave her headache, when she heard the Jew's voice, and knowing that Jews are slower in coitus than Christians, she had suddenly resolved to give herself to him. I am informed that the sexual power of Negroes and slower ejaculation, see Appendix A, are the cause of the favor with which they are viewed by some white women of strong sexual passions in America, and by many prostitutes. At one time there was a special house in New York City to which white women resorted for these buck lovers. The women came heavily veiled and would inspect the penises of the men before making their selection. It is thus a result of the complexity of the sexual mechanism in women that the whole attitude of a woman toward the sexual relationship is liable to be affected disastrously by the husband's lack of skill or consideration in initiating her into this intimate mystery. Normally, the stage of apparent repulsion and passivity, often associated with great sensitiveness, physical and moral, passes into one of active participation and aid in the consummation of the sexual act. But if, from whatever cause, there is partial arrest on the woman's side of this evolution in the process of courtship, if her submission is merely a mental and deliberate act of will, and not an instinctive and impulsive participation, there is a necessary failure of sexual relief and gratification. When we find that a woman displays a certain degree of indifference in sexual relationships and a failure of complete gratification, we have to recognize that the failure may possibly lie not in her, but in the defective skill of a lover who has not known how to play successfully the complex and subtle game of courtship. Sexual coldness due to the shock and suffering of the wedding night is a phenomenon that is far too frequent. Footnote. A well-known gynecologist writes from America, abhorrence due to suffering on first nights I have repeatedly seen. One very marked case is that of a fine, womanly young woman with splendid figure. She is a very good woman and admires her husband, but though she tries to develop desire and passion, she cannot succeed. I fear the man will someday appear who will be able to develop the latent feelings. End of footnote. Hence it is that many women may never experience sexual gratification and relief, through no defect on their part, but through the failure of the husband to understand the lover's part. We make a false analogy when we compare the courtship of animals exclusively with our own courtships before marriage. Courtship, properly understood, is the process whereby both the male and the female are brought into that state of sexual tumescence, which is a more or less necessary condition for sexual intercourse. The play of courtship cannot therefore be considered to be definitely brought to an end by the ceremony of marriage. It may more properly be regarded as the natural preliminary to every act of coitus. Tumescence is not merely a more or less essential condition for proper sexual intercourse. It is probably of more fundamental significance as one of the favoring conditions of impregnation. This has indeed been long recognized. Van Swieten, when consulted by the childless Maria Theresa, gave the opinion, ergo vero senso, vulvum sacratissime majestatis ante coitum diudis esse titilandum. And thereafter she had many children. I think it very nearly certain, Matthews Duncan wrote, Glostonian Lectures on Sterility in Women, 1884, page 96, that desire and pleasure in due or moderate degree are very important aids to, or predisposing causes of fecundity, as bringing into action the complicated processes of fecundation. Hurst, Textbook of Obstetrics, 1899, page 67, mentions the case of a childless married woman who for 6 years had had no orgasm during intercourse. Then it occurred at the same time as coitus, and pregnancy resulted. Quiche is very decidedly of the same opinion and considers that the popular belief on this point is fully justified. It is a fact, he states, that an unfaithful wife is more likely to conceive with her lover than with her husband, and he concludes that, whatever the precise mechanism may be, sexual excitement on the woman's part is a necessary link in the chain of conditions producing impregnation. E. H. Quiche, De Sterilat des Weibes, 1886, page 99. Quiche believes, page 103, that in the majority of women sexual pleasure only appears gradually after the first cohabitation and then develops progressively, and that the first conception usually coincides with its complete awakening. In 556 cases of his own, the most frequent epoch of first impregnation was found to be between 10 and 15 months after marriage. The removal of sexual frigidity thus becomes a matter of some importance. This removal may in some cases be effected by treatment through the husband, but that course is not always practicable. Dr. Douglas Bryan of Leicester informs me that in several cases he has succeeded in removing sexual coldness and physical aversion in the wife by hypnotic suggestion. The suggestions given to the patient are that all her womanly natural feelings would be quickly and satisfactorily developed during coitus, that she would experience no feeling of disgust and nausea, would have no fear of the orgasm not developing, that there would be no involuntary resistance on her part. The fact that such suggestions can be permanently effective tends to show how superficial the sexual anesthesia of women usually is. Not only, therefore, is the apparatus of sexual excitement in women more complex than in men, but, in part possibly as a result of this greater complexity, it much more frequently requires to be actively aroused. In men, tumescence tends to occur almost spontaneously or under the simple influence of accumulated semen. In women also, especially in those who live a natural and healthy life, sexual excitement also tends to occur spontaneously, but by no means so frequently as in men. The comparative rarity of sexual dreams in women who have not had sexual relationships alone serves to indicate this sexual difference. In a very large number of women, the sexual impulse remains latent until aroused by a lover's caresses. The youth spontaneously becomes a man, but the maiden, as it has been said, must be kissed into a woman. One result of this characteristic is that, more especially when love is unduly delayed beyond the first youth, this complex apparatus has difficulty in responding to the unfamiliar demands of sexual excitement. Moreover, delayed normal sexual relations, when the sexual impulse is not absolutely latent, tend to induce all degrees of perverted or abnormal sexual gratification, and the physical mechanism, when trained to respond in other ways, often fails to respond normally when, at last, the normal conditions of response are presented. In all these ways, passivity and even aversion may be produced in the conjugal relationship. The fact that it is almost normally the function of the male to arouse the female, and that the greater complexity of the sexual mechanism in women leads to more frequent disturbance of that mechanism, produces a simulation of organic sexual coldness which has deceived many. An instructive study of cases in which the sexual impulse has been thus perverted has been presented by Smith Baker, The Neurophysical Element in Conjugal Aversion, Journal of Nervous and Mental Disease, Volume 17, September 1892. Raymond and Janet, who believes that sexual coldness is extremely frequent in marriage and that it plays an important part in the causation of physical and moral troubles, find that it is most often due to masturbation. Les Obsessions, Volume 2, page 307. Adler, after discussing the complexity of the feminine sexual mechanism and the difficulty which women find in obtaining sexual gratification in normal coitus, concludes that masturbation is a frequent, perhaps the most frequent cause of defective sexual sensibility in women. Opposite, page 119. He remarks that in women, masturbation usually has less resemblance to normal coitus than in men, and involves very frequently the special excitation of parts which are not the chief focus of excitement in coitus, so that coitus fails to supply the excitation which has become habitual, pages 113 to 116. In the discussion of autoeroticism in the first volume of these studies, I had already referred to the divorce between the physical and the ideal sides of love, which may, especially in women, be induced by masturbation. Another cause of inhibited sexual feeling has been brought forward. A married lady with normal sexual impulse states, Sexual Problem, April 1912, page 290, that she cannot experience orgasm and sexual satisfaction when the intercourse is not for conception. This is a psychic inhibition independent of any disturbance due to the process of prevention. She knows other women who are similarly affected. Such an inhibition must be regarded as artificial and abnormal, since the final result of sexual intercourse under natural and normal conditions forms no essential constituent of the psychic process of intercourse. As a result of the fact that in women the sexual emotions tend not to develop great intensity until submitted to powerful stimulation, we find that the maximum climax of sexual emotion tends to fall somewhat later in a woman's life than in a man's. Among animals generally, there appears to be frequently traceable a tendency for the sexual activities of the male to develop at a somewhat earlier age than those of the female. In the human species, we may certainly trace the same tendency. As the great psychologist Burdock pointed out, throughout nature, with the accomplishment of the sexual act, the part of the male in the work of generation comes to an end, but that act represents only the beginning of a woman's generative activity. A youth of 20 may often display a passionate ardor and love, which is very seldom indeed found in women who are under 25. It is rare for a woman, even though her sexual emotions may awaken at puberty or earlier, to experience the great passion of her life until after the age of 25 has been passed. In confirmation of this statement, which is supported by daily observation, it may be pointed out that nearly all the most passionate love letters of women, as well as their most passionate devotions, have come from women who had passed, sometimes long past, their first youth. When Heloise wrote to Abelard the first of the letters which have come down to us, she was at least 32. Mademoiselle Aziz's relation with the Chevalier began when she was 32, and when she died 6 years later, the passion of each was at its height. Mary Wollstonecraft was 34 when her love letters to Imlay began, and her child was born in the following year. Mademoiselle de L'Épinasse was 43 when she began to write her letters to Monsieur de Guibert. In some cases, the sexual impulse may not even appear until after the period of the menopause has been passed. Footnote: it is curious that, while the sexual impulse in women tends to develop at a late age more frequently than in men, it would also appear to develop more frequently at a very early age than in the other sex. The majority of cases of precocious sexual development seems to be in female children. W. Roger Williams, Precocious Sexual Development, British Gynecological Journal, May 1902, finds that 80 such cases have been recorded in females and only 20 in males, and while 13 is the earliest age at which boys have proved virile, girls have been known to conceive at 8. End of footnote. In Roman times, Ovid remarked, Ars amatoria, Lib 2, that a woman fails to understand the art of love until she has reached the age of 35. A girl of 18, says Stendhal, de l'Amour, Chapter 8, has not the power to crystallize her emotions. She forms desires that are too limited by her lack of experience in the things of life to be able to love with such passion as a woman of 28. Sexual needs, says Restif de la Bretonne, Monsieur Nicolas, Volume 11, page 221, often only appears in young women when they are between 26 and 27 years of age. At least that is what I have observed. Erb states that it is about the middle of the 20s that women begin to suffer physically, morally, and intellectually from their sexual needs. Nystrom, Das Geschlechtsschleben, page 163, considers that it is about the age of 30 that a woman first begins to feel conscious of sex needs. In a case of Adler's, Opsit, page 141, sexual feelings first appeared after the birth of the third child at the age of 30. Forel, Die Sexuelle Frage, 1906, page 219, considers that sexual desire in woman is often strongest between the ages of 30 and 40. Laith Napier, Menopause, page 94, remarks that from 28 to 30 is often an important age in women who have retained their virginity, eroticism then appearing with the full maturity of the nervous system. Yellow Leaves, article Masturbation, Dictionary of Psychological Medicine, again states that at about the age of 33, some women experience great sexual irritability, often resulting in masturbation. Audifferent, Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle, January 15, 1902, page 3, considers that it is toward the age of 30 that a woman reaches her full moral and physical development, and that at this period her emotional and idealizing impulses reach a degree of intensity which is sometimes irresistible. It has already been mentioned that Matthews Duncan's careful inquiries showed that it is between the ages of 30 and 34 that the largest proportion of women experience sexual desire and sexual pleasure. It may be remarked also that while the typical English novelists who have generally sought to avoid touching the deeper and more complex aspects of passion often choose very youthful heroines, French novelists who have frequently had a predilection for the problems of passion often choose heroines who are approaching the age of 30. Hirschfeld, von Wesen der Liebe, page 26, was consulted by a lady who, being without any sexual desires or feelings, married an inverted man in order to live with him a life of simple comradeship. Within 6 months, however, she fell violently in love with her husband, with the full manifestation of sexual feelings and accompanying emotions of jealousy. Under all the circumstances, however, she would not enter into sexual relationship with her husband, and the torture she endured became so acute that she desired to be castrated. In this connection, also, I may mention a case which has been communicated to me from Glasgow of a girl, strong and healthy and menstruating regularly since the age of 17, who was seduced at the age of 20 without any sexual desire on her part, giving birth to a child 9 months later. Subsequently, she became a prostitute for 3 years, and during this period had not the slightest sexual desire or any pleasure in sexual connection. Thereafter, she met a poor lad with whom she has full sexual desire and sexual pleasure. The result being that she refuses to go with any other man, and consequently is almost without food for several days every week. The late appearance of the great climax of sexual emotion in women is indicated by a tendency to nervous and psychic disturbances between the ages of 25 and about 33, which has been independently noted by various alienists, though it may be noted that 25 to 30 is not an unusual age for first attacks of insanity in men also. Thus, Croft-Ebing states that adult unmarried women between the ages of 25 and 30 often show nervous symptoms and peculiarities. Croft-Ebing, Über Nerven und Psychosen durch Sexualabstinenz. Jahrbucher für Psychiatrie, BD 8, height 1-4, 1888. Pitres and Regis also find, Comptes Rendus, 12, Congrès International de Médecine, Moscow, 1897, Volume 4, page 45, that obsessions which are commoner in women than in men and are commonly connected in their causation with strong moral emotion occur in women chiefly between the ages of 26 and 30, though in men much earlier. The average age at which in England women inebriates begin drinking in excess is 26. British Medical Journal, September 2nd, 1911, page 518. A case recorded by Serow is instructive as regards the development of the sexual impulse. Although it comes within the sphere of mental disorder, a woman of 32 with bad hereditary had in childhood had weak health and become shy, silent, and fond of solitude, teased by her companions and finding consolation in hard work. Though very emotional, she never, even in the vaguest form, experienced any of those feelings and aspirations which reveal the presence of the sexual impulse. She had no love of dancing and was indifferent to any embraces she might chance to receive from young men. She never masturbated or showed inverted feelings. At the age of 23, she married. She still, however, experienced no sexual feelings. Twice only she felt a faint sensation of pleasure. A child was born, but her home was unhappy on account of her husband's drunken habits. He died, and she worked hard for her own living and the support of her mother. Then, at the age of 31, a new phase occurs in her life. She falls in love with the master of her workshop. It was at first a purely psychic affection, without any mixture of physical elements. It was enough to see him, and she trembled when she touched anything that belonged to him. She was constantly thinking about him. She loved him for his eyes, which seemed to her those of her own child, and especially for his intelligence. Gradually, however, the lower nervous centers began to take part in these emotions. One day in passing her, the master chanced to touch her shoulder. This contact was sufficient to produce sexual turgescence. She began to masturbate daily, thinking of her master, and for the first time in her life she desired coitus. She evoked the image of her master so constantly and vividly that at last hallucinations of sight, touch, and hearing appeared, and it seemed to her that he was present. These hallucinations were only with difficulty dissipated. P. Serow, Les Anomalies de l'instinct sexuel, 1888, page 50. This case presents in an insane form a phenomenon which is certainly by no means uncommon and is very significant. Up to the age of 31, we should certainly have been forced to conclude that this woman was sexually anesthetic to an almost absolute degree. In reality, we see this was by no means the case. Weak health, hard work, and a brutal husband had prolonged the latency of the sexual emotions, but they were there, ready to explode with even insane intensity, this being due to the unsound heredity in the presence of a man who appealed to these emotions. In connection with the late evolution of the sexual emotions in women, reference may be made to what is usually termed old maid's insanity, a condition not met with in men. In these cases, which are not indeed common, single women who have led severely strict and virtuous lives, devoting themselves to religious or intellectual work, and carefully repressing the animal side of their natures, at last, just before the climacteric, experience an awakening of the erotic impulse. They fall in love with some unfortunate man, often a clergyman, persecute him with their attentions, and frequently suffer from the delusion that he reciprocates their affections. When once duly aroused, there cannot usually be any doubt concerning the strength of the sexual impulse in normal and healthy women. There would, however, appear to be a distinct difference between the sexes at this point also. Before sexual union, the male tends to be more ardent. After sexual union, it is the female who tends to be more ardent. The sexual energy of women, under these circumstances, would seem to be the greater on account of the long period during which it has been dormant. Sinobaldus, in the 17th century, in his Geneanthropia, argued that, though women are cold at first and aroused with more difficulty and greater slowness than men, the flame of passion spreads in them the more afterward, just as iron is by nature cold, but when heated gives a great degree of heat. Similarly, Mandeville said of women that their passions are not so easily raised nor so suddenly fixed upon any particular object. But when this passion is once rooted in women, it is much stronger and more durable than in men, and rather increases than diminishes by enjoying the person of the beloved. A Modest Defense of Public Stews, 1724, page 34. Burdock considered that women only acquire the full enjoyment of their general strength after marriage and pregnancy, while it is before marriage that men have most vigor. Schopenhauer also said that a man's love decreases with enjoyment and a woman's increases. And Ellen Key has remarked, Love and Marriage, that where there is no mixture of southern blood, it is a long time, sometimes indeed not till years after marriage, that the senses of the northern women awake to consciousness. Even among animals, this tendency seems to be manifested. Edmund Sellis, Birdwatching, page 112, remarks concerning seagulls, always, or almost always, one of the birds, and this I take to be the female, is more eager has a more soliciting manner and tender, begging look than the other. It is she who, as a rule, draws the male bird on. She looks fondly up at him, and raising her bill to his as though beseeching a kiss, just touches with it in raising the feathers of the throat, an action light but full of endearment. And in every way she shows herself the most desirous, and in fact so worries and pesters the poor male gull that often, to avoid her importunities, he flies away. This may seem odd, but I have seen other instances of it. No doubt in actual courting before the sexes are paired, the male bird is usually the most eager, but after marriage the female often becomes the wooer. Of this I have seen some marked instances. Silas mentions especially the plover, kestrel hawk, and rook. In association with the fact that women tend to show an increase of sexual ardor after sexual relationships have been set up, may be noted the probably related fact that sexual intercourse is undoubtedly less injurious to women than to men. Other things being equal, that is to say, the threshold of excess is passed very much sooner by the man than by the woman. This was long ago pointed out by Montaigne. The ancient saying, omni animal post coitum triste, is of limited application at the best, but certainly has little reference to women. Alacrity rather than languor, as Robin has truly observed, marks a woman after coitus, or, as a medical friend of my own has said, a woman then goes about the house singing. It is indeed only after intercourse with a woman for whom in reality he feels contempt that a man experiences that revulsion of feeling described by Shakespeare. Sonnet 129. Such a passage should not be quoted as it sometimes has been quoted as a representation of a normal phenomenon, but with equal gratification on both sides, it remains true that while after a single coitus the man may experience a not unpleasant lassitude and readiness for sleep, this is rarely the case with his partner, for whom a single coitus is often but a pleasant stimulus, the climax of satisfaction not being reached until a second or subsequent act of intercourse. Excess in venery, which, rightly or wrongly, is set down as the cause of so many evils in men, seldom indeed appears in connection with women, although in every act of venery the woman has taken part. That women bear sexual excesses better than men was noted by Cabanis and other early writers. Alienists frequently refer to the fact that women are less liable to be affected by insanity following such excesses. See, for example, Maudsley, Relations Between Body and Mind, Lancet, May 28, 1870, and G. Savage, article Marriage and Insanity in Dictionary of Psychological Medicine. Trousseau remarked on the fact that women are not exhausted by repeated acts of coitus within a short period, notwithstanding that the nervous excitement in their case is as great, if not greater, and he considered that this showed that the loss of semen is a cause of exhaustion in men. Lowenfeld, Sexualleben und Neverleden, page 74, 153, states that there cannot be question that the nervous system in women is less influenced by the after effects of coitus than in men. Not only, he remarks, are prostitutes very little liable to suffer from nervous overstimulation and neurasthenia, and hysteria, when occurring in them, be easily traceable to other causes, but healthy women who are not given to prostitution when they indulge in very frequent sexual intercourse, provided it is practiced normally, do not experience the slightest injurious effect. I have seen many young married couples where the husband has been reduced to a pitiable condition of nervous prostration and general discomfort by the zeal with which he has exercised his marital duties, while the wife has been benefited and was in the uninterrupted enjoyment of the best health. This experience is by no means uncommon. A correspondent writes, "It is quite true that the threshold of excess is less easily reached by women than by men. I have found that women can reach the orgasm much more frequently than men. Take an ordinary case. I spend 2 hours with blank. I have the orgasm 3 times, with difficulty. She has it 6 or 8, or even 10 or 12 times. Women can also experience it a second or third time in succession, with no interval between. Sometimes the mere fact of realizing that the man is having the orgasm causes the woman to have it also, though it is true that a woman usually requires as many minutes to develop the orgasm as a man does seconds. I may also refer to the case recorded in another part of this volume in which a wife had the orgasm 26 times to her husband's twice. Hutchinson, under the name of a post-marital amblovia, Archives of Surgery, Volume 4, page 200, has described a condition occurring in men in good health who soon after marriage become nearly blind, but recover as soon as the cause is removed. He mentions no cases in women due to coitus, but finds that in women some failure of sight may occur after parturition. Knock states that in his experience, while masturbation is apparently commoner in insane men than in insane women, masturbation repeated several times a day is much commoner in the women. P. Knock, Die Sexuellen Perversation in der Irrensalt, Psychiatrische Bladen, 1899, number 2. Great excesses in masturbation seem also to be commoner among women who may be said to be sane than among men. Thus Block, New Orleans Medical Journal, 1896, records the case of a young married woman of 25 of bad heredity who had suffered from almost lifelong sexual hyperesthesia and would masturbate 14 times daily during the menstrual periods. With regard to excesses in coitus, the case may be mentioned of a country girl of 17 living in a rural district in North Carolina where prostitution was unknown, who would cohabitate with men almost openly. On one Sunday, she went to a secluded schoolhouse and let 3 or 4 men wear themselves out cohabitating with her. On another occasion at night, in a field, she allowed anyone who would to perform the sexual act, and 25 men and boys then had intercourse with her. When seen, she was much prostrated and with a tendency to spasm, but quite rational. Subsequently, she married, and attacks of this nature became rare. Mr. Lawson made an attested statement of what he had observed among the Marquesian women. He mentions one case in which he heard a parcel of boys next morning count over and over and name 103 men who, during the night, had intercourse with one woman. Medico-Triological Review, 1871, Volume 2, page 360, apparently quoting Chevers. This statement seems open to question, but if reliable, would furnish a case which must be unique. There is a further important difference, though intimately related to some of the differences already mentioned, between the sexual impulse in women and in men. In women, it is at once larger and more diffused. As Sinbaldus long ago said, the sexual pleasure of men is intensive, of women extensive. In men, the sexual impulse is, as it were, focused to a single point. This is necessarily so, for the whole of the essentially necessary part of the male in the process of human procreation is confined to the ejaculation of semen into the vagina. But in women, mainly owing to the fact that women are the childbearers, in place of one primary sexual center and one primary erogenous region, there are at least 3 such sexual centers and erogenous regions: the clitoris, corresponding to the penis, the vaginal passage up to the womb, and the nipple. In both sexes, there are other secondary and reflex centers, but there is a good reason for believing that these are more numerous and more widespread in women than in men. How numerous the secondary sexual centers in women may be is indicated by the case of a woman mentioned by Moralgia, who boasted that she knew 14 different ways of masturbating herself. This great diffusion of the sexual impulse and emotions in women is as visible on the psychic as on the physical side. A woman can find sexual satisfaction in a great number of ways that do not include the sexual act proper, and in a great number of ways that apparently are not physical at all, simply because their physical basis is diffused or is to be found in one of the outlying sexual zones. It is, moreover, owing to the diffused character of the sexual emotions in women that it so often happens that emotion really having a sexual origin is not recognized as such even by the woman herself. It is possible that the great prevalence in women of the religious emotional state of storm and stress, noted by Professor Starbuck, is largely due to unemployed sexual impulse. In this and similar ways, it happens that the magnitude of the sexual sphere in woman is unrealized by the careless observer. A number of converging facts tends to indicate that the sexual sphere is larger and more potent in its influence on the organism in women than in men. It would appear that among the males and females of lower animals the same difference may be found. It is stated that in birds there is a greater flow of blood to the ovaries than to the testes. In women, the system generally is more affected by disturbances in the sexual sphere than in men. This appears to be the case as regards the eye. The influence of the sexual system upon the eye in man, Powers states, is far less potent and the connection in consequence far less easy to trace than in women. H. Power, Relation of Ophthalmic Disease to the Sexual Organs, Lancet, November 26, 1887. The greater predominance of the sexual system in women on the psychic side is clearly brought out in insane conditions. It is well known that, while satyrias is rare, nymphomania is comparatively common. These conditions are probably often forms of mania, and in mania, while sexual symptoms are common in men, they are often stated to be the rule in women. See, for example, Croft-Ebing, Psychopathia Sexualis, 10th edition, English translation, page 465. Bouguereau, in noting this difference in the prevalence of sexual manifestations during insanity, remarks that it is in partly due to the naturally greater dependence of women on the organs of generation, and partly to the more active, independent, and laborious lives of men. In his opinion, satyriasis is especially apt to develop in men who lead lives resembling those of women. Bouguereau, article Sadieris, Dictionnaire Encyclopédie des Sciences Médicales. Again, post-connubial insanity is very much commoner in women than in men, a fact which may indicate the more predominant part played by the sexual sphere in women. Savage, article Marriage and Insanity, Dictionary of Psychological Medicine. Insanity tends to remove the artificial inhibitory influences that rule in ordinary life, and there is therefore significance in such a fact as that the sexual appetite is often increased in general paralysis, and to a noble extent in women. Pactet and Collin, Les Aliénins devant les Justas, 1902, page 122. Knock, from his experiences among the insane, makes an interesting and possible sound distinction regarding the character of the sexual manifestations in the two sexes. Among men, he finds these manifestations to be more of a reflex and purely spinal nature, and chiefly manifested in masturbation. In women, he finds them to be of a more cerebral character and chiefly manifested in erotic gestures, lascivious conversation, etc. The sexual impulse would thus tend to involve to a greater extent the higher psychic region in women than in men. Farrell, likewise, De Sexual Frage, 1906, page 276, remarking on the much greater prevalence of erotic manifestations among insane women than insane men, and pointing out that it is by no means due merely to the presence of a male doctor, for it remains the same when the doctor is a woman, considers that it proves that in women the sexual impulse resides more predominantly in the higher nervous centers and in men in the lower centers. As regards the great prevalence of erotic manifestations among the female insane, I may also refer to Clay Shaw's interesting observations, The Sexes in Lunacy, St. Bartholomew's Hospital Reports, Volume 24, 1888, also quoted in Havelock Ellis, Man and Woman, page 370 et seq. Whether or not we may accept Knox and Forel's interpretation of the facts, which is at least doubtful, there can be little doubt that the sexual impulse is more fundamental in women. This is indicated by Knox's observation that among idiots, sexual manifestations are commoner in females than in males. Of 16 idiot girls of the age of 16 and under, 15 certainly masturbated, sometimes as often as 14 times a day, while the remaining girl probably masturbated. But of 25 youthful male idiots, only one played with his penis. Pinnock, Die sexuellen Pervertation in der Irrensalt, Psychiatrie-Bladen, 1899, number 2, page 9, 12. On the physical side, Bournville and Sallier found, Progress Medical, 1888, that puberty is much retarded in idiot and imbecile boys, while J. Voisin, Annales de Hygiène Publique, June 1894, found that in idiot and imbecile girls, on the contrary, there is no lack of full sexual development or retardation of puberty, while masturbation is common. In women, it may be added, as Ball pointed out, Folie Erotic, page 40, sexual hallucinations are especially common, while under the influence of anesthetics, erotic manifestations and feelings are frequent in women but rare in men. Havelock Ellis, Man and Woman, page 256. The fact that the first coitus has a much more profound moral and psychic influence on a woman than on a man would also seem to indicate how much more fundamental the sexual region is in women. The fact may be considered as undoubted. It is referred to by Marot, La Pubertà, page 460. The mere physical fact that while in men coitus remains a merely exterior contact, in women it involves penetration into the sensitive and virginal interior of the body, would alone indicate this difference. We are told that in the East there was once a woman named Morabeda, who was a philosopher and considered to be the most wisest woman of her time. When Morabeda was once asked in what part of a woman's body does her mind reside, she replied, between her thighs. To many women, perhaps indeed, we might even say to most women, to a certain extent may be applied, and in no offensive sense. The dictum of the wise woman of the East, in a certain sense, their brains are in their wombs. Their mental activity may sometimes seem to be limited. They may appear to be passing through life always in a rather inert or dreamy state. But when their sexual emotions are touched, then at once they spring into life. They become alert, resourceful, courageous, indefatigable. But when I am not in love, I am nothing, exclaimed a woman when reproached by a French magistrate for living with a thief. There are many women who could truly make the same statement, not many men. That emotion which, one is tempted to say, often unmans the man, makes the woman for the first time truly herself. Women are more occupied with love than men, wrote de Séquenor, de l'Amour, Volume 2, page 59. It shows itself in all their movements, animates their looks, gives to their gestures a grace that is always new, to their smiles and voices an inexpressible charm. They live for love, while many men in obeying love feel that they are forgetting themselves. Restif de la Bretonne, Monsieur Nicolas, Volume 6, page 223, quotes a young girl who well describes the difference which love makes to a woman. Before I vegetated, now all my actions have a motive, an end. They have become important. When I wake, my first thought is someone is occupied with me and desires me. I am no longer alone as I was before. Another feels my existence and cherishes it, etc. One is surprised to see in the South, remarks Bonstetten in his suggestive book L'Homme du Midi et l'Homme du Nord, 1824, and the remark by no means applies only to the South, how love imparts intelligence even to those who are most deficient in ideas. An Italian woman in love is inexhaustible in the variety of her feelings, all subordinated to the supreme emotion which dominates her. Her ideas follow one another with prodigious rapidity, and produce a lambent play which is fed by her heart alone. If she ceases to love, her mind becomes merely the scoria of the lava which yesterday had been so bright. Cabanis has already made some observations to much the same effect. Referring to the years of nubility following puberty, he remarks, I have very often seen the greatest fecundity of ideas, the most brilliant imagination, a singular aptitude for the arts, suddenly develop in girls of this age, only to give place soon afterward to the most absolute mental mediocrity. Cabanis, des influences des sexes, etc., rapport du physique et du moral de l'homme. This phenomenon seems to be one of the indications of the immense organic significance of the sexual relations. Woman's part in the world is less obtrusively active than man's, but there is a moment when nature cannot dispense with energy and mental vigor in women, and that is during the reproductive period. The languidest woman must needs be alive when her sexual emotions are profoundly stirred. People often marvel at the infatuation which men display for women who, in the eyes of all the world, seem commonplace and dull. This is not, as we usually suppose, always entirely due to the proverbial blindness of love. For the man whom she loves, such a woman is often alive and transformed. He sees a woman who is hidden from all the world. He experiences something of that surprise and awe which Dostoevsky felt when the seemingly dull and brutish criminals of Siberia suddenly exhibited gleams of exquisite sensibility. In women, it must further be said the sexual impulse shows a much more marked tendency to curiosity than in men. Not only is it less apt to appear spontaneously, but its spontaneous manifestations are in a very pronounced manner correlated with menstruation. A woman who may experience almost overmastering sexual desire just before, during, or after the monthly period may remain perfectly calm and self-possessed during the rest of the month. In men, such irregularities of the sexual impulse are far less marked. Thus, it is that a woman may often appear capricious, unaccountable, or cold merely because her moments of strong emotion have been physiologically confined within a limited period. She may be one day capable of audacities of which on another the very memory might seem to have left her. Not only is the intensity of the sexual impulse in women as compared to men more liable to vary from day to day or from week to week, but the same greater variability is marked when we compare the whole cycle of life in women to that of men. The stress of early womanhood, when the reproductive functions are in fullest activity, and of late womanhood, when they are ceasing, produces a profound organic fermentation, psychic as much as physical, which is not paralleled in the lives of men. This greater variability in the cycle of a woman's life as compared with a man's is indicated very delicately and precisely by the varying incidence of insanity, and is made clearly visible in a diagram prepared by Morrow, showing the relative liability to mental diseases in the two sexes according to age. At the age of 20, the incidence of insanity in both sexes is equal. From that age onward, the curve in men proceeds in a gradual and equable manner, with only the slightest oscillation on to old age. But in women, the curve is extremely irregular. It remains high during all the years from 20 to 30, instead of falling like the masculine curve. Then it falls rapidly to considerably below the masculine curve, rising again considerably above the masculine level during the climacteric years from 40 to 50, after which age the two sexes remain fairly close together to the end of life. Thus, as measured by the test of insanity, the curve of woman's life in the sudden rise and sudden fall of its sexual crisis differs from the curve of man's life and closely resembles the minor curve of her menstrual cycle. The general tendency of this difference in sexual life and impulse is to show a greater range of variation in women than in men, fairly uniform on the whole in men generally and in the same man throughout mature life. Sexual impulse varies widely between woman and woman, and even in the same woman at different periods. End of section 17. Section 18 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 3 by Havelock Ellis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Claire. Sexual Impulse in Women 3. Summary of conclusions. In conclusion, it may be worthwhile to sum up the main points brought out in this brief discussion of a very large question. We have seen that there are two streams of opinion regarding the relative strength of the sexual impulse in men and women, one tending to regard it as greater in men, the other as greater in women. We have concluded that, since a large body of facts may be brought forward to support either view, we may fairly hold that, roughly speaking, the distribution of the sexual impulse between the two sexes is fairly balanced. We have, however, further seen that the phenomena are in reality too complex to be settled by the usual crude method of attempting to discover quantitative differences in the sexual impulse. We more nearly get to the bottom of the question by a more analytic method, breaking up our mass of facts into groups. In this way, we find that there are certain well-marked characteristics by which the sexual impulse in women differs from the same impulse in men. 1. It shows greater apparent passivity. 2. It is more complex, less apt to appear spontaneously, and more often needing to be aroused, while the sexual orgasm develops more slowly than in men. 3. It tends to become stronger after sexual relationships are established. 4. The threshold of excess is less easily reached than in men. 5. The sexual sphere is larger and more diffused. 6. There is a more marked tendency to periodicity in the spontaneous manifestations of sexual desire. 7. Largely as a result of these characteristics, the sexual impulse shows a greater range of variation in women than in men, both as between woman and woman and in the same woman at different periods. It may be added that a proper understanding of these sexual differences in men and women is of great importance, both in the practical management of sexual hygiene and in the comprehension of those wider psychological characteristics by which women differ from men. End of section 18. Section 19 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 3 by Havelock Ellis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Claire. Appendix A, The Sexual Instinct in Savages. 1. In the 18th century, when savage tribes in various parts of the world first began to be visited, extravagantly romantic views widely prevailed as to the simple and idyllic lives led by primitive peoples. During the greater part of the 19th century, the tendency of opinion was to the opposite extreme, and it became usual to insist on the degraded and licentious morals of savages. In reality, however, savage life is just as little a prolonged debauch as prolonged ideal. The inquiries of such writers as Westermarck, Fraser, and Crowley are tending to introduce a sounder conception of the actual, often highly complex, conditions of primitive life and its relations to the sexual instinct. At the same time, it is not difficult to account for the belief widely spread during the 19th century in the unbridled licentiousness of savages. In the first place, the doctrine of evolution inevitably created a prejudice in favor of such a view. It was assumed that modesty, chastity, and restraint were the finest and ultimate flowers of moral development. Therefore, at the beginnings of civilization, we must needs expect to find the opposite of these things. Apart, however, from any mere prejudice of this kind, a superficial observation of the actual facts necessarily led to much misunderstanding, just as the nakedness of many savage peoples led to the belief that they were lacking in modesty, although, as a matter of fact, modesty is more highly developed in savage life than in civilization, so the absence of our European rules of sexual behavior among savages led to the conclusion that they were abandoned to debauchery. The widespread custom of lending the wife under certain circumstances was especially regarded as indicating gross licentiousness. Moreover, even when intercourse was found to be free before marriage, scarcely any investigator sought to ascertain what amount of sexual intercourse this freedom involved. It was not clearly understood that such freedom must by no means be necessarily assumed to involve very frequent intercourse. Again, it often happened that no clear distinction was made between peoples contaminated by association with civilization and peoples not so contaminated. For instance, when prostitution is attributed to a savage people, we must usually suppose either that a mistake has been made or that the people in question have been degraded by intercourse with white peoples. For among unspoilt savages, customs that can properly be called prostitution rarely prevail, nor indeed would they be in harmony with the conditions of primitive life. It has been seriously maintained that the chastity of savages, so far as it exists at all, is due to European civilization. It is doubtless true that this is the case with individual persons and tribes, but there is ample evidence from various parts of the world to show that this is by no means the rule, and indeed it may be said, with no disregard of the energy and sincerity of missionary efforts, that it could not be so. A new system of beliefs and practices, however excellent it may be in itself, can never possess the same stringent and unquestionable force as a system in which an individual and his ancestors have always lived, and which they have never doubted the validity of. That this is so we may have occasion to observe among ourselves. Christian teachers question the wisdom of bringing young people under free-thinking influence because, although they do not deny the morals of free-thinkers, they believe that to unsettle the young may have a disastrous effect, not only on belief but also on conduct. Yet this dangerously unsettling process has been applied by missionaries on a wholesale scale to races which in some respect are often little more than children. When, therefore, we are considering the chastity of savages, we must not take into account those peoples which have been brought into close contact with Europeans. In order to understand the sexual habits of savages, generally there are 2 points which always have to be borne in mind as of the first importance. 1. The checks restraining sexual intercourse among savages, especially as regards time and season, are so numerous, and the sanctions upholding those checks so stringent, that sexual excess cannot prevail to the same extent as in civilization. 2. Even in the absence of such checks, that difficulty of obtaining sexual erethism, which has been noted as so common among savages, when not overcome by the stimulating influences prevailing at special times and seasons, and which is probably in large measure dependent on hard condition of life, as well as an insensitive quality of nervous texture, still remains an important factor tending to produce a natural chastity. There is a third consideration which, though from the present point of view subsidiary, is not without bearing on our conception of chastity among savages. The importance, even sacredness, of procreation is much more generally recognized by savage than by civilized peoples, and also a certain symbolic significance is frequently attached to human procreation as related to natural fruitfulness generally, so that a primitive sexual orgy, instead of being a mere manifestation of licentiousness, may have a ritual significance as a magical means of evoking the fruitfulness of fields and herds. When a savage practices extraconjugal sexual intercourse, the act is frequently not, as it has come to be conventionally regarded in civilization, an immorality or at least an illegitimate indulgence. It is a useful and entirely justifiable act, producing definite benefits, conducing alike to cosmic order and social order, although these benefits are not always such as we in civilization believe to be caused by the act. Thus, speaking of the northern tribes of Central Australia, Spencer and Gillen remark, "It is very unusual amongst all of the tribes to allow considerable license during the performance of certain of their ceremonies, when a large number of natives, some of them coming often from distant parts, are gathered together. In fact, on such occasions, all of the ordinary marital rules seem to be more or less set aside for the time being. Each day in some tribes, one or more women are told off whose duty it is to attend at the corroboree grounds, sometimes only during the day, sometimes at night, and all of the men except those who are fathers, elder and younger brothers and sons have access to them. The idea is that the sexual intercourse assists in some way in the proper performance of the ceremony, causing everything to work smoothly and preventing the decorations from falling off. It is largely this sacred character of sexual intercourse, the fact that it is among the things that are at once divine and impure, these two conceptions not being differentiated in primitive thought, which leads to the frequency with which in savage life a taboo is put upon its exercise. Robertson Smith added an appendix to his Religion of the Semites on Taboo on the Intercourse of the Sexes. Westermarck brought together evidence showing the frequency with which this and allied causes tended to the chastity of savages. Fraser has very luminously expounded the whole primitive conception of sexual intercourse and showed how it affected chastity. Warriors must often be chaste. The men who go on any hunting or other expedition require to be chaste to be successful. The women left behind must be strictly chaste. Sometimes even the whole of the people left behind, and for long periods, must be chaste in order to ensure the success of the expedition. Hubert and Maus touched on the same point in their elaborate essay on sacrifice, pointing out how frequently sexual relationships are prohibited on the occasion of any ceremony whatever. Crawley, in elaborating the primitive conception of taboo, has dealt fully with ritual and traditional influences, making for chastity among savages. He brings forward, for instance, a number of cases from various parts of the world in which intercourse has to be delayed for days, weeks, even months after marriage. He considers that the sexual continence prevalent among savages is largely due to a belief in the enervating effects of coitus. So dangerous are the sexes to each other that, as he points out, even now sexual separation of the sexes commonly occurs. There are thus a great number of constantly recurring occasions in savage life when continence must be preserved, and when it is firmly believed terrible risks would be incurred by its violation, during war, after victory, after festivals, during mourning, on journeys, in hunting and fishing, and a vast number of agricultural and industrial occupations. It might fairly be argued that the facility with which the savage places these checks on sexual intercourse itself bears witness to the weakness of the sexual impulse. Evidence of another order which seems to point to the undeveloped state of the sexual impulse among savages may be found in the comparatively undeveloped condition of their sexual organs, a condition not indeed by any means constant but very frequently noted. As regards women, it has in many parts of the world been observed to be the rule, and the data which Ploss and Bartels have accumulated seem to me, on the whole, to point clearly in this direction. At another point also it may be remarked the repulsion between the sexes and the restraints on intercourse may be associated with weak sexual impulse. It is not improbable that a certain horror of the sexual organs may be a natural feeling, which is extinguished in the intoxication of desire, yet still has a physiological basis which renders the sexual organs, disguised and minimized by convention and by artistic representation, more or less disgusting in the absence of erotic emotion. And this is probably more marked in cases in which the sexual instinct is constitutionally feeble. A lady who had no marked sexual desires and who considered it well bred to be indifferent to such matters on inspecting her sexual parts in a mirror for the first time in her life was shocked and disgusted at the sight. Certainly, many women could record a similar experience on being first approached by a man, although artistic conventions present the male form with greater truth than the female. Moreover, and here is the significant point, this feeling is by no means restricted to the refined and cultured. When working at Michelangelo, wrote a correspondent from Italy, my upper gondolier used to see photographs and statuettes of all that man's works. Stopping one day before the night and dawn of San Lorenzo, sprawling naked women, he exclaimed, "How hideous they are!" I pressed him to explain himself. He went on, "The ugliest man naked is handsomer than the finest woman naked. Women have crooked legs, and their sexual organs stink. I only once saw a naked woman. It was in a brothel when I was 18. The sight of her natra made me go out and vomit into the canal. You know, I have been twice married, but I never saw either of my wives without clothing." Of very rank cheese, he said one day, "Puzza come la natura di una donna." This man, my correspondent added, was entirely normal and robust, but seemed to regard sexual congress as a mere evacuation, the sexual instinct apparently not being strong. It seems possible that, if the sexual impulse had no existence, all men would regard women with this horror femme. As things are, however, at all events in civilization, sexual emotions begin to develop even earlier, usually than acquaintance with the organs of the other sex begins, so that this disgust is inhibited. If, however, among savages the sexual impulse is habitually weak and only aroused to strength under the impetus of powerful stimuli, often acting periodically, then we should expect the horror to be a factor of considerable importance. The weakness of the physical sexual impulse among savages is reflected in the psychic sphere. Many writers have pointed out that love plays but a small part in their lives. They practice few endearments, they often only kiss children. Westermarck notes that sexual love is far less strong than parental love. Love poems are among some primitive peoples few, mostly originating with the women, and their literature often gives little or no attention to passion. Affection and devotion are, however, often strong, especially in savage women. It is not surprising that jealousy should often, though not by any means invariably, be absent, both among men and among women. Among savages this is doubtless a proof of the weakness of the sexual impulse. Spencer and Gillen note that the comparative absence of jealousy in men among the Central Australian tribes they studied. Negresses, it is said by a French army surgeon in his untrodden fields of anthropology, do not know what jealousy is, and the first wife will even borrow money to buy the second wife. Among a much higher race, the women in a Korean household, it is said, live together happily, as an almost invariable rule, though it appears that this was not always the case among a polygamous people of European race, the Mormons. The tendency of the sexual instinct in savages to periodicity, to seasonal manifestations, I do not discuss here, as I have dealt with it in the first volume of these studies. It has, however, a very important bearing on this subject. Periodicity of sexual manifestations is, indeed, less absolute in primitive man than in most animals, but it is still very often quite clearly marked. It is largely the occurrence of these violent occasional outbursts of the sexual instinct, during which the organic impulse to tumescence becomes so powerful that external stimuli are no longer necessary, that has led to the belief in the peculiar strength of the impulse in savages. 2. The facts thus seem to indicate that among primitive peoples, while the magical, ceremonial, and traditional restraints on sexual intercourse are very numerous, very widespread, and nearly always very stringent, there is underlying this prevalence of restraints on intercourse a fundamental weakness of the sexual instinct which craves less and craves less frequently than is the case among civilized people, but is liable to be powerfully manifested at special seasons. It is perfectly true that among savages, as Sutherland states, there is no ideal which makes chastity a thing beautiful in itself. But when the same writer goes on to state that it is untrue that in sexual license the savage has everything to learn, we must demand greater precision of statement. Travelers, and too often would-be scientific writers, have been so much impressed by the absence among savages of the civilized ideal of chastity, and by the frequent freedom of sexual intercourse, that they have not paused to inquire more carefully into the phenomena, or to put themselves at the primitive point of view, but have assumed that freedom here means all that it would mean in a European population. In order to illustrate the actual circumstances of savage life in this respect, from the scanty evidence furnished by the most careful observers, I brought together from scattered sources a few statements concerning primitive peoples in very various parts of the world. Among the Adominese, Portman, who knows them well, says that their sexual desire is very moderate. In males it appears at the age of 18, but as their love for sport is greater than their passions, these are not gratified to any extent until after marriage, which rarely takes place till a man is about 26. Although chastity is not esteemed by the Fuegians, and virginity is lost at a very early age, yet both men and women are extremely moderate in sexual indulgence. Among the Eskimo at the other end of the American continent, according to Dr. F. Cook, the sexual passions are suppressed during the long darkness of winter, as also is the menstrual function usually, and the majority of the children are born 9 months after the appearance of the sun. Among the Indians of North America, it is the custom of many tribes to refrain from sexual intercourse during the whole period of lactation, as also D'Orbigny found to be the case among South American Indians, although suckling went on for over 3 years. Many of the Indian tribes have now been rendered licentious by contact with civilization. In the primitive condition, their customs were entirely different. Dr. Holder, who knows many tribes of the North American Indians well, has dealt in some detail with this point. Several of the virtues, he states, and among them chastity, were more faithfully practiced by the Indian race before the invasion from the East than these same virtues are practiced by the white race of the present day. The race is less salacious than either the Negro or white race. That the women of some tribes are now more careful of their virtue than the women of any other community whose history I know, I am fully convinced. It is not only on the women that sexual abstinence is imposed. Among some branches of the Salish Indians of British Columbia, a young widower must refrain from sexual intercourse for a year, and sometimes live entirely apart during that period. In many parts of Polynesia, although the sexual impulse seems often to have been highly developed before the arrival of Europeans, it is very doubtful whether license, in the European sense, at all generally prevailed. The Marquesans, who have sometimes been regarded as peculiarly licentious, are especially mentioned by Foley, as illustrating his statement that sexual erethism is with difficulty attained by primitive peoples except during sexual seasons. Herman Melville's detailed account in Type B of the Marquesans, somewhat idealized, no doubt, reveals nothing that can fairly be called licentiousness. At Rotuma, J. Stanley Gardner remarks, before the missionaries came sexual intercourse before marriage was free, but gross immorality and prostitution and adultery were unknown. Matters are much worse now. The Maoris of New Zealand in the old days, according to one who had lived among them, were more chaste than the English. Though a chief might lend his wife to a friend as an honor, it would be very difficult to take her. Private communication. Captain Cook also represented these people as modest and virtuous. Among the Papuans of New Guinea and Torres Straits, although intercourse before marriage is free, it is by no means unbridled, nor is it carried to excess. There are many circumstances restraining intercourse. Thus, unmarried men must not indulge in it during October and November at Torres Straits. It is a general rule also that there should be no sexual intercourse during pregnancy while a child is being suckled, which goes on for 3 or 4 years, or even until it can speak or walk. In Astrolabe Bay, New Guinea, according to Vaughanis, a young couple must abstain from intercourse for several weeks after marriage, and to break this rule would be disgraceful. As regards Australia, Bro Smith wrote, "Promiscuous intercourse between the sexes is not practiced by the Aborigines, and their laws on the subject, particularly those of New South Wales, are very strict. When at camp, all the young unmarried men are stationed by themselves at the extreme end, while the married men, each with his family, occupy the center. No conversation is allowed between the single men and girls or the married women. Infractions of these laws were visited by punishment. 5 or 6 warriors threw from a comparatively short distance several spears at him, the offender. The man was often severely wounded and sometimes killed." This author mentions that a black woman has been known to kill the white man who attempted to have intercourse with her by force. Yet both sexes have occasional sexual intercourse from an early age. After marriage in various parts of Australia, there are numerous restraints on intercourse, which is forbidden not merely during menstruation, but during the latter part of pregnancy and for 1 moon after childbirth. Concerning the people of the Malay Peninsula, Rolf von Stevens states, "The sexual impulse among the Balendas is only developed to a slight extent. They are not sensual, and the husband has intercourse with his wife not oftener than 3 times a month. The women also are not ardent. The Range Lot are more sensual than the Dyaks, who are, however, more given to obscene jokes than their neighbors. With the Balendas there is little or no love play in sexual relations." Skate tells us also that among Malays in wartime strict chastity must be observed in a stockade, or the bullets of the garrison will lose their power. It is common notion that the Negro and Negroid races of Africa are peculiarly prone to sexual indulgence. This notion is not supported by those who have had the most intimate knowledge of these peoples. It has probably gained currency in part owing to the open and expansive temperament of the Negro, and in part owing to the extremely sexual character of many African orgies and festivals, though this might quite as legitimately be taken as evidence of difficulty in attaining sexual erethism. A French army surgeon, speaking from knowledge of the black races in various French colonies, states in his Untrodden Fields of Anthropology that it is a mistake to imagine that the negress is very amorous. She is rather cold and indifferent to the refinements of love, in which respects she is very unlike the mulatto. The white man is usually powerless to excite her, partly from his small penis, partly from his rapidity of emission. The black man, on account of his blunter nervous system, takes 3 times as long to reach emission as the white man. Among the Mohammedan peoples of West Africa, Daniel remarks, as well as in Central and Northern Africa, it is usual to suckle a child for 2 or more years. From the time when pregnancy becomes apparent to the end of weaning, no intercourse takes place. It is believed that this would greatly endanger the infant, if not destroy it. This means that for every child, the woman, at all events, must remain continent for about 3 years. Sir H. H. Johnston, writing concerning the peoples of Central Africa, remarks that the man must also remain chaste during these periods. Thus, among the Atonga, the wife leaves her husband at the 6th month of pregnancy and does not resume relations with him until 5 or 6 months after the birth of the child. If in the interval he has relations with any other woman, it is believed his wife will certainly die. The Negro is very rarely vicious, Johnston says, after he has attained to the age of puberty. He is only more or less uxorious. The children are vicious, as they are among most races of mankind, the boys outrageously so. As regards the little girls over nearly the whole of British Central Africa, chastity before puberty is an unknown condition, except perhaps among the Nyangas. Before a girl has become a woman, it is a matter of absolute indifference what she does, and scarcely any girl remains a virgin after about 5 years of age. Among the Bangala of the Upper Congo, a woman suckles her child for 6 to 18 months, and during this period the husband has no intercourse with his wife, for that, it is believed, would kill the child. Among the Yoruba-speaking people of West Africa, A. B. Ellis mentions that suckling lasts for 3 years, during the whole of which period the wife must not cohabit with her husband. Although chastity before marriage appears to be, as a rule, little regard in Africa, this is not always so. In some parts of West Africa, a girl, at all events of high birth, when found guilty of unchastity, may be punished by the insertion into her vagina of a bird pepper, a kind of capsaicum, beaten into a mass. This produces intense pain and such acute inflammation that the canal may even be obliterated. Among the Dahomey women, there is no coitus during pregnancy nor during suckling, which lasts for nearly 3 years. The same is true among the Cherokees and other tribes on the Niger, where it is believed that the milk would suffer if intercourse took place during lactation. In another part of Africa, among the Swahili, even after marriage, only incomplete coitus is at first allowed, and there is no intercourse for a year after the child's birth. Farther south, among the Bawenda of North Transvaal, says the Reverend R. Westman, although the younger men are permitted to play with the young girls before marriage, no sexual intercourse is allowed. If it is seen that a girl's labia are apart when she sits down on a stone, she is scolded, or even punished as guilty of having had intercourse. Among the higher races in India, the sexual instinct is very developed, and sexual intercourse has been cultivated as an art, perhaps more elaborately than anywhere else. Here, however, we are far removed from primitive conditions and among a people closely allied to the Europeans. Farther to the east, as among the Cambodians, strict chastity seems to prevail, and if we cross the Himalayas to the north, we find ourselves among wild people to whom sexual license is unknown. Thus, among the Turkomans, even a few days after the marriage has been celebrated, the young couple are separated for an entire year. All the great organized religions have seized on this value of sexual abstinence, already consecrated by primitive magic and religion, and embodied it in their system. It was so in ancient Egypt. Thus, according to Diodorus, on the death of a king, the entire population of Egypt abstained from sexual intercourse for 72 days. The Persians again attached great value to sexual as to all other kinds of purity. Even involuntary seminal emissions were severely punishable. To lie with a menstruating woman, according to the Vendadad, was as serious a matter as to pollute holy fire, and to lie with a pregnant woman was to incur a penalty of 2,000 strokes. Among the modern Parsis, a man must not lie with his wife after she is 4 months and 10 days pregnant. Mohammedanism cannot be described as an ascetic religion, yet long and frequent periods of sexual abstinence are enjoined. There must be no sexual intercourse during the whole of a pregnancy, during suckling, during menstruation, and for 8 days before and after, nor during the 30 days of the Ramadan fast. Other times of sexual abstinence are also prescribed. Thus, among the Mohammedan Yazizi of Mardin in northern Mesopotamia, there must be no sexual intercourse on Wednesdays or Fridays. In the early Christian church, many rules of sexual abstinence still prevailed, similar to those usual among savages, though not for such prolonged periods. In Egbert's Penitential, belonging to the 9th century, it is stated that a woman must abstain from intercourse with her husband 3 months after conception and for 40 days after birth. There were a number of other occasions, including Lent, when a husband must not know his wife. Some canonists say, remarks Jeremy Taylor, that the Church forbids a mutual congregation of married pairs upon festival days. The Council of Elibris commanded abstinence from conjugal rites for 3 or 4 or 7 days before the communion. Pope Liberius commanded the same during the whole time of Lent, supposing the fast is polluted by such congregations. 3. Thus it would seem probable that, contrary to a belief once widely prevalent, the sexual instinct has increased rather than diminished with the growth of civilization. This fact was clear to the insight of Lucretius, though it has often been lost sight of since. Yet even observation of animals might have suggested the real bearing of the facts. The higher breeds of cattle, it is said, require the male more often than the inferior breeds. Thoroughbred horses soon reach sexual maturity, and I understand that since pains have been taken to improve cart horses, the sexual instincts of the mares have become less trustworthy. There is certainly no doubt that in our domestic animals generally, which live under what may be called civilized conditions, the sexual system and the sexual needs are more developed than in the wild species most closely related to them. All observers seem to agree on this point, and it is sufficient to refer to the excellent summary of the question furnished by Heape and the study of the sexual season of mammals, to which reference has already been made. He remarks, moreover, that while the sexual activity of domestic animals and of wild animals in captivity may be more frequently exhibited, it is not so violent as is shown by animals in the wild state. So that, it would seem, the greater periodicity of the instinct in the wild state, alike in animals and in man, is associated with greater violence of the manifestations when they do appear. Certain rodents, such as the rat and the mouse, are well known to possess both great reproductive power and marked sexual proclivities. Heap suggests that this also is due to the advantages derived from their intimate relations with the luxuries of civilization. Heap recognizes that as regards reproductive power, the same development may be traced in man. It would seem highly probable that the reproductive power of man has increased with civilization, precisely as it may be increased in the lower animals by domestication, that the effect of a regular supply of good food, together with all the other stimulating factors available and exercised in modern civilized communities, has resulted in such great activity of the generative organs, and so great an increase in the supply of the reproductive elements, that conception in the healthy human female may be said to be possible almost at any time during the reproductive period. People of sense and reflection are most apt to have violent and constant passions, wrote Mary Wollstonecraft, and to be preyed on by them. It is that fact which leads to the greater importance of sexual phenomena among the civilized as compared to savages. The conditions of civilization increase the sexual instinct, which consequently tends to be more intimately connected with moral feelings. Morality is bound up with the development of the sexual instinct. The more casual and periodic character of the impulse in animals, since it involves greater sexual indifference, tends to favor a loose tie between the sexes and hence is not favorable to the development of morals as we understand morals. In man, the ever-present impulse of sex, idealizing each sex to the other sex, draws men and women together and holds them together. Foolish and ignorant persons may deplore the full development which the sexual instinct has reached in civilized man. To a finer insight, that development is seen to be indissoluble linked with all that is most poignant and most difficult, indeed, but also that is best in human life as we know it. End of section 19. Section 20 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 3 by Havelock Ellis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Claire. Appendix B, The Development of the Sexual Instinct. It is a very remarkable fact that although for many years past serious attempts have been made to elucidate the psychology of sexual perversions, little or no endeavor has been made to study the development of the normal sexual emotions. Nearly every writer seems either to take for granted that he and his readers are so familiar with all the facts of normal sex psychology that any detailed statement is altogether uncalled for, or else he is content to write a few fragmentary remarks, mostly made up of miscellaneous extracts from anatomical, philosophical, and historical works. Yet it is as unreasonable to take normal phenomena for granted here as in any other region of science. A knowledge of such phenomena is as necessary here as physiology is to pathology or anatomy to surgery. So far from the facts of normal sex development, sex emotions, and sex needs being uniform and constant, and is assumed by those who consider their discussion unnecessary, the range of variation within fairly normal limits is immense, and it is impossible to meet with two individuals whose records are nearly identical. There are two fundamental reasons why the endeavor should be made to obtain a broad basis of clear information on the subject. In the first place, the normal phenomena give the key to the abnormal phenomena, and the majority of sexual perversions, including even those that are most repulsive, are but exaggerations of instincts and emotions that are germinal in normal human beings. In the second place, we cannot even know what is normal until we are acquainted with the sexual life of a large number of healthy individuals, and until we know the limits of normal sexuality, we are not in position to lay down any reasonable rules of sexual hygiene. On these grounds, I have for some time sought to obtain the sexual histories, and more especially the early histories of men and women who, on prima facie grounds, may fairly be considered, or are at all events by themselves and others considered ordinarily healthy and normal. There are many difficulties about such a task, difficulties which are sufficiently obvious. There is, first of all, the natural reticence to reveal facts of so intimately personal a character. There is a prevailing ignorance and unintelligence which leads to the phenomena being obscure to the subject himself. When the first difficulty has been overcome and the second is non-existent, there is still a lack of sufficiently strong motive to undertake the record, as well as a failure to realize the value of such records. I have, however, received a large number of such histories, for the most part offered spontaneously with permission to make such further inquiries as I thought desirable. Some of these histories are extremely interesting and instructive. In the present appendix and in a corresponding appendix to the 2 following volumes of these studies, I bring forward a varied selection of these narratives. In a few cases it will seem the subjects are, to say the least, on the borderland of the abnormal, but they do not come before us as patients desiring treatment. They are playing their usually active, sometimes even distinguished part in the world, which knows nothing of their intimate histories. History 1. E.T. I reproduce this history written in the third person as it reached my hands. T.'s earliest recollections of ideas of a sexual character are vaguely associated with thoughts upon whipping inflicted on companions by their parents and sometimes upon his own person. About the age of 7, T. occasionally depicted to himself the appearance of the bare nates and genitalia of boys during flagellation. Reflection upon whipping gave rise to slight curious sensations at the base of the abdomen and in the nerves of the sexual system. The sight of a boy being whipped upon the bare nates caused erection before the age of 9. He cannot account for these excitations, as at the time he had not learned of the most rudimentary facts of sex. The spectacle of the boy's nudity had no attraction for him, while the beating aroused his indignation against the person who administered it. T knew a boy and girl of about his own age whose imaginations dwelt somewhat morbidly upon whipping. The 3 used to talk together about such chastisement, and the little girl liked to read stories that had whippings in them. None of these children delighted in cruelty. The fascination in the theme of castigation seemed to be in imagining the spectacle of the exposed nates, though actual witnessing of the whipping made them angry at the time. Accustomed to watch a young sister being bathed, T had no distinct curiosity concerning the differences in sex until the age of 9. About this time he asked his father where babies came from and was told to be quiet. When he persisted in the inquiry, his father threatened to box his ears. His mother told him subsequently that doctors brought babies to mothers. He credited the story so far as to carefully watch the doctor who came in when his mother was going to have a new baby, in the hope of seeing a bundle in his arm. T was 9 when he interrogated a servant girl of 16 about babies and their origin. She laughed and said that one day she would tell him how children came. One Sunday, this servant took T for a country walk and initiated him in sexual intercourse, telling him he was too young to be a father, but that was the way babies were made. The girl took him into a field, saying she would show him how to do something which would make him feel as though he was in heaven, informing him that she had often done this with young men. She then succeeded in causing erection and instructed him how to act. His feeling at the time was one of disgust. The appearance and odor of the female genitalia repelled him. Afterward, however, he wished to repeat the experience with girls of his own age. Finding the boy unresponsive, the girl took the masculine position and embraced him with great passion. T can recall the expression of the girl's face, the perspiration on her forehead, and the whispered query whether it pleased him. The embrace lasted for about 10 minutes, when the girl said it had done her good. Later the same day, they met a girl cousin of the servant about 10 or 12 years old. The 3 went to a lonely part of the seashore. The servant there suggested that T should repeat the act with the little girl. T was too shy, though the girl seemed quite willing and experienced. The older girl told the younger to keep watch a few yards away while she again brought about intercourse in the same way. The servant told T not to tell anyone. Intercourse with the servant was never repeated after that day. From shame, he kept the promise for many years. After this episode, T began to speculate about sexual matters and to observe the coupling of dogs with newly acquired interest. At 10 years, he often lay awake listening to a woman of 25 singing to a piano accompaniment. The woman's voice seemed very beautiful and so strongly impressed him that he fell in love with her and longed to embrace her sexually. This secret attachment was much more romantic than sensual, though the idea of embracing the woman seemed to T a natural part of the romance. He was beginning to invest the sex with angelic qualities. The thought of his adventure with the servant no longer caused repulsion, but rather pleasure. He reflected that if he could meet the girl now, he could be very fond of her and understand things better. At this time, he had not masturbated nor even heard of the practice. One day, while playing with a girl of his own age, he succeeded in overcoming her shyness and induced her to expose herself, at the same time uncovering his own sexual parts. On this occasion, and once afterward, he succeeded in penetrating the vulva. Both he and the girl experienced imperfect enjoyment. At boarding school, where he was sent at 10, T learned the vulgar phrases for sexual organs and sexual acts and acquired the habit of moderate masturbation. Coarse talk and indecent jests about the opposite sex were common amusements of the playroom and dormitories. At first, the obscene conversation was very distasteful. Later, he became more used to it, but thought it strange that sex intimacy should be a subject for ridicule and jest. He began to read love stories and think much about girls. At the same time, he learned the nature of the sin of fornication and wondered why it should be considered so heinous. Parts of the Bible condemning intercourse between the unmarried alarmed him. Being of a serious as well as emotional and amorous nature, he became converted to evangelic belief. His mother warned him to beware of unclean companions at school. He tried to act as a Christian and think only pure thoughts about women. The talk, however, was always of girls and of being in love. His mind was often engrossed with amatory ideas of a poetic, sensuous nature, his sexual experiences having a firm hold on his imagination, while they gave him gratifying assurance of actual knowledge concerning things merely imagined by most of his companions. His health was vigorous, and he keenly enjoyed all outdoor games and excelled in daring and schoolboy mischief. At 12, he fell deeply in love with a girl of corresponding age. He never felt any powerful sexual desire for his sweetheart and never attempted anything but kissing and decorous caresses. He liked to walk and sit with the girl, to hold her hand and stroke her soft hair. He felt real grief when separated from her. His thoughts of her were seldom sensual. A year or so afterward, he had a temporary passion for a woman of 30 who used to flirt with him and allow kissing. T thought her queen-like and very lovely and wished to be her knight. One day he saw for a moment in a friend's house a dark, earnest-looking girl of 13 who made a very deep impression upon him, and though he did not exchange a word with her, he often thought about her afterward. 5 years later he met the dark girl again, and the pair were mutually drawn to one another. He proposed marriage and avowed a most desperate passion. A refusal on the plea of youth caused him the deepest misery. About 8 years thereafter, T married the girl, and the marriage proved a very happy one for both. When he was 15, T made the acquaintance of a pretty blonde of the same age. She was a high-spirited hoyden. They were soon close friends and later lovers. They wrote a number of letters to each other and exchanged locks of hair and presents. Their talk about love was unreserved. One day she told T that she had been sexually embraced by a former lover, a boy of 16, hinting very plainly that she would like T to embrace her. This amour lasted for about 6 months. The lovers had many opportunities for clandestine intercourse. They used to consummate their passion in a part of the wood they called the bower. Now and then one or the other would experience a pricking of conscience, but they were too passionately attached to each other to sever the intimacy. At length the girl began to dread the risk of conception, and the intercourse ceased. Looking back upon this episode, T avers that the attachment and its physical expression seemed quite natural, poetic, and beautiful, though at times his religious principles condemned his conduct. He now thinks that the experience is by no means to be regretted either by the girl or himself. It was a wholesome, youthful passion, as innocent as the mating of birds, and the insight which it gave to both of the hidden emotions of human nature was morally advantageous in after life. T believes that his amorative precocity was due to the early awakening of sex feeling by the servant girl, but he also believes that the love passion would have asserted itself early in any case, since he inherits a warm temperament, had erectile power long before puberty, and has considerable seminal capacity. Having closely watched the effects of suppressed normal emotions and desires in youth at the time of pubescence, he maintains that such suppression is disastrous, causing unhealthy thoughts and leading to the formation of a habit of masturbation which may persist throughout life. He believes that temporary sexual intimacies between boys and girls under 20 from the period of puberty would be far less harmful than separation of the sexes until marriage, with its resultants, masturbation, hysteria, repressed and disordered functions in young women, seduction, prostitution, venereal affections, and many other evils. History 2. The following narrative was written by a married lady. My mother, herself a very passionate and attractive woman, recognized the difficulty for English girls of getting satisfactorily married, and determined, if possible, to shield us from disappointment by turning our thoughts in a different direction. Theoretically, the idea was perhaps good, but in practice it proved useless. The natural desires were there. Disappointment and disillusion followed their repression, none the less surely for having altered their natural shape. I think the love I had for my mother was almost sexual, as to be with her was a keen pleasure, and to be long away from her an almost unendurable pain. She used to talk to us a good deal on all sorts of subjects, but she never troubled about education in the ordinary sense. When 9 years old, I had been taught nothing except to read and write. She never forbade us to read anything, but if by accident we got a hold of a book of which she did not approve, she used to say, "I think that is a rather silly story, don't you?" We were so eager to come up to her standard of taste that we at once imagined we thought it silly too. In the same way, she discouraged ideas about love or marriage, not by suggesting there was anything wrong or improper about them, but by implying great contempt for girls who thought about lovers, etc. Up to the age of about 20, I had a vague general impression that love was very well for ordinary women, but far beneath the dignity of a somewhat superior person like myself. To show how little it entered my thoughts, I may add that, up to 17, I fancied a woman got a child by being kissed on the lips by a man. Hence all the fuss in novels about the kiss on the mouth. When I was 9 years old, I began to feel a great craving for scientific knowledge. A Child's Guide to Science, which I discovered at a second-hand bookstall, and by which, by the way, informed me that heat is due to a substance called caloric, became a constant companion. In order to learn about light and gravitation, I saved up my money and ordered, of all books, Newton's Principia, shedding bitter tears when I found I could not understand a word of it. At the same time, I was horribly ashamed of this desire for knowledge. I got such books as I could surreptitiously and hid them in odd corners. Why, I cannot imagine, as no one would have objected, but on the contrary, I should have been helped to suitable books. My sisters and I were violently argumentative, but our quarrels were all on abstract subjects. We saw little of other children and made no friendships, preferring each other's society to that of outsiders. When I was about 10, a girl of the same age came to stay with us for a few days. When we went to bed the first night, she asked me if I ever played with myself, whereupon I took a great dislike to her. No sexual ideas or feelings were excited. When still quite a child, however, I had feelings of excitement which I now recognize as sexual. Such feelings always came to me in bed, at least I cannot remember them at any other time, and were generally accompanied by a gradually increasing desire to make water. For a long time I would not dare to get out of bed for fear of being scolded for staying awake, and only did so at last when actually compelled. In the meantime, the sexual excitement increased also, and I believe I thought the latter was the result of the former, or perhaps rather that both were the same thing. This was when I was about 7 or 8 years old. So far as I can recollect, the excitement did not recur when the desire to make water had been gratified. I seem to remember wondering why thinking of certain things, I can't remember what these were, should make one want to urinate. In later life, I have found that if the bladder is not emptied before coitus, pleasure is often more intense. There were also feelings, which I now recognize as sexual, in connection with the ideas of whipping. As a child and girl, I had very strong religious feelings. I should have now, if I could believe in the reality of religion, which were absent in my sisters. These feelings were much the same as I experienced later sexually. I felt toward God what I imagined I should feel like to my husband if I married. This, I fancy, is what usually occurs. At 14, I went to a boarding school where there were 70 girls between 7 and 19. I think it goes to show that there is but little sexual precocity among English girls, that during the 3 years I stayed there, I never heard a word the strictest mother would have objected to. 1 or 2 of the older girls were occasionally a little sentimental, but on no occasion did I hear the physical side of things touched upon. I think this is partly due to the amount of exercise we took. When picturing my childhood, I always see myself racing about, jumping walls, climbing trees. In France and Italy, I have been struck by the greater sedateness of continental children. Our idea of naughtiness consisted chiefly in having suppers in our bedrooms and sliding down the banisters after being sent to bed. The first gratified our natural appetite, while the second supplied the necessary thrill in the fear of being caught. I made no violent friendships with the other girls, but I became much attached to the French governess. She was 30 and a born teacher, very strict with all of us, and she doubly so with me for fear of showing favoritism. But she was never unjust, and I was rather proud of her severity and took a certain pleasure in being punished by her, the punishment always taking the form of learning by heart, which I rather liked doing. So I had my thrill, excitement, I don't quite know what to call it, without any very great inconvenience to myself. Just before we left school, the sexual instinct began to show itself in enthusiasm for art with a capital A, Ouida's novels being mainly responsible. My sister and I agreed that we would spend our lives traveling about France, Italy, and the continent, generally à la tricotrine, with a violin in one pocket and an Atravante Dante in the other. To do this satisfactorily to ourselves, we must be artists, and I resolved to go in for music and become a second Linz. When my father offered to take us to Italy, the artist's Mecca, for a couple of years, we were wild with delight. We went, and disillusionment began. It may perhaps seem absurd, but we suffered acutely that first summer. Our villa was quite on the beach, the lowest of its flight of steps being washed by the Mediterranean. At the back were grounds which seemed a paradise, long alleys covered over with vines and carpeted with long grass and poppies, grassy slopes dotted with olives and ilex, roses everywhere and almost every flower in profusion, with, at night, the fireflies and the heavy scents of syringa and orange blossoms. In the midst of every possible excitement to the senses, there was one thing wanting, and we did not know what that was. We attributed our restlessness and dissatisfaction to the slow progress in our artistic education and consoled ourselves by thinking when once we had mastered the technical difficulties we should feel all right. And of course we did derive a very real pleasure from all the beauties of art and nature with which Italy abounds. It seems to me, however, that the art craze is one of the modern phases of women's sexual life. When we were in Italy, the great centers of the country were simply overrun with girls studying art, most of whom had very little talent, but who had mistaken the restlessness due to the first awakening of the sexual instinct for the divine flame of genius. In our case, it did not matter, as we were not dependent upon our own exertions. But it must have been terribly hard for girls who had burned their boats and chosen art as a career to have added to the repression of their natural desires the bitterness of knowing that in their chosen walk of life they were failures. The results, as far as work goes, might not be so bad if the passions, as in men, were occasionally gratified. It is a constant drudgery combined with a disappointment in finding that art alone does not satisfy which is so paralyzing. Besides, sexual gratification is always followed by exaltation of the mental faculties, with, in my experience, no depressing reaction such as follows pleasure excited by mental causes alone. At one time, when living at the villa, I met a man about 45 who took rather a fancy to me. I mention this because it woke me up. No emotion was excited, but I realized for the first time, I must have been nearly 20, that I was no longer a child, and that a man could think of me in connection with love. It was only after this, and not immediately after either, that men's society began to have an interest for me, and that I began to think a man's love would be a pleasant thing to possess after all. The sexual instinct, at any rate as regards consciousness, thus developed slowly and in what I believe to be very usual sequence: religion, admiration for an older woman, and art. I am not sure that I had made quite enough of the first, yet I do not know that there is any more to say. There were very strong physical feelings connected with all these which were identical with those now connected with passion, but they were completely satisfied by the mental idea which excited them. The first time I can remember feeling keen physical pleasure was when I was between 7 and 8 years old. I can't recollect the cause, but I remember lying quite still in my little cot, clasping the iron rails at the top. It may be said that this is hardly slow development, but I mean slow as regards 1. Any connection of the idea with a man, or 2. Any physical means of excitation. I have laid stress on my desire for knowledge, as I think my sexual feelings were affected by it. A great part of my feeling for my mother was due to the stores of information she appeared to possess. The omniscience of God was to me his most striking attribute. My French teacher's capacity was her chief attraction. When, as a girl, I thought of marriage, I desired a man who could explain things to me. One learns later to live one's mental and sexual life separately to a great extent. But at 20, I could not have done so. Given the opportunity, I should have made the mistake of Dorothea in Middlemarch. I have spoken of the depressing after-effects of pleasure brought about by a purely mental cause, but I do not think this is the case in childhood and early youth. Perhaps some women feel no such depression afterward, and this may account for their coldness in regard to men. This may perhaps be accounted for by the fact that it occurs much more rarely, and also it is perhaps a natural process before the sexual organs fully develop, and so not harmful. I always find it difficult in expressing the different degrees of physical excitement even to myself, though I know exactly what I felt. As a child, from the time of the early experience already mentioned, about the age of 7 or 8, and as a young girl, the second stage, secretion of mucus, was always reached. The amount of secretion has always been excessive, but at first secretion only lasted a short time. Later it began to last for several hours, or even sometimes the whole night, if the natural gratification has been withheld for a long time, say 3 months. I do not remember ever feeling the third stage, complete orgasm, until I saw the first man I fancied I cared for. I do not think that mental causes alone have ever produced more than the first 2 stages, general diffuse excitement and secretion. I have sometimes wondered whether I could produce the third mechanically, but I have a curious unreasonable repugnance to trying the experiment. It would seem to materialize it too much. As a child and a girl, I was contented to arrive at the second stage, possibly because I did not realize that there was any other, and perhaps this is why I have experienced no evil results. In dreams, the third stage seems to come suddenly without any leading up to it, either mental or physical, of which I am conscious. I do not, however, remember having any such dreams before I was engaged. They came at a later period. Even then, when great pleasure was experienced, it came, as a rule, suddenly and sharply with no dreams leading up to it. The dreams generally take a sad form, an Evangeline and Gabriel business, where one vainly seeks the person who eludes one. I have, however, sometimes had pleasurable dreams of men who were quite indifferent to me and of whom I never thought when awake. The impression on waking is so strong one could almost fancy oneself really in love with them. I can quite understand falling in love with a person by dreaming of him in this way. The first time I remember experiencing the third stage in waking moments was at a picnic, when the man to whom I have before referred as the first that I fancied I cared for leaned against me accidentally in passing a plate or dish, but I was already in a violent state of excitement at being with him. There was no possibility of anything between us, as he was married. If he guessed my feelings, they were never admitted, as I did my best to hide them. I never experienced this except at the touch of someone I loved. I think the saying about the woman desiring the desire of the man is just about as true as most epigrams. It is the man's personality alone which affects me. His feelings toward me are of, I was going to say, indifference, but at any rate quite secondary importance, and the gratification of my own vanity counts as nothing in such relations. As a rule, to reach even the second stage, the exciting ideas must be associated with some particular person, except in the case of a story where one identifies oneself with one of the characters. In childhood and early youth it was, in the case of religion, the idea of God and the presence and the personality of God, which aroused my feelings and always seemed very vivid to me. In the case of my governess, my feelings were aroused in exactly the same way as later they would be by one's lover. In the art craze, I am rather vague as to how it came about, but I think, as a rule, there was rather a craving for pleasure than pleasure itself. I do not remember ever thinking much about the physical feeling. It seemed as natural that a pleasant emotion should produce pleasant physical effects as that a painful one should cause tears. As a child, one takes so much for granted, and later on my mind was so much occupied with worrying about the truth of religion that I hardly thought enough about anything else to analyze it carefully. I may summarize my own feelings thus. First, exciting ideas alone produce, as a rule, merely the first stage of sexual excitement. Second, the same ideas connected with a particular person will produce the second stage. Third, the same may be said of the presence of the beloved person. Fourth, actual contact appears necessary for the third stage. If the first stage only be reached, the sensation is not pleasurable in reality, or would not be but for its association. If produced, as I have sometimes found it to be, by a sense of mental incapacity, it is distinctly disagreeable, especially if one feels that the energy which might have been used in coping with the difficulty is being thus dissipated. If it be produced, as it may be, as a result of physical or mental restraint, it is also unpleasant unless the restraint were put upon one by a person one loves. Then, however, the second stage would probably be reached, but this would depend a good deal on one's mood. If the first stage only were reached, I would think it would be disagreeable. It would mean a conflict between one's will and sexual feeling. Perhaps women who feel actual repugnance to the sexual act with a man they love have never gone beyond the first stage, when their dislike to it would be quite intelligible to me. Sometimes, after the life in Italy had come to an end, I became engaged. There was considerable difficulty in the way of marriage, but we saw a good deal of each other. My fiancé often dined with us, and we met every day. The result of seeing him so frequently was that I was kept in a constant state of strong but suppressed sexual excitement. This was particularly the case when we met in the evening and wandered about the moonlit garden together. When this had gone on about 3 months, I began to experience a sense of discomfort after each of his visits. The abdomen seemed to swell with a feeling of fullness and congestion. But, though these sensations were closely connected with the physical excitement, they were not sufficiently painful to cause me any alarm or make me endeavor to avoid their pleasurable cause. The symptoms got worse, however, and no longer passed off quickly as at first. The swelling increased, considerable pain and a dragged-down sensation resulted the moment I tried to walk even a short distance. I was troubled with constant indigestion, weight in the chest, pain in the head and eyes, and continual slight diarrhea. This went on for about 9 months, and then my fiancé was called away from the neighborhood. After his departure, I got a trifle better, but the symptoms remained, though in less acute form. A few months later, the engagement was broken off, and for some weeks I was severely ill with influenza and was on my back for several weeks. When I could get about a little, though very weak, all the swelling was gone, but pain returned whenever I tried to walk or stand for long. The indigestion and diarrhea were also very troublesome. I was treated for both by a physician, but without success. Next year I became engaged to my husband and was shortly after married. The indigestion and diarrhea disappeared soon after. The pain and dragging feeling in the abdomen bothered me much in walking or any kind of exercise. One day I came across a medical work, The Elements of Social Science, in which I found descriptions of symptoms like those I suffered from ascribed to uterine disease. I again applied to a doctor, telling him I thought there was displacement and possibly congestion. He confirmed my opinion and told me to wear a pessary. He ascribed the displacement to the relaxing climate and said he did not think I should ever get quite right again. After the pessary had been placed in position, every trace of pain, etc. left me. A year later, I thought I would try and do without the pessary, and to my great satisfaction, none of the old trials came back after its removal, in spite of much trouble, anxiety, sick nursing, and fatigue. I attributed the disorder entirely to violent sexual excitement, which was not permitted its natural gratification and relief. I have reason to believe that suppression acts very injuriously on a woman's mental capacity. When excitement is naturally relieved, the mind turns of its own accord to another subject, but when suppressed, it is unable to do this. Personally, in the latter event, I find the greatest difficulty in concentrating my thoughts, and mental effort becomes painful. Other women have complained to me of the same difficulty. I have tried mechanical mental work, such as solving arithmetical or algebraic problems, but it does no good. In fact, it seems only to increase the excitement. I may remark here that my feelings are always very strong, not only before and after the monthly period, but also during the time itself, very unfortunately, as of course they cannot then be gratified. This only applies to desire from within, as I am strongly susceptible to influences from without at any time. There seems nothing to be done but to bow to the storm till it passes over. Anything I do during the time it lasts, even household work, is badly done. The brain seems to become addled for the time being, while after gratification of desire it seems to attain an additional quickness and cleverness. Perhaps this cause contributes to the small amount of intellectual and artistic work done by women, admitting their natural inferiority to men in artistic impulse. A woman whose passions are satisfied generally has her strength sapped by maternity, while her attention is drawn from abstract ideas to her children. History 3. B states that his first sexual thoughts and acts were curiously connected with whipping. At 12, he and another boy used to beat each other with a cricket bat upon the bare nates, and afterward indulge in mutual masturbation. He cannot remember the beginning of his sexual speculation as a child, nor how he learned masturbation. When he was 13, he used to discuss erotic matters with a schoolfellow who was in the habit of engaging in vulgar intercourse with a girl of his own age. The intercourse was practiced on the way home from school and in a standing posture. B embraced the girl in the same way. He is not interested in the psychological aspects of the sexual emotion. Although his sex passion was early kindled, he never had commerce with prostitutes. He thinks that his youthful experiences had no ill effect upon him morally, mentally, or physically. He practiced masturbation in moderation till he was married at the age of 31. History 4. I can remember, writes the subject, trotting away as a youngster about 5 with another boy to see a girl's legs. The idea emanated from the other boy, but I was vaguely interested. How or where we were going to see the object in question I do not remember, nor anything further than the intention. When I was 6 or 7, I remember being put to bed with a nurse girl and feeling her bare arm with undoubted sexual excitement. I remember, too, gradually feeling along the arm very cautiously, fearing the girl would wake and being bitterly disappointed to find it were merely the arm. I am almost certain I had then no idea of sex, but the disappointment was actual. These are the only early experiences of the sort I can remember. When about 9, I had others, on the coast of the north of England, which had then very few visitors and seemed to me very remote. I lived in a farmhouse and used to assist the girls of the farm in looking after young cattle. These girls certainly instilled sexual ideas, though I did not realize them with precision. They used to talk about things, a good many of which I can now see I did not then understand as they did. I liked to see these girls waiting with their dresses tucked up. About this time I fell passionately in love with a girl cousin, but do not remember having any sensual ideas in regard to her. I cannot say that these early experiences had any influence on my later sexual development, so far as I am consciously aware. I have always remembered them vaguely, never with sexual excitement. Sexual dreams took place first at about the age of 13. There was then emission and sensation in sleep. These were, however, not much associated with distinctly sexual dreams. All that I recall after them was a sensation which, however, I did not even then absolutely localize. Masturbation was undoubtedly the direct result of these dreams. It was tried at first tentatively out of curiosity to determine if the sensation of the dream could be so reproduced. Sexual dreams, such as I have described, occurred frequently, although I cannot say at what interval. I have never experienced the slightest attraction for the same sex. History 5. My maternal grandfather, writes the subject of this history, was a small farmer who kept a few beagles and greyhounds for hare hunting. He had 3 daughters, one of whom became my mother. One of his sporting companions, a doctor of profligate habits and a drunkard, seduced my mother at the age of 20. When her condition was discovered, she had to flee from the violence of her father, and I was born some distance from her home. After my grandfather's death, I was reared by my grandmother and saw nothing of my mother until I was nearly 16. She had left the country in shame and disgrace. I believe that in my heredity the transmission comes chiefly from my mother, who is now 58 years old. Although her life has been blameless in every particular since her youthful indiscretion, she has never got over it. I feel in my character a reflection of her overstrung condition during pregnancy. I can distinctly remember from the age of 9 years, and am sure that I had no sexual feelings before the age of 13, though always in the company of girls. I had many boyish passions for girls, always older than myself, but these were never accompanied by sexual desires. I defied all my sweethearts, and was satisfied if I got a flower, a handkerchief, or even a shred of clothing of my inamorata for the time being. These things gave me a strange idealistic emotion, but caused no sexual desire or erection. At 13, a 26-year-old sister of a boy companion once sat down on a sheaf of corn so as to expose the mons varenus and enticed me to copulate. There was slight erection, and after the act had been continued some time, a pleasurable sensation of ejaculation, but without true emission. I had frequent relations with this woman after that. About this time, the farm servant of a neighbor taught me masturbation. The mistress of the farm, a thin, willowy, dark woman, the mother of several children, treated me with such familiarity as once to urinate in my presence, so that I saw her vary her sweet mons varenus. From that moment I conceived a great passion for her, and used to tremble as soon as I saw her. I had become well developed and virile, but though I think she was a lustful woman, I never ventured to touch her. I found an extreme ecstasy in masturbating while gazing upon some article of her clothing. This gave me much greater sexual pleasure than actual connection with the ever-willing sister of my schoolfellow. I think I loved the married woman best because the mons varenus was more covered with hair. This has always had a peculiar attraction for me. Later, when accosted by prostitutes, I never would go with them unless I was assured the mons varenus was very hirsute. Never much addicted to masturbation, I derived no great enjoyment therefrom unless I had hair or part of the clothing of the woman with whom I was indulging in psychic coitus. At 16, I left school and went to a large city to learn a business. At this time, the sexual appetite was very strong. I frequently had intercourse with 3 women in one evening. I have had but few lascivious dreams. In these, the phantom partner was almost invariably a dead woman. When I was about 8, I had seen the dead body of an aunt who died at 24. When 20, I went to London and took all the pleasure which came my way. I cared only for normal coitus. Offers of another type created disgust. I once allowed a woman to exhaust me sexually orally, but felt degraded thereby. Women with whom I had become very intimate often urged me to cunnilingus, but I could not do it. I have practiced intermammary coitus a very few times. At 26, I married a pure, gentle woman after having, for 10 months before marriage, led a life of celibacy. My wife died when I was 30, and for about 8 months I lived a celibate life. Lascivious dreams sometimes occurred, but I invariably awoke before ejaculation. Eventually I gave way to the cravings of my strong sexual nature, but never wished for anything out of the usual except intercourse from behind. A woman with marked development of the nates has great attraction for me. Solitary masturbation has for some time ceased, but a nude woman in the act of masturbation with her back to me gives me great pleasure. I am as strong sexually at 38 as I was at 20, only I never want women unless I am brought into actual contact with them and they are hairy and have large pelvic development. I am in excellent health, genitals are well developed, and I am clothed with hair from the chin to the genitals. My skull is dolichocephalic. I am violent and tenacious in temper, high-strung and rapid in thought and action. My digestion is good, but I have a tendency to constipation. Occasionally I have a twinge of pain below the occipital region. My early views of women have changed. I no longer deify them, though I study them. I have known very sensual women living at home in respectable middle-class society. One, in particular, a girl of 18 after coitus, used to excite me lingually. I have had a sweetheart who remained Virgo intacta. Had I seduced her, as I could have done, I should have lost all interest in her. I could never bear the presence of naked men, and would never go to a public swimming bath for that reason. I regard myself as a man of abnormally strong, but on the whole healthy, unwholesome sexual feelings. As a rule, I have coitus twice or oftener in 1 week, and I practice withdrawal. I am a total abstainer and never could embrace a woman who smelled of drink. History 6. The writer of the following is a man of letters, married. Quite early I remember a strange and romantic interest in the feminine. Certainly before I was 9, I had a strong affection for a little girl playmate. Our family lost sight of hers, and I saw and heard nothing of her for 16 years. Then, hearing she was coming to town, I experienced quite a flutter of heart, so strong had been the impression caused at even the early age of our acquaintance. Not that I mean to say I never wavered in between. Through the whole of my boyhood I remember persistent romantic interest in girls and women whose smooth, fair faces and sweet voices exercised even a subtle attraction over me. Before I was 12, I had picked out my future wife 12 times at least, a different one each time, of course. Curiosity as to the physical detail of sex and birth was singularly absent. Possibly this was partly due to the fact that the only younger member of our family was born when I was but 4 years old. Grave, shy, and reserved, I was never taken into the counsels of prurient schoolmates. I was unaware that there was such discussion between them, though it is, I suppose, not probable that our school was exempt. I was a great reader, and when about 12 or 13 I came across a reference to an illegitimate child which puzzled me. Ere long, however, in my random and extensive reading I hit on a book that touched on phallicism, and I learned that there were male and female organs of generation. I had neither shame nor curiosity. I jumped to the conclusion that during close caresses somehow a subtle aroma arose from the man to fertilize the woman. I left the subject at this, satisfied, and had no inkling of the real intimacy of the embrace. About 14, much interested in Bradlaugh, I brought both the Knowlton pamphlet and Mrs. Besant's population book. I found the physical details in scientific language so dull that I could not peruse them. By reading the argumentative passages, I learned that somehow, I knew not how, children could be produced or not produced, as desired, and in this stage of the matter it seemed to me so admirable that it should be so that I wondered why there should be cavil. About this age my elder brother believed it to be his duty to tell me the secrets of sex. I remember his talking to me while I, bored and uninterested, thought of something else. When he finished I had heard nothing. Remember, I felt no shame on the matter, none at all. I was simply bored. This I attribute to 2 things. First, my preponderating interest in the romantic side of things. Secondly, and this bears with it a strong moral, the feeling that the knowledge lay always within my grasp kept me from that curiosity which so oft consumes those who think it is hidden away from them. The changes of puberty came naturally and without startling me. Even the fact of emissions, which took place during sleep at intervals, unaccompanied by dreams or by any physical prostration afterward, has left on my memory no recollection of surprise. I knew it to be somehow connected with generation, but I had no physical trouble, and I am quite sure I did not bother further about it. The best possible proof of this lies in the fact that my memory is a blank on the matter. At the age of 21, I take this from a diary, so I know it is correct. I was still ignorant as to intrinsic fact. Then I pulled myself together and felt it was really time I learned the actual details of the matter. I went to a clever friend of mine and asked him to tell me all about it. He expressed himself astounded at my not knowing, and he had very great shyness about telling me. In fact, I had to drag facts out of him by a real cross-examination, during which he persistently marveled at my ignorance. Though he had a great deal of false shame about the matter, I had none at all. His revelations considerably surprised me because I had no idea that there was actual intromission. When I came to reflect on what I had learned, the fact of this close physical intimacy appealed to me as being quite poetic and beautiful between 2 lovers, and I have had no reason since to change my opinion. Summary. 1. Romantic interest in girls and women commencing early and remaining persistently. 2. Knowledge before puberty of the fact that this interest was based on the all-important process of reproduction. 3. Absence of further physical curiosity even at puberty itself. 4. Knowledge ultimately acquired without shock. The physical in sex has never been any bother to me, neither have I bothered about it. I have recognized it frankly and don't see why I shouldn't, but my unashamed recognition has probably been because the mere physical is less absorbing to me than to most. Mental and emotional interest and passion has absorbed me greatly, but the merely physical has sunk into what I call its natural place of subordination. Nature is kind. It is our conspiracy of silence which tends to emphasize physical detail. History 7. G.D., who is a doctor and a man of science, writes, "There is a strong history of gout on the paternal side. No history of alcohol, tubercular brain trouble, or the arthropathies. There is some reason to believe that 2 of my maternal aunts were sexually frigid, and perhaps this was true to a less extent of my mother, who had a contracted pelvis, necessitating the induction of labor at the 8th month of pregnancy. About the age of 7, a German nursery governess, B, took charge of me, and I soon became devoted to her. I was then a delicate child and used to suffer frequently from nightmare, waking up screaming and covered with sweat. When this happened, B would sometimes take me into her bed and soothe me with kisses, etc. These I returned and can remember that I was particularly fond of kissing her breasts. About this time, a girl cousin, A, about a year older than myself, was one of my most frequent playmates. I endeavored to monopolize her company and attention, and on this account often came to blows with C, a cousin rather younger than myself, who has since told me that he was then in love with A and jealous of me. I believe I was really jealous and in love at the time, but cannot remember that anything in the nature of caresses took place between A and myself. Sometime later, probably when I was about 9, something led up to B saying that she was not built like I was, and that she had no penis, etc. I cannot remember my nursery term for penis. I was incredulous and demanded to be allowed to see if it was true. This was refused, and I made many plans to gratify my curiosity, such as slipping into her room when she was dressing, tipping up the chair she was sitting in, and trying to suddenly thrust my hands up under her skirt. I did not succeed in finding out, but have since thought that, although she did not allow me to attain the object of my efforts, the later game caused her pleasurable sensations. I regard these efforts as being prompted purely by curiosity. I had no feelings of warmth or irritations of the genitals, and I certainly never manipulated them, nor was I, as far as I can judge, an unusually prurient small boy. B left when I was about 10, when I went to a preparatory school. At 12 and a half, I was sent to a public school and was then told by my father the chief facts of sex and warned to avoid masturbation. My first wet dream took place when I was 14. Rather before this, I had begun to suffer with severe intermittent testicular neuralgia, which practically defied all treatment and continued on and off for 4 or 5 years, the attacks gradually becoming fewer and less severe. When 15, circumstances compelled me to leave school and to live for 2 years at the seaside with no companions of my own age. I had, however, the run of a well-stocked library and fished and collected insects energetically. At 16, I made love to the trained nurse attending my mother, but, owing more, I think, to my timidity than to the austerity of her virtue, got no further than kissing. About this time, wet dreams became inconveniently frequent. They would occur 3 or 4 times weekly and resisted the stock remedies. At 17, I was advised to try connection. This I did and found but little pleasure in the act, there being a strong aesthetic objection to the love that keeps awake for lore. About this time, I found in the United States pharmacopoeia a remedy for my emissions, which have, however, always remained rather more frequent than those of the average individual, judging from the experience of my friends. Emissions are generally accompanied by lascivious dreams, but at times take place when I dream that I am hurrying to catch a train or to micturate against time. I have of late years, not noticed till after 20, observed that the dream accompanying emission is shorter, so that whereas, up to say 21, I generally perform the whole physiological act with my dream charmer, I now almost invariably emit and awake before intromission has taken place. There has been no alternation comparable to this in the performance of the act while I am awake. As regards my physique, I should mention that all my reflexes are very brisk, though I am only slightly ticklish in the ordinary sense of the term. I sweat easily and am very shy, not only with women, but with any strangers. I have, however, trained myself not to show this. About averagely passionate, I should say, and extremely critical where women are concerned, the latter quality often keeping me chaste for months at a time. History 8. When I was about 8 years old, states the lady who is the subject of the present observation, I remember that, with several other children, we used to play in an old garden at being father and mother, unfastening our drawers and bringing the sexual parts together, as we imagined married people to do, but no sexual feelings were aroused, nor did the boys have erections. When about 10 years old, she became conscious of a pleasurable sensation associated with the smell of leather, which has ever since persisted. At that age, she was sometimes left to wait in the office of a wholesale business house full of leather-bound ledgers. She did not then notice the sensation particularly, and was certainly not conscious of any connection with sexual emotion. Menstruation was established at 13.5 years. Distinct sexual feelings were first observed a few months later. The first feelings of love which I ever felt were at the age of 14 for a nice, manly boy of my own age, who often came to our house. He liked me, but was not in love with me. It was very seldom that he would sit by me and hold my hand, as I wished him. This went on till I was about 17, when he went to the university. After his first term, he came back and was then attracted to me, but though I loved him very much, I was too proud to show it. When he tried to kiss me, I resisted, though I longed for it. Thinking I was greatly offended, he apologized, which only made me angry. All these years I was worshipping at his shrine and mixed him up with all my ideas of life. Whenever she was near him, she experienced physical sensations with moistening of the vulva. This continued till she was about 20, but the object of these emotions never again attempted any advances. At 19, she became engaged to someone else. At the beginning, she was physically indifferent to her lover, but when he first kissed her, she became greatly excited. The engagement, however, was soon broken off from absence of strong affection on either side, and chiefly, it would seem, from the cooling of the lover's ardor. She thinks he would have been more strongly attached to her if she had been colder to him, or pretended to be, instead of responding with simplicity and frankness. During the next few years little occurred. She was working hard, and her amusements would mostly, she says, be regarded as rather childish. She was extremely fond of dancing, and she was always pleased when anyone paid her attention. She was frequently conscious of sexual feelings, sometimes tormented by them, and she regarded this as something to be ashamed of. The constant longing for love was affected little or not at all by hard work. At about this time I was very fond of abandoning myself to daydreams. I was very glad if I could get everyone out of the house and lie on an easy chair or the bed. I liked especially to read poetry, all the more if I did not quite understand it. This would lead me on to all sorts of dreams of love, which, however, never went beyond the preliminaries of actual love, as that was all I then knew of love. The only climax to her dream of love was founded on a piece of information volunteered by a married woman many years earlier, when she was about 12. This lady, evidently agreeing with Rousseau, who in Emile commended the mother's reply to the child's query whence babies come, les femmes les puissantes mon enfant avec des grandes douleurs, that the unknown should first be explained to the young in terms of the known, told her that the husband micturated into the wife. She therefore used to imagine a lover who would bear her away into a forest and do this on her as she lay at the foot of a tree. At a later date, she accidentally discovered that a full bladder tended to enhance sexual feelings, and occasionally resorted to this physical measure of heightened excitement. All the physical sensations of sexual desire were called out by these daydreams with abundant secretion, but never the orgasm. Her reveries never led to masturbation or to allied manifestations, which have never taken place. Such a method of release has indeed never offered any temptation to her, and she doubts even its possibility in her case. At a later period of life, however, at the age of 31, masturbation began and was practiced at intervals. At the same time, she remarks that, while no orgasm, of which indeed she was then ignorant, ever occurred, the sexual excitement produced by the daydreams was sufficiently great to cause a feeling of relief afterward. These daydreams were the only way in which the sexual erethism was discharged. She cannot recall having erotic dreams or any sexual manifestations during sleep. Spontaneous sexual excitement was present a few days before menstruation and fairly marked during and immediately after the period. It also tended to recur in the middle of the intermenstrual period. The pleasurable sensation connected with the smell of leather became more marked as she approached adult age. It was especially pronounced about the age of 24, and the sexual emotion it produced, with moisture of the vulva, was then clearly conscious. No other odor produced this effect in such a marked degree. It was often associated with leather bags, but not with boots, though on rubbing the leather of shoes she found that this odor was given out. She cannot account for its origin and does not connect any association with it. It never affected her conduct or led to fetishistic habits. Some other odors affect her in the same way, though not to the same degree as leather. This is more especially the case with some flowers, especially white flowers with heavy odors like gardenias. Many flowers, on the other hand, like primroses, seem rather opposed to sex effect, too fresh though stimulating to the mind. Some artificial scents tend to produce sexual effects also. Personal odors have no influence of this kind. At a later period, the sexual influence of personal odors was occasionally experienced, but the present history deals only with the period before marriage. She believes that most beautiful things, however unconnected with sex, have a tendency to produce distinctively sexual feelings in a faint degree, although sometimes more marked with secretion. She has, however, never experienced homosexual feeling and, on first consideration, was inclined to believe that the sight of a beautiful woman had no sexual effect on her, though she could quite understand such an effect. Subsequently, on recalling as well as observing her experiences more carefully, she found that a lovely woman's face and figure, especially on one occasion the very graceful figure of a beautiful fairy in a ballet, produced distinct sexual sensations with mucose emission. Music, however, has strongly emotional effects upon her, and she cannot recall that she ever felt any equally powerful influence of this kind in the absence of music. Looking back on the development of her feelings, she finds that, though in some respects they may have been slow, they were simple, natural, spontaneous, and correspond to the dawning and progress which go on in the development of every girl. While it is going on in actual fact, the girl does not know or bother herself about trying to understand it. Afterward, it seems quite clear and simple. Full occupation of the brain and hands, too, while it does not do away with desire, is a great help and safeguard to a growing girl, when combined with proper information about herself and her relation to man the animal, so that she may realize where she is and how to choose the right man, though under the best conditions, failure may occur. End of section 20. Section 21 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 3 by Havelock Ellis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Claire. Appendix B, The Development of the Sexual Instinct Continued. History 9. The subject belongs to a large family having some neurotic members. She spent her early life on a large farm. She is vigorous and energetic, has intellectual tastes, and is accustomed to think for herself from unconventional standpoints on many subjects. Her parents were very religious and not, she thinks, of sensual temperament. Her own early life was free from association of a sexual character, and she can recall little that now seems to be significant in this respect. She remembers that in childhood and for some time later she believed that children were born through the navel. Her activities went chiefly into humanitarian and utopian directions, and she cherished ideas of a large, healthy, free life, untrammeled by civilization. She regards herself as very passionate, but her sexual emotions appear to have developed very slowly and have been somewhat intellectualized. After reaching adult life, she has formed several successive relationships with men to whom she has been attracted by affinity in temperament, in intellectual views, and in tastes. These relationships have usually been followed by some degree of disillusion, and so have been dissolved. She does not believe in legal marriage, though under fitting circumstances she would much like to have a child. She never masturbated until the age of 27. At that time, a married friend told her that such a thing could be done. She found it gave her decided pleasure indeed, more than coitus had ever given her except with one man. She has never practiced it to excess, only at rare intervals, and is of the opinion that it is decidedly beneficial when thus moderately indulged in. She has sometimes found, for instance, that, after the mental excitement produced by delivering a lecture, sleep would be impossible if masturbation were not resorted to as a sedative to relieve the tension. Spontaneous sexual excitement is strongest just before the monthly period. Definite sexual dreams and sexual excitement during sleep have not occurred except possibly on 1 or 2 occasions. She has from girlhood experienced erotic daydreams, imagining love stories of which she herself was the heroine. The climax of these stories has developed with her own developing knowledge of sexual matters. She is not inverted and has never been in love with a woman. She finds, however, that a beautiful woman is distinctly a sexual excitation, calling out definite physical manifestations of sexual emotion. She explains this by saying that she thinks she instinctively puts herself in the place of a man and feels as it seems to her a man would feel. She finds that music excites the sexual emotions as well as many scents, whether of flowers, the personal odor of the beloved person, or artificial perfumes. History 10. The subject is of German extraction on both sides. The father is of marked intellectual taste, as also is she herself. There is no unhealthy strain in the family so far as she is aware, though they all have very strong passions. She is well developed, healthy, vigorous, and athletic, any trouble to which she is subject being mainly due to overwork. Looking back on her childhood, she can now see various sexual manifestations occurring at a period when she was quite ignorant of sex matters. The very first, she writes, was at the age of 6. I remember once sitting astride a banister while my parents were waiting for me outside. I distinctly remember a pleasurable sensation, probably in part due to a physical feeling, in the thought of staying there where I knew I ought to have run out to them. From that year till the age of 10 I simply reveled in the idea of being tortured. I went gladly to bed every night to imagine myself a slave, chained, beaten, made to carry loads and do ignominious work. One of my imaginings, I remember, was that I was chained to a moldering skeleton. As she grew older, these fancies were discontinued. At the same time, there was a trace of sadistic tendency. I used to frighten and tease a young child, driven to it by an irresistible impulse and experiencing a certain pleasurable feeling in doing so. But this, I am glad to say, was rare, as I hate all cruelty. One of her favorite imaginings as a child was that she was a boy, and especially that she was a knight rescuing damsels in distress. She was not fond of girls' occupations and has always had a sort of chivalrous feeling toward women. When I first heard of the sexual act, she writes, it appeared to me so absurd that I took little notice. About the age of 10, I discussed it a good deal with other girls, and we used to play childishly indecent games, out of pure mischief and not from any definite physical feeling. About a year after menstruation was established, she accidentally discovered the act of masturbation by leaning over a table. I discovered it naturally, no one taught me, and the very naturalness of the impulse that led me to it often made me in later years question the harmfulness. Both her sisters masturbated from a very early age, but not to her knowledge her brother. The practice of masturbation was continued. For many years, imbued with the old ideas of morality, I struggled against it in vain. The sight of animals copulating, the perusal of various books, Shakespeare, Rabelais, Gautier's Mademoiselle de Maupin, etc., the sight of the nude in some bacchanalian pictures, such as Rubens's, all aroused passion. Coexistent with this, perhaps, though I doubt it, due to it, arose a disgust for normal intercourse. I fell in love and enjoyed kisses, etc., but the mere thought of anything beyond disgusted me. Had my lover suggested such a thing, I would have lost all love for him. But all this time I went on masturbating, though as seldom as possible and without thought of my lover. Love was to me a thing ideal and quite apart from lust, and I still think that it is false to try to connect the two. I fear that even now, if I fell in love, sexual intercourse would break the charm. At the age of 18, I came across Tolstoy's Kreutzer Sonata and was overjoyed to find all I had written down there. Gradually, through seeing a friend happily married, I have grown to a more normal view of things. I am very critical of men and have never met one liberal-minded and just enough to please me. Perhaps if I did, I might take a perfectly healthy view of things. In course of time, various devices had been adopted to heighten sexual excitement when indulging in masturbation. Thus, for instance, she found that the effects of sexual excitement are increased by keeping the bladder full. But the chief method which she had devised for heightening and prolonging the preliminary excitement consisted in wearing tight stays. As a rule, she wears loose stays, and in painting her face. She cannot herself explain this. Self-excitement is completed by friction or sometimes by the introduction of a piece of wood into the vagina. She finds that the more frequently she masturbates, the more easily she is excited. Spontaneous sexual feeling is strongest before and after the menstrual period, not so much during the periods. There are various faint traces of homosexuality, it may be gathered, in the history of this subject's sexual development. Recently, these have come to a climax in the formation of a homosexual relationship with a girlfriend. This relationship has given her great pleasure and satisfaction. She does not, however, regard herself as being a really inverted person. There have been vivid sexual dreams from about 17, apparently about the period of the relationship with the lover. These dreams have not, however, had special reference to persons of either sex. Apart from the influence of books and pictures already mentioned, she remarks that she is sexually affected by the personal odor of a beloved person, but is not consciously affected by any other odors. History 11. Widower, aged 40 years, surgeon. My experience of sexual matters began early. When I was about 10 years of age, a boy friend who was staying with us told me that his sister made him uncover his person, with which she played and encouraged him to do the same for her. He said it was great fun and suggested that we should take 2 of my sisters into an old barn and repeat his experience on them. This we did, and tried all we could to have the connection with them. They were nothing loath and did all they could to help us, but nothing was affected and I experienced no pleasure in it. When I went back to school, I attracted the attention of one of the big boys, who slept in the same room with me. He came into my bed and began to play with my member, saying that it was the usual thing to do and would give me pleasure. I did not feel any pleasure, but I liked the attention and rather enjoyed playing with his member, which was of large size, and surrounded by thick pubic hair. After I had played with him for some time, I was surprised at his having an emission of sticky matter. Afterward, he rubbed me again, saying that if I let him do it long enough, he would produce the same substance from me. This he failed to do, however, though he rubbed me long and frequently on that and many other occasions. I was very disappointed at not being able to have an emission, and on every occasion that offered I endeavored to excite myself to the extent of compassing this. I used to ask to go out of school 2 or 3 times a day and retired to the closet where I practiced on myself most diligently, but to no purpose at that time, though I began to have pleasurable emotions in the act. When I went home for the holidays, I took a great interest in one of my father's maids, whose legs I felt as she ran upstairs one day. I was in great fear that she would complain of what I had done, but I was delighted to find that she did nothing of the sort. On the contrary, she took to kissing and fondling me, calling me her sweetheart and saying that I was a forward boy. This encouraged me greatly, and I was not long in getting to more intimate relations with her. She called me into her room one day when we were alone in the house, she being in a half-dressed condition, and put me on the bed and laid herself on me, kissing me passionately on the mouth. She next unbuttoned my trousers and fondled and kissed my member, and directed my hand to her privates. I became very much excited and trembled violently, but was able to do for her what she wanted in the way of masturbation until she became wet. After this, we had many meetings in which we embraced, and she let me introduce my member until she had satisfied herself, though I was too young to have an emission. On return to school, I practiced mutual masturbation with several of my schoolfellows, and finally, at the age of 14 years, had my first real emission. I was greatly pleased thereat, and, with this and the growth of hair which began to show on my pubis, began to feel myself quite a man. I loved lying in the arms of another boy, pressing against his body and fondling his person, and being fondled by him in return. We always finished up with mutual masturbation. We never indulged in any unnatural connections. After leaving school, I had no opportunity of indulging in relations with my own sex, and indeed did not wish for such, as I became a slave to the charms of the other sex, and passed most of my time in enjoying either, or planning to enjoy love passages with them. The sight of a woman's limbs or bust, especially if partly hidden by pretty underclothing, and the more so if seen by stealth, was sufficient to give a lustful feeling and a violent erection, accompanied by palpitation of the heart and throbbing in the head. I had frequent coitus at the age of 17, as well as masturbating regularly. I liked to perform masturbation on a girl even more than I liked having connection with her, and this was especially so in the case of girls who had never had masturbation practiced on them before. I loved to see the look of surprised pleasure appear on their faces as they felt the delightful and novel sensation. To gratify this desire, I persuaded dozens of girls to allow me to take liberties with them, and it would surprise you to learn what a number of girls, many of them in good social position, permitted me the liberty I desired, though the supply was never equal to my demand. With a view to enlarging my opportunities, I took up the study of medicine as a profession, and reveled in the chances it gave of being on intimate sexual terms with many who would have been otherwise out of my reach. At the age of 25, I married the daughter of an officer, a beautiful girl with a fully developed figure and an amorous disposition. While engaged, we used to pass hours wrapped in each other's arms, practicing mutual masturbation, or I would kiss her passionately on the mouth, introducing my tongue into her mouth at intervals, with the invariable result that I had an emission and she went off into sighs and shivers. After marriage, we practiced all sorts of fancy coitus reservatus, etc., and rarely passed 24 hours without 2 conjunctions until she got far on in the family way and our play had to cease for a while. During this interval I went to stay at the house of an old schoolfellow who had been one of my lovers of days gone by. It happened that on account of the number of guests staying in the house, the bed accommodation was somewhat scanty, and I agreed to share my friend's bedroom. The sight of his naked body as he undressed gave rise to lustful feelings in me, and when he had turned out the light I stole across to his bed and got in beside him. He made no objection, and we passed the night in mutual masturbation and embraces, coitus inter femora, etc. I was surprised to find how much I preferred this state of affairs to coitus with my wife, and determined to enjoy the occasion to the full. We passed a fortnight together in the above fashion, and though I afterward went back and did my duty by my wife, I never took the same pleasure in her again, and when she died 5 years later I felt no inclination to contract another marriage, but devoted myself heart and soul to my old school friend, with whom I continued tender relations until his death by accident last year. Since then I have lost all interest in life. The patient, writes the well-known alienist to whom I am indebted for the above history, consulted me lately. I found him a fairly healthy man to look at, suffering from neurasthenia and a tendency to melancholia. Generative organs large, one testicle shows some wasting, pubic hair abundant, form of body distinctly masculine, temperament neurotic. He improved under treatment, and after seeing me 3 times and writing out the above history, came no more. History 12. Mrs. B., aged 32, father's family normal, mother's family clever, eccentric, somewhat neuropathic. She is herself normal, good-looking, usually healthy, highly intelligent, and with much practical ability, though at some periods of life, and especially in childhood, she has shared to some extent in the high-strung and supersensitive temperament of her mother's family. As a child, she was sometimes spoiled and sometimes cuffed, and suffered tortures from nervousness. She has, however, acquired a large measure of self-control. The first sensations, which she now recognizes as sexual, were experienced at the age of 3, when her mother gave her an injection. Afterward, she declared herself unable to relieve her bowels naturally in order to obtain a repetition of this experience, which was several times repeated. At the age of 7, a man pursued her with attentions and attempted to take liberties, but she rejected his advances in terror. 4 years later, another man attempted to assault her, but she resisted vigorously, struck him, and escaped by running. Neither of these sexual attempts appears to have left any serious permanent impression on the child's mind. At the age of 11, when her mother was giving her a bath, the sensation of her mother's fingers touching her private parts gave her what she now knows to be sexual feelings, and a year later, when taking her bath, she would pour hot water to the sexual region in order to cause these sensations. This did not lead to masturbation, but she had a vague idea that it was wrong. At the age of 12, menstruation began. She suffered very severely from dysmenorrhea, the period sometimes lasting for 10 days, and the pain being often extreme. She was not treated for this condition, her mother being of opinion that she would outgrow it. From the age of 14 or 15 until 23, or about the period of her marriage, she suffered from anemia. She had little curiosity about sexual matters. Her mother wished that she should always come to her for information about things she became acquainted with as to the general facts of sex. She did not, however, know definitely the facts of copulation until her marriage. She knew nothing of erection or semen, and thought that when a man and woman placed their organs together, a child resulted. She hated talking about these subjects indecently, and would not listen to the sexual conversation of her schoolfellows. She never felt any homosexual attraction. Once another girl was much in love with her, but she despised and disliked her attentions. Again, when a girl much older than herself, a friend of her mother's, slept with her and made advances, she repelled her and refused to sleep with her again. She always got on well with men, and men were attracted to her. She was direct and sincere without undue modesty, but she never allowed men to touch her or kiss her. She was a good dancer and fond of dancing, but denies that it ever led to sexual feelings. She never felt any sexual attraction for a man until, at the age of 20, she fell in love with her future husband 5 years or more before marriage. At this period, she began to feel vague discomfort which she knew to be localized near her sexual organs. She was aware in a dim way that it was connected with her love and was of a sexual nature, but there was no definite idea of a sexual intercourse. She felt nervous and depressed. If she had been asked to state what would relieve her, she could have only said B's presence and tenderness. A few days before he declared his love, she experienced the nearest approach to sexual feeling she had ever had. It was summer, and with Bee and some of her family, she had gone on a little expedition. One evening in the train after a day's excursion, Bee took her hand, unperceived by the others, and held it for some time. This aroused the strongest emotions in her. She closed her eyes and, though she was not at the time aware that her sensations were localized in her sexual organs, she thinks in the light of subsequent knowledge that she then experienced the orgasm. During the engagement, which lasted between 2 and 3 years, circumstances prevented frequent meetings. Bee would kiss her, suck her nipples, which became erect and lie on her. She allowed him to take these liberties, feeling that if she refused him all satisfaction, he might have relations with other women. She still felt no definite desire for contact of the sexual organs. She longed rather to be embraced and kissed and to lie in her lover's arms all night. A few months before marriage, however, she masturbated occasionally, just before or just after menstruation, imagining while doing it that she was in her lover's arms. The act was usually followed by a sick feeling. Just before marriage, she underwent an operation for the relief of the dysmenorrhea. She was somewhat shocked and sickened by the experiences of the wedding night. It seemed to her that her husband approached her with the violence of an animal, and there was some difficulty in effecting entrance. Coitus, though incomplete, took place some 7 times on this first night. The bleeding from rupture of the hymen continued so that for 2 days she had to wear a towel. For 2 months subsequently there was great pain during intercourse, although she suppressed the indications of this. There were several children born of the marriage, and for some years she lived happily, on the whole, with her husband, notwithstanding various hardships and difficulties and some incompatibility of temper. As regards her sexual feelings, she considers from what other women have told her that her feelings are, if anything, stronger than average. The orgasm, however, was not fully developed until about 5 years after marriage. Sexual feeling is most pronounced before, during, and after the menstrual period, more especially before and about the 3rd day. The period lasts from 5 to 7 days. There is more sexual desire during pregnancy, especially toward the end, than at any other time. She never refused normal intercourse to her husband, but any abnormal or perverted method of sexual gratification is repellent. She was awakened one night about the 3rd month of pregnancy by her husband inserting his penis in ore. The child was born with palate defect, and she is herself inclined to believe that this incident was the cause of the defect. Though she desires normal intercourse, she has seldom obtained complete gratification. For a long time she disliked seeing or touching the penis, and the feel and especially the smell of the semen produced nausea and even vomiting. She has a very delicate sense of smell as well as of taste. Though fond of the scent of flowers, no sexual feelings are thus aroused. Withdrawal and the use of condoms are unsatisfactory to her, and mutual masturbation gives no relief and produces headache. Feelings of friendship for her husband have been most potent in arousing the sexual emotions, and she has had most pleasure in intercourse after a day spent in bicycling together. She has been for many months at a time without sexual intercourse, and during such periods has suffered much from pain in the head. This, however, she has now completely surmounted. She eventually discovered that her husband's abstinence from marital intercourse was due to infidelity. This led to a definite separation. She still occasionally experiences sexual desire, but has no inclination to masturbate. Her life is full and busy, affording ample scope for her energies and intelligence. Moreover, she has her children to train and educate. She herself believes that her sexual life is at an end. History 13. G.R. Army Officer. I am 35 years of age. My parents married at the ages of 38 and 25, and my father is now 84 and my mother 71. Both are particularly strong and healthy in body and mind. I am of old lineage on both sides and know of no disease, defect, or abnormality among any of my ancestors or relations, except that my mother's family has a slight tendency to drink and excess, the present members of it all being considered eccentric. I have 1 brother and 1 sister living, brother unmarried, sister with several children, and am the youngest of a family of 5. My brother is abnormal, but I don't know exactly in what way or from what cause. I have a strong suspicion that he masturbates to excess. My father is artistic and my mother musical. I have no aptitude for either, but appreciate both enormously, though not until about 10 years ago. My principal reading is religion, science, and philosophy, with an occasional standard novel or a modern novel of the improper type by way of relaxation. I became a convinced and militant rationalist about 5 years ago, but have been an unbeliever since I left school. I was anemic and threatened with bowel complaint at the age of 7, and was in consequence taken abroad for my health. I am now strong and vigorous with great powers of endurance and enjoy all forms of sport and exercise, particularly hunting, pig-sticking, and polo. I drink a lot and am never fitter than when eating, drinking, and taking exercise in what most people would call excess. It takes more alcohol than I can hold to make me drunk when in England, but not so in the East. I have been told that I am very good-looking. When I was about 4 or 5, I was constantly chaffed by my older companions about putting my hand down my trousers and playing with my privates. I don't remember getting an erection, nor at what age this first occurred with me. At one time, my brother and I used to play about with my sister's underclothing, and took great pleasure in it, but we never saw her genitals. She told us that on carefully examining herself one day, she was glad to find that she had a small penis, like boys had, doubtless the clitoris. When in France at the age of 8 to 10, I began to notice the sexual parts of animals, and was very keen to know what mares kept between their hind legs. Later on, I took great pleasure with another boy in feeling the teats of a she-ass, and by myself the penis of a donkey, as I had seen the French grooms do, but I took no interest in my own penis. I used to put my finger as far up the anus as it would go, and got a vague satisfaction from it. I went to a small private school at the age of 11, having been previously told by my mother of the manner of birth of men and animals, of which I was quite ignorant till then. She made no mention of the part taken by the father, and I never thought about it. Even then I was left with the impression that one was born through the navel. I was initiated at school, and used to handle the penis of the boy who told me. On several occasions I did fellatio for him, and liked it, but he never offered to do the same for me, and I don't think he got much satisfaction out of it. Soon after this, I became conscious of pleasurable sensations when lying on my stomach with an erection, and used occasionally to gratify myself that way, caring little for the school tradition that it was wicked and bad for one. On one occasion, when talking at night with another boy, we compared our organs, both in erection, and I then for the first time thought of trying what I had heard vaguely mentioned, viz., 2 boys playing at man and woman. I lay on him with my penis on his stomach, and almost at once had an orgasm with emission, and experienced acute pleasure, though both he and I supposed that I had involuntarily micturated. I was 13 when this happened. I did it once more with him before I left, this time the other way up, so as to spare him the unpleasantness. I used to like kissing and hugging the smaller boys, and had a great eye for good looks. On going home for the holidays, I masturbated with my hand out of curiosity to see what happened when the orgasm occurred, and then only did I fully understand the nature of the act. After this, the rush and strangeness of a large public school distracted my attention, but I heard about wet dreams, masturbation, and homosexuality from the other boys, and soon became thoroughly initiated. I believe the tone of my house, if not of the whole school, was exceptionally bad, though it may only be that I saw more of it because I was attracted by it, and that other schools are the same really. Things involving certain expulsion, if found out, were done more or less in public, and I have myself openly got into bed or masturbated other boys, and on more than one occasion have helped forcibly to masturbate small boys or to hold them while others had connection with them, the idea of the last 2 acts being that the boy would thereby be seduced and become available for and willing to perform homosexuality. Before I became big enough to have boys myself, I masturbated frequently, on one occasion 3 times in the day, and invariably by lying on my stomach without the use of the hands. In having connection with other boys, I used to do it between the thighs or on the stomach, and I never heard of any other way at that school. Paedicatio would disgust me, and moreover would deprive me of the principal pleasure of intercourse, viz. The feeling of lying face to face and stomach to stomach. Of course, the satisfaction used to be mutual, but though good-looking, I was never the passive party only, like some small boys who might be called professionals and whom I used to pay for their services. I went back after I had left and had a boy in the dark whom I had never seen before, having been told that he was all right. I used to have a very genuine affection for any party to my pleasure, though I took delight in torturing one in particular, but for what reason I cannot say. For one boy I developed a deep love which lasted long after we had left school and had ceased all sexual connection. This love was as strong as anything I have ever felt since. I don't remember whether it was while I was at school or later that I first began again to take a sexual interest in animals. I used to masturbate a good deal and was always trying to find new ways of doing it and new substances to lie on. It was while feeling the vulva of a young mare that the brilliant thought struck me of trying to copulate with her, and thus getting the advantage of the soft vagina. It afforded me great satisfaction, and I had an emission, though I did not then, nor at any other time with any other animal, succeed in penetrating properly. I afterward did the same with other mares and with a certain cow whenever I got a safe opportunity, which was not as often as I could have wished. I have not had connection with an animal for about 10 years, but would have no objection to doing so and feel sure I could perform the act properly now. After I left school at 17, I occasionally had longings for boys, but it was the exception and not the rule. I continued to masturbate, but not to excess, and used to make ineffectual efforts to stop it, but never succeeded for very long. When I was confirmed at the age of 15, I became intensely religious and was so remorseful at my first lapse from virtue that I burnt my leg with a red-hot poker, and I bear the scar still. On leaving school, I went to Germany, and there had my first coitus with a woman, a fat old German who gave me very little satisfaction. My next, a Jewess, gave me more than I asked for in the shape of a soft chance. In my ignorance, I never had it treated, but it must have been very mild, for it disappeared of its own accord. When cramming in England, I occasionally went home with a prostitute, but did not care much about them and could not afford good ones. On one occasion I was impotent. It may have been through drink, but it disgusted me with myself. I liked seeing the woman naked and always insisted that they should strip, especially the breasts, which I liked large and full. I had not learned to kiss on the lips and had no desire to kiss the body except the breast, which I was generally too shy to do. But as I nearly always wore a condom and found penetration difficult, I did not much enjoy the actual coitus. I am fully convinced that if women had been more accessible, if I had not thought myself bound to use preventatives in self-defense, and if the act had not been looked upon with such disfavor by those in authority over me, I should have masturbated less or not at all, and would not have been tempted to bestiality. When I was 22, I had coitus with a girl who was not a prostitute for the first time. I was violently excited and enjoyed it more than anything I had yet experienced, in spite of the facts that she would not undress and insisted on withdrawal before emission. On one other occasion only have I had coitus with a non-professional unmarried woman. Shortly after this, I caught syphilis from a girl of the streets. I was circumcised and stayed in a private hospital for 6 weeks. It never went beyond the primary stage, and I have felt no ill effects from it except that I have got a hydrocele in the right testicle. Of course, this incident necessitated the use of a condom on every occasion, and it greatly spoiled my pleasure. About this time, a brother officer older than myself made advances to me. He compared me to a Greek statue and wanted to kiss me. I would have nothing to do with him, but was glad to have his confessions of homosexuality, and somewhat surprised to learn that he was not alone in the regiment. I afterward fell in love with his sister, and he married and had children. He was bisexual in his inclinations, but was really in love with me for a short time. I had little to do with professionals until I went to South Africa, and though I was fond of ladies' society and liked by ladies, I looked upon them as something apart, especially married women, and never attempted to take liberties with them, though I used to with shop girls, etc. in my cramming days, and had often been in love. In South Africa, I first began really to enjoy coitus, and on going to India continued to do so. In fact, I thought sexually of nothing else and rarely masturbated, perhaps once in 3 weeks. I would go to brothels wherever they were available, Durban, Cape Town, Colombo, Calcutta, Bombay, and at one time preferred black women to white. I used to have horrible orgies with my brother officers, and on one occasion I ordered 6 women to my bungalow in order to celebrate my birthday, and made a present of them to 5 of my friends after dinner. During this period, and until I went home, I rarely spoke to a lady, the chief exception being number 1, a brother officer's wife, with whom I began to be in love. Shortly after the South African War, I fell violently in love with a younger brother officer Z. It amounted to a passion, and I was forced to make overtures to him. He did not understand, being ignorant of homosexuality and quite virile, and would have nothing to do with me, though he was very nice about it. This lasted for about a year, and then, thinking no doubt that he had better stop it, as I was really making myself very ridiculous and was mad with love, he threw me up altogether. I was intensely miserable for some time, and then I recovered and we made it up, and are now firm friends. I still want to kiss and stroke him when I see him naked, but would do nothing more. I went home by way of Japan after several years' absence from home, taking the women of the eastern ports as I went, until I contracted gonorrhea in the Tokyo Yoshiwara. I could not get rid of it and arrived home in that state, having been deprived of the pleasure of trying several new races on the way in consequence. In England, I rushed into a society which I had quit on such different terms, and it received me with open arms. I very soon began a flirtation with a married woman, and she completed my education in kissing, which had begun by the Japanese harlots. I was just coming to the point with this woman when I met number 1 again, and my love for her was at once renewed. I told her so, but I knew that she did not return it. I then became attracted to number 2, a girl older than myself whom I had known all my life. I kissed her and fondled her breasts, but she would not allow anything else, until one night when in the train with her, I got my hand down farther than she intended. It ended in my performing cunnilingus on her first, and then obtaining satisfaction between her thighs, a large step to take after the former limitations. Previous to this, I had on several occasions obtained an emission without meaning to by lying on her fully dressed. She was aware of my disease, which by that time had become a gleat and did not inconvenience me in any way. From that time until I went back to India, we went through the same performance whenever possible. I masturbating her sometimes with the finger, sometimes with the tongue, and having connection with various parts of her body, including the breast, but always with a condom on account of my disease. She used to strip for my edification, and we frequently spent the night in the same bed. I was attracted to her mentally, but not very much physically. That is to say that if circumstances had not thrown us together, I should never have picked her out from other girls as being sexually attractive to me. I returned to India and to number 1, though I kept faithful to number 2 in word and deed for 5 months, but gradually the overmastering influence of number 1 reasserted itself over me. And then I met number 3. We were attracted to each other at first acquaintance, and the attraction was mental and sexual. She was married and in love with another man, but that did not prevent her from kissing me. I felt her breast, masturbated her, and had emissions by lying on her, but she drew the line at one thing, viz. Kissing on the lips, and I drew it at coitus. We arranged a trip together during which I went to bed with her but never had coitus, though we both had frequent orgasms in other ways. Before starting on this trip I had thought that I should not see number 1 again, and she let me kiss her to my unspeakable joy. Circumstances, however, intervened, and I went straight to number 1 after parting with number 3, told her all I had done, and then kissed her again, leaving her just before her real lover, with whom she was then living, arrived. Later I returned again to number 1, now in child to her lover. We lived together for 3 nights in spite of this. She then went home, and I had no connection with any woman for 2 years except one black woman, being consumed with love and worship for number 1. I was much in society but never had any luck. At the end of this time, I was traveling one night with a young officer, X, slight and effeminate and preferring men to women with whom I had been until then on friendly but not intimate terms. I watched him undress and go to bed, and then having myself undressed, went over to his bunk and put my hand under his clothes. He at once responded, and I got into his bed, both of us being in a frenzy of passion and surprise. But I was fairly sure of my ground, or I would not have dared to take the risk. I used often to go to his bed after this, and on one occasion had coitus with a girl on a chair at a ball, and the next night with my young officer. I scarcely knew the girl and don't know her name now, but I took her measure, made her excited by manipulation and kissing, and then got her consent. I did not harm her, even if I had been the first, for orgasm occurred before I had penetrated beyond the lips. X surprised me by telling me that he had connection with 3 other officers in my regiment, as well as with several others in the same station. He would not tell me their names, but I guessed easily enough. He used to drink heavily, and once I got into his bed when he was in a drunken stupor, and he was quite unaware that I was there for some time. I myself was drinking too much at this time, and was frequently drunk before dinner. In the hot weather that followed, I had one orgy in Bombay, which lasted 3 nights. I started on a Greek and a Pole, and finished up with a Japanese, 2 brother officers accompanying me. Afterward, I was much alone during the day in my bungalow, and used to become possessed by intense desire. I masturbated occasionally, but by this time took but little pleasure in it, always craving for the moist human vagina. I had often heard and myself quoted the Pathan proverb, "Women for breeding, boys for pleasure, melons for delight." And one day, when seeking for some novelty with which to masturbate, and my eye being caught by a melon put ready for me to eat, it flashed across me to try whether the proverb was in any way true. I found it most satisfactory and practiced it several times after that, the papaya or pawpaw, being the nearest approach to the human vagina. The opportune arrival of a fairly good-looking punkah woman, however, put an end to this form of enjoyment by providing me with what I wanted. Soon afterward I went home again, taking the Japanese at Bombay on my way. I had kept up a correspondence with number 1 all this time, but we had made a compact that whatever each did until we met again was not to count, and I knew that she had had at least one liaison since our parting, and was in entire ignorance of the state of her feelings toward me. Therefore, while trying to arrange a meeting with her, I took the first thing that chance threw in my way, thinking a bird in the hand better than the off chance of a better one in the bush. This was number 4, with whom I spent 3 days at the seaside after having first had coitus with her in my own home while she was in the monthly state. Immediately on parting from her, I came home to receive number 1. The first time we were alone, she kissed me, and this was followed by mutual confessions and coitus, though at first she said my affair was too recent. I agreed not to have connection again with number 4, and kept to this until, when staying in the same house again with her, I was tempted beyond my powers. And I may add that she gave me no assistance in keeping this promise, of which she was fully cognizant. I at once wrote and confessed to number 1, and she very naturally would have nothing more to do with me. But I managed to reconcile her, and we afterward lived together for 3 days in the country, as well as in London and in her own house. Meanwhile, number 5 had been making advances to me which I could not well refuse, being a very old friend. Numbers 4 and 5 were on one occasion staying together at my house, just after I had been faithless to number 1 with number 4. I could not very well sleep with them both, so at the earnest entreaty of number 4, I went to her room first, told her my reasons for not having connection with her, left her in tears, and then went and slept with number 5. This is the only transaction I have ever concealed from number 1. But number 5 knows my whole story and accepts the situation of being only second, so long as I give her satisfaction whenever possible. About this time, I met again number 3, and kissed and masturbated her in a car, but she would not allow me to go home with her. At the bidding of number 1, I now broke entirely with number 4, to the great grief and astonishment of my sister, whose friend she was. Shortly after this, I again returned to India, where I quarreled hopelessly with number 1, and I don't know to this day what my fault was, except that she had got tired of me. Her influence over me is, however, too great to be so easily broken, and I would return to her tomorrow if she moved a finger in reconciliation. During the following hot weather, I slowly but surely, albeit quite unconsciously, obtained an influence over number 6, and it ended by her falling desperately in love with me and allowing me to do what I liked. I did not love her, and told her about number 1, whose image always remained in the back of my vision, whatever I was doing. She also accepted the situation, and I don't think has any grievance against me. For my part, I have nothing but thanks and gratitude, and as much love as I am capable of to give her, and all the other women with whom I have had sexual relations. The following is a short account of the above women. Number 1 had coitus before marriage, for love, and with full knowledge of the nature of the act. Agreement with her husband not to have coitus rigidly adhered to by both. Has had connection with 5 other men since marriage. Very passionate, but fatty and particular. Slow at producing orgasm. Likes being in bed naked, and liked me once for having kissed her mons vernus. Thin with undeveloped breast. Brilliant, good-looking, artistic, and highly intellectual. Never masturbated and did not know of homosexuality among women. Very sensitive to touch on the pudenda. Number 2 has had sexual relations but never coitus with many men. Mutually masturbated with one man. Masturbated herself frequently and took a long time to produce orgasm, even with cunnilingus, which delighted her immensely. After having it performed, she would stoop down and passionately kiss my lips. Fond of prolonged kisses during which the tongue played a prominent part. Tall and fully developed, but no looks. Clever, masculine brain, and strong physically. Skillfully concealed her passionate nature, which, however, was long in developing and was long kept in check by maidenly modesty. Number 3, innocent before marriage and hated her fiancé even to touch her, which feeling still persists. Has had liaisons with many men and several miscarriages, 1 legitimate, others illegitimate, and 1 illegitimate child. Does not masturbate herself, but readily yields to its seduction when performed by others. The most passionate woman I have ever met. Good, typical, womanly figure, but thin and weak. Not much looks, but very fascinating to men. Clever and intellectual. Number 4, coitus only with her husband before myself. Not very passionate. I know nothing about masturbation or homosexuality in her case. Very broad hips, large breasts, and well-developed nates. Deserted by her husband, no children, rather foolish and weak-minded. Penetration difficult owing to long labia majora. Number 5 knows all about homosexuality of both sexes and wants to know more about everything. Probably masturbates, several children, in love with her husband at first, but now tired of him and took to other men for variety and because her husband has ceased to give her sexual pleasure. Very passionate. Has slow orgasm, likes nakedness and contact of body. Very large vagina, broad hips and full breast. Intellectual but not so by nature, artistic and very musical. Number 6, absolutely innocent before marriage, was practically raped by her husband on her marriage night. This disgusted her with the whole performance, and she could not bear her husband's caresses. During pregnancy, she was frightened because she did not know what was going to happen, i.e., how the child was going to be born, and no one enlightened her, doctor, nurse, or mother. Did not know the meaning of the words sexual feeling, and never thought about sexual matters at all until marriage. I roused her passion, put things in their true light, made her have an orgasm, and told her what it meant. The orgasms at first made her cry and nearly faint, and she thereafter became intensely passionate. Very excited at cunnilingus, which I practiced on her more than once. She confessed that the orgasm was stronger and more complete during coitus than during masturbation, which relieved my mind. She volunteered to strip naked and has but little shyness with me. Cannot bear her husband yet. She admits that she was only half a woman before she knew me, but now regrets her marriage. Short, thin, and slight, with narrow hips and no breast. Quick woman's wit, but not intellectual. Of the prostitutes I have known, perhaps 60 in number, the Japanese easily take the palm. They are scrupulously clean, have charming manners and beautiful bodies, and take an intelligent interest in the proceedings. Also, they are not always thinking about the money. Perhaps the Kashmiris come next, though the Chinese run them very close. Some of the more expensive London women are bearable, but they are such harlots. The white women in the East are insupportable, and small wonder, for they consist of the dregs of the European and American markets. My list comprises English, French, German, Italian, Spanish-American, American, Bengali, Punjabi, Kashmiri, Kafir, Sinhalese, Tamil, Burmese, Malay, Japanese, Chinese, Greek, and Pole. I naturally prefer to satisfy myself with a woman, a friend, and a lady of my own class. But in the absence of the best, I gladly take the next best available down the scale from a lady for whom I do not care to prostitutes of all classes and colors, men, boys, animals, melons, and masturbation. I would as cheerfully have connection with my sister or any other female relative. I have frequent erotic dreams about the most extraordinary subjects, male and female relations, casual acquaintances of both sexes and animals. When I have got an intrigue in hand with a woman, I have no wish to masturbate, and often restrain myself when I know that I am going to have access before long to prostitutes. After coitus, it takes a long time before I am ready for the next, sometimes 2 hours, and the first is always very quick, nearly always too quick for the woman. With a strange woman, I have difficulty in maintaining erection at the instant of penetration, and this has often given me trouble. I know that most women like and few dislike being touched by me. My favorite colors are green and red, and I can whistle quite well. I would be very glad to know whether I may be considered sexually normal or not, but I do not desire any opinion on the morality of my acts, for the simple reason that without knowing all the circumstances, it would be impossible to judge. But I cannot help saying that I do not consider anything I have done is wrong in itself, and I am quite certain that I have never harmed in any way any of the ladies with whom I have had relations. I am certain if I had made promises which I knew I could not keep, I might have married one of them, but the result would have been great unhappiness to both, quarrels, and an ultimate separation or divorce, and she realized that as well as I did. I may seem egotistical in my attitude and assurance toward ladies, but I only speak the honest truth, and I know that number 6, for instance, has only gratitude and worship to give me for having opened her eyes. I have made her promise to have intercourse with her husband as soon as she can bear it, and I have satisfied myself that I have not started her on the road to sexual perversion. So much in self-explanation I may add that I do not deliberately seek affairs de coeur, and that, when they come my way, I do my utmost to use all consideration for the lady, thinking as I do that I owe them a far bigger debt than I shall ever be able to pay. History 14. J.E., professional man, age 32. Public school and university education in which he did well. From age of 6 or 7 had strong sexual emotions, and from 9 sexually pleasurable dreams, though no emission till 12 or 13. He remembers the association of sexual excitement with whipping, either at sight or imagination of it, and this feeling was certainly shared by boys aged 9 to 12 at his private boarding school, and others at the public school later on. His nursemaid used to invent excuses for beating his mates with a long lead pencil which he was aged about 7, and he saw occasional whippings with clothes removed in the family nursery. When nearly 16, he was initiated into masturbation, which at once coincided with rapid mental development and success at school. He had practiced it ever since under same conditions and restrictions as marital intercourse. Religion has never acted as any restraint, and the best restraint to all young people, in his opinion, is to warn them on hygienic grounds. He became a freethinker at 17, partly on observing the inconsistency of religious persons in this connection. He was twice set upon by Catholics when 16, who attempted mutual masturbation. He can vaguely remember some such warning when very young from his mother. No intercourse with women till age of 19, though strong homosexual feelings from 10 upward associated with feminine youths. These feelings were quite distinct from feelings of affection and friendship for more virile youths. An attack of gonorrhea at 21 was followed by an operation for circumcision, which had beneficial effects but did not prevent an attack of syphilis at age 23, caught at a guaranteed state establishment in France. Intercourse almost always with prostitutes on prudential and worldly grounds, though what he approves would be greater laxity between boys and girls with proper safeguards against undesired offspring. He is now happily married. He only indulges in masturbation at times when intercourse is impossible, e.g. childbirth. It is then practiced once or twice a week in the early morning. Overnight it causes troubled sleep, brain activity, and constipation. This seems ethically more desirable unless the wife were to condone physical infidelity, which she would not, and even then there might be risks of venereal disease. His general health and working power are in all respects excellent, as the venereal diseases were speedily and thoroughly cured. Homosexual feeling has entirely disappeared since marriage. History 15. G.D. English, aged 60. My earliest essays in juvenile vice were due not so much to unguarded as to unguided ignorance. I slipped where my natural protector suspected no danger, and I fell because I had never been warned of the treacherous nature of the ground. Before or soon after I was 7 years old, the example of an elder brother who had lately begun to go to school as a day boy initiated me into the mysteries of masturbation, which seemed to me then as harmless as it was fascinating, and the novel pleasure was almost daily indulged in, after I had acquired sufficient dexterity to accomplish the act within a reasonable time, without a twinge of conscience either in that brother's company or one alone. Decency demanded secrecy in the gratification of what soon became an imperious desire, and the preliminary operations included, almost from the first, mutual fellatio, an approximation of the excited organs. But similar privacy was very properly sought during the performance of other bodily acts associated with those less honorable members, and it appeared to me quite as natural and right for us to amuse ourselves together in that way as for a married couple to hide their most intimate embraces from the observation of others. Indeed, I went farther than that, and even came to regard the absence of all shame between us as akin to the primeval innocence which Adam and Eve exhibited before the fall. I believed for long that we too were specially privileged and possessed a peculiar sense denied to other boys, for I had never heard of masturbation till I learnt not the word indeed, but the thing itself. My curiosity about the real nature of sexual union in the case of human beings set my intelligence to work at the interesting problem, and by carefully studying certain parts of the Bible, Lempriere's classical and other dictionaries, as well as by persistently watching when I could the amorous proceedings of domestic animals, I learnt enough to make its most prominent features pretty clear before I was 11 years of age. I was then all eagerness to have the opportunity of inspecting at close quarters the genitals of women or young girls, and a stay at the seaside when I was 12 made the latter at least feasible. When the shore was nearly deserted between 1 and 2 p.m., the daughters of the fisher folk used to besiege the bathing machines and disport themselves in the water, bathing and paddling in various stages of nudity. I would pretend that my whole attention was being given to the making of miniature tunnels in the sand, while all the time I slyly peeped at what I most desired to see, whether in front or from behind, as the dancing damsels stood upright or stooped till their haunches were higher than their heads. I had already read something somewhere about the clitoris, and wanted especially to see it, but indistinct glimpses were all that I could obtain, nor was it until I visited an anatomical museum, which then existed at the top of the Haymarket in London, that I learned a good many years later from several life-size models, there displayed, the characteristic features of that part, as well as the abnormal modifications to which it is subject either congenitally or in consequence of profligate habits. I was 15, I think, when I first came to know that girls can masturbate as well as boys. Long after I had realized why the terms male and female are so distinguished, my imagination was occupied with the possible postures in which the act of copulation may be accomplished by a man and woman. From Horace, Lucretius, Martial, Aristophanes, and above all from Ovid's Ars Amatoria, I obtained much, but not always very clear information while still a schoolboy. This was supplemented later by photographic pictures from Pompeian brothels and photographs from life purchased at Florence and gloated over one night with twice repeated masturbation, and afterward destroyed in a revulsion of shame. But while continuing to practice self-abuse with a certain degree of restraint indeed, but seldom less often than once or even twice a week, after I had been made fully aware of its perils by Dr. Adam Clark's alarming comments on Genesis 38:9 when I was about 12 or 13, I never had connection with a woman until I married somewhat late in life. This abstinence was not due to any frigidity of disposition, but from prudential and religious motives, and, to some extent perhaps, from the imperfect but genuine satisfaction afforded by solitary indulgence. My imagination, like that of young J.J. Rousseau, as set forth in his Confessions, was allowed free scope for its exercise, but in practice I confined myself to what seemed to me comparatively innocent as compared with fornication. I was never an unreserved exhibitionist like Rousseau, but I have, on more than one occasion, turned toward a hedge and pretended to make water when a girl had just passed me on the road, showing a turgeon's cauda if she should chance out of curiosity to look back, as once at any rate happened. I watched with interest the first indications of puberty in my own person. I had, of course, seen the pubic hair on many of my own sex, but I was 17 when I first saw a naked woman. She was standing at the door of her machine, wringing out her bathing dress as I swam past, and her face was hidden by the awning then used, so that she could not see me. A slight effusion of limpid mucus began to characterize the orgasm at the age of 12 or 13, before any ejaculation of semen was experienced, such as exuded later from the urethra when salacious excitement reached a certain pitch, even though the final climax might be postponed or prevented altogether. I found it a refinement of luxury to prolong the period of tumescence as far as possible by frequently checking a too rapid progress toward the goal. By this practice of repeated arrest when the orgasm was imminent and the mental debauchery which was its habitual accompaniment, I believe I did my nervous system more damage than by anything else, even the early age at which the dangerous indulgence became established. Nocturnal emissions, the sequel of lascivious dreams, commenced when I was about 15, at which age I had my first experience of an involuntary discharge when awake, under the influence of purely mental emotion. But this latter mode of escape did not often happen, and later on ceased altogether. My muscular strength was not impaired by too frequent indulgence, and I acquired some athletic prowess on the football field and on the running path, both as a boy and as a young man. Walking tours were for long my favorite recreation, even after the bicycle became an increasing attraction. My health, however, suffered in other ways from too constant absorption in lustful thoughts, which found vent in erotic verses and tales, generally destroyed soon after they were written. I have been subject since I was a boy to more or less prolonged fits of mental depression. How far I have inherited this tendency, my father and his father both married first cousins, and an erotic diathesis has been characteristic of our family, or how far it has been aggravated by pernicious habits I cannot say. Cause and effect have no doubt acted and reacted on each other. As I grew toward adolescence, I endeavored to make self-abuse as close an imitation as possible of sexual intercourse by such methods as may be easily imagined. My biological studies, I won a scholarship and took honors at my university, were directed with most intent predilection toward the reproductive system, particularly the modifications of the copulatory organs in different animals and the diverse manner of their employment. The sexual instinct, whether in its normal or abnormal manifestations, is a subject which has always had a strong attraction for me, nor has it lost its fascination with the growth of years. I am now 60, nor the competition of other interests. My very limited experience of the sexual system in women would lead me to believe that the clitoris is the only peculiarly sensitive part of the female genitalia, coition giving no pleasure unless the trigger of love is simultaneously manipulated, as can be done when intromission is effected a tergo, that the mind of a normally healthy maiden is altogether free from sexual excitement of a physical kind, and that little curiosity is felt about the precise modus operandi of conjugal intercourse. But, nevertheless, I have good reason to believe that this, if not an unusual type, is by no means the only one that exists. As to sexual inversion, my personal experience has been confined to 2 or 3 grande passions for boys, the first of which possessed me when between the ages of 16 and 18, and involved, when I was 17, the most intense mental emotion of a romantic kind, tinged with poignant jealousy and vexation at comparative coldness toward myself. These love passages never led me into indelicate behavior. I was once threatened with such treatment myself by a stranger whose acquaintance I made one day at the British Museum, when a lad of 15. He took me to his bedroom at an inn, locked the door, and showed me a collection of coins, giving me some, and while doing so attempted to take indecent liberties, but I pretended that I must catch a certain train, unlocked the door, and made a hasty escape. Nor was any gratification sought beyond occasional kisses and other innocent endearments, though such caresses would sometimes excite an erection, which I carefully concealed. These amours were, however, no outcome of perverted instinct, nor were they any bar to fancies for the opposite sex which affected my imagination rather than my heart. End of section 21. Section 22 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 3 by Havelock Ellis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Appendix B, the development of the sexual instinct, concluded. History 16. This history is given in the subject's own words. A.N., 34 years of age, a university graduate, devoted to learning and interested in philosophy and theology. He is happily married and the father of an only daughter. Since puberty, he has enjoyed excellent health. Looking back, he finds the beginnings of sexual feeling obscure. This feeling is by no means identical in its progress with the knowledge of the phenomena of sex generally. The latter he acquired thus. His mother told him at a very early age the outlines of the phenomena of birth and explained to him, perhaps at that time unnecessarily, that the genital organs of little girls were different from his own. This piece of knowledge led to his asking, when 9 years old, a little girl cousin who came to live with the family, he was an only child, and who shared his bed, to let him see her genitalia. This she readily did, and also invited him to coitus, which she described as a nice game. He complied, but without, of course, any feeling of pleasure or any understanding of the nature of what he was doing. Shortly after this, he went to a day school where, amid the extraordinarily coarse conversation of the boys, he was initiated into all the more obvious phenomena of sex. But still, it was only a matter of intellectual curiosity. As such, it had a strange fascination for him, and to this day he remembers many of the obscene words and phrases, as for example a set of indecent verses beginning, "William the milkman sat under a tree," describing coitus, though some of the details were yet misunderstood by him. That up to his 10th or 11th year no real sexual desire was awakened is plain from the fact that there was no desire for any repetition of attempts at coitus with his cousin, though he did indeed, again out of curiosity, finger her genitals sometimes, a thing which she, grown evidently more fastidious, reported to his mother, who gravely reprimanded him, telling him it was the beginning of all evil. Desire was awakened gradually and, as I have said, obscurely, not only at school, but among his own cousins, especially 2 girls, other than the one above mentioned, and a boy. The conversation was lascivious in the extreme, though words never proceeded to deeds as between the boys and the girls. He was soon, however, about his 15th year, so far as he can remember, initiated into the practice of masturbation, first sleeping with his boy cousin, the 2 used to play at husband and wife, and then more directly a neighbor, a heavy, sensual type of boy, took him aside one day, and drawing out his own penis, asked him if he knew how to make some buttermilk. Out of curiosity at first, and to obtain the new and voluptuous sensation afterward, he began assiduously to practice this vice, which, as he afterward found out, was very common, if not universal, about him. That it was morally reprehensible, he had not at that time the ghost of a notion. He considered that it belonged to the category of the dirty only. His father quite neglected this development, believing, I suppose, in the superstition of the innocence of childhood. This practice of masturbation went on assiduously to his 16th year, when its true nature and danger were revealed to him by a good clergyman who prepared him for confirmation. He had at this time gone far in both solitary vice and vice à deux with his male cousin, with whom he practiced even fellatio and intermissio in anum, but now he began to struggle against it and made some headway, but never entirely shook it off before his marriage at 26. So deeply rooted was the hold it had on him, especially at the time between sleeping and waking, or while lying sleepless at night, when the monks prayed, ne pollantur corpora, did its attacks come insidiously upon him. He would struggle for weeks, and then would come a relapse. On one occasion he slept with a young uncle who amused himself, thinking he was asleep, by playing with his penis until he had an emission. A.N. hailed the occasion with keen joy. He caustically argued that he experienced the pleasure without being culpable in its production. Then, on coming to himself, he would agonize over his vice, remembering, for example, that while he had rejoiced in what had been done, the very cousin who some time before used to share his sin was genuinely annoyed at the same uncle's attentions when it was he who suffered them. Looking back over the whole period of his youth and adolescence, he can trace the psychological effect of what was going on secretly in his relations to girls and women. In a word, these relations were sentimental only. He often imagined himself in love, but it was imagination only. He was in love with a wraith, not a girl of flesh and blood. He hesitated to regard in any sexual way any girl of whom he had a high opinion. Sexual desire and love seemed for him to inhabit different worlds, and that it would be a pollution to bring them together. In hours of relaxation from the very hard intellectual work which he was at this time engaged on at school and at the university, he was quite content with the society of quite young girls or even children, when most of his friends would have sought out females of their own age. Nothing could have been farther from his desires or intention than any lascivious or, indeed, unseemly act toward any female in whose company he might be. No mother need have hesitated to trust her daughter in his company. I firmly believe that the discipline of the same bed which Gibbon, Decline and Fall, edition Barry, volume 2, page 37, makes so merry over, could have been endured by him without difficulty. His outward conduct was in all these respects most seemly and decorous. Yet night after night he could masturbate, his imagination glowing with visions of female nakedness. Curiously, the one and only actual female for whom he felt any desire at the earlier period, aged 14 to 16, began to be the cousin who lived in the house. On one occasion he touched her breasts, on another her naked thighs, and that was all. As she grew to puberty, she would have allowed far more liberties, but he contented himself with a sly glance now and again, when he could procure it, at her swelling bosom. The fear of putting her with child was ample to keep him away from her bed. Later on, even so much as the foregoing occurred no more, and, as I have said, his outward life became absolutely decorous. Consequently, he was in no danger of having dealings with prostitutes. The preliminaries, the conversation of such women, especially their drinking habits, would have been disgusting and repugnant to him in the extreme. He would have shunned the possibility of acquiring venereal disease like the plague. But he was never free from solitary vice. He secretly envied those who had occasions for coitus in what I may call a seemly and cleanly manner, friends in the country with farm girls, etc., of whom he had heard. He indulged also in lascivious reading, the obscene when he could procure it, rather than the merely suggestive, which has never been to his taste. He was familiar with quite a large number of Latin and Greek indecent passages, knew the broader farces of the Canterbury Tales and of the Decameron, and later the Contes of La Fontaine and the Fastia of Poggio. As Saint Beuve says of Gibbon, I think, he acquired an erudite and cold sort of obscenity in this way. All this, of course, is only one half, and by no means always the dominant half, of his nature. He was often repentant for these delinquencies, and he was sincerely religious. He was also fond of serious learning, and contrived to take a first-class university degree. Yet, ever and anon, the deeply sensual side of his nature made itself felt. Scotched for a time it could be, but killed never. Yet I do not think it could be said that he had the sexual instinct in any really high degree. It was more like a small fly that makes a large buzz than any considerable factor in his constitution. He had a companion about this time of whom such a remark is even more true. This man's mind was replete with all manner of risky stories, all sorts of sexual details. He would take long walks with girls of loose character, talk with prostitutes at home and abroad, and yet I believe he never proceeded to coitus. Such, then, was the subject of this notice up to the time of his marriage. 2 men, one might say, in one skin, one learned, one merely obscene, one a pattern of decorousness, the other a self-polluter. On the sexual side, he was as one knowing everything there is to know, yet knowing nothing. Like the boy hero in Wedekinds Frühling Erschwan, he had been long in Egypt, yet he had never seen the pyramids. He began to distress himself with questions as to whether he was yet capable, whether his recurring vice had not permanently injured him, whether he had made himself unfit for marriage. So shy and reserved was he about his secret that he could never have brought himself to mention it to a medical man. What? He, the good, the religious, the wholly moral and decorous? Such was indeed the reputation he had among his friends. He, the victim of a vice so black. No, no. Secretum meum mihi, he cried. Fortune, however, was kind to him. He was at an early age free from financial worries, which had almost crushed him earlier in his career, and he met in course of time the family from which he selected his excellent wife. The society in which he lived was of all English classes. I should suppose the most reticent in matters of sex, the respectable lower middle class, shopkeepers and the like, with a tradition of homely religion and virtue. The classes a little higher in the scale, to which, by the way, his mother had belonged, could far better sympathize with one in his position, while the family of his future wife was of a higher class and, what is far more, of foreign origin, for whom a large number of our English convenances do not exist. To them, sex was frankly recognized as a factor in life, and the mother of this household, as he grew more intimate, broached subjects which he had never in such a manner discussed before. It is unnecessary to give here any general history of his relationships with his household, as they have nothing to do with the matter in hand. After some time he became engaged to the youngest daughter, 2 years his senior, a woman of remarkable beauty and splendid development, one who attracted him as none other had done, both on account of her intellectual and social qualities and her physical beauty. He had hitherto despaired of finding the two combined in one person, for she is certainly the most beautiful woman with whom he has ever been acquainted. He now began to make the practical acquaintance of a woman, and one who, in impulses, temper, manner, and habit of thought, differed toto kaleo from the girls he had known in his old home. Her sexual nature was ripe and developed, and it is lucky that the engagement was of short duration, or the strain and anticipation of that time might have been injurious to the health of both. As usual in his outward relations toward women, so toward his fiancée he was prepared for chaste caresses only. This, however, did not suffice for her hot and passionate nature. They went as far as possible short of actual coitus. After a few months, however, the marriage took place, and at first this brought him bitter disappointment and seemed to confirm his worst fears. He found himself quite unable to have pleasure or satisfactory coitus, quite incapable with any erection that he could command of introducing his well-developed penis into his wife's extremely narrow and contracted vagina. About a fortnight after the marriage, however, on his return from their short wedding tour, he felt much stronger and copulated with her, especially in the early mornings, so satisfactorily that she soon found herself with child. Coitus now began to be much more pleasurable for him, but to his wife still attended with pain. After 9 months of married life, the child, the only offspring of the marriage, a healthy girl, was born. The stress of this time, the upsetting of his wife's health, her nervous breakdown, and consequently uncertain temper seemed for a period of nearly 2 years effectually to repress any sexual desire in the husband, and this period is perhaps the chastest of his life. Desire seemed to be the one thing absent. The revulsion of feeling in his wife was remarkable. The erstwhile amorous fiancée, who could hardly wait until marriage to test her lover, became now the wife and mother who hardly wished to be touched by her husband. Her health, however, gradually improved, and a more normal state of affairs was brought about, which had continued to the present day, broken only by periods of abstention, chiefly caused by the attacks of anemia and menstrual irregularities from which his wife suffers from time to time. Ordinarily he enjoys coitus once or twice in the month, hardly oftener, taking 1 month with another. At one time he exemplified in his own person the saying omni animal post coitum triste, but now happily this depression of spirits is rarely felt.
Sometimes he has felt a depression of spirits, a general discontentedness, before experiencing a strong erection. In these cases, coitus has cleared his spirits. He would naturally look upon coitus as an evacuation, although he recognizes the imperfectness of that view. For one thing he is constantly sorry, viz., that the act gives no pleasure to his wife, and that he has never been able to induce a crisis with her by normal means. In this state of affairs, knowing that après coup she was still unsatisfied, he slipped into the practice of rubbing the clitoris with his fingers until the emission takes place. To do this, they assume the position ille sub, ille super. From his own limited marital experience, he has never been able to understand the stories of women who masturbate several times a day, as his wife would be physically incapable, so he believes, of anything of the kind, and only easily reaches the crisis in any circumstances during the first few days after the menstrual flow has ceased. In fine, while agreeing theoretically with Sir Richard Burton and others that the Eastern style of coitus, directed with a view to the pleasure of your partner, is the right one, it is one of his standing regrets that he is unable to practice it. In the place of the 20 minutes required by the women of India, according to Burton, he is happy if he can give 2 or 3 at the most, much as he would wish to prolong a pleasure as keen to himself as he could desire it to be to his dear and excellent spouse. History 17. R.L., American, aged 43, height 5 feet 7 inches, weight about 145 pounds. Occupation, teacher, somewhat neurotic. A slight myopia associated with acute astigmatism and muscular weakness of the eyes, producing a tendency to migraine. Uric acid diathesis, producing occasional severe neuralgia, particularly in the intestines. These symptoms have been more or less constant since very early childhood. General health very good, not inclined to indulge in athletic sports, but prefers sedentary occupations and recreations. My early ideas of sexual things are not very clear in recollection. I think that when 7 or 8 years of age I had a knowledge of the common or vulgar terms for intercourse and for the genital organs. Boys of my own age and slightly older would discuss sex relations, and I had a general knowledge that, in some way connected with a sexual act, babies were made. We would tell occasionally lewd stories and a few times attempted sexual practices with one another. Not till after puberty did I ever attempt masturbation. I must have been 9 or 10 years old before I learned that there was a difference in the sex organs of boys and girls. Up to this time I had supposed that intercourse was per annum. I attended a public school with both sexes. Talk among my boy associates was often nasty and concerned the sexual act with girls. At about 12 years, I began to have erotic daydreams. I always had a sentimental attachment for some girl acquaintance whom I would idealize and with whom I would imagine myself having sex relations. As a matter of fact, there was no real sexual feeling about this. As I was very shy and timid naturally, I never made any kind of advances toward any of them, and they were entirely ignorant of any sentiments of affection in me. Pubertal changes commenced, I presume, about the age of 13.5 years. I place it at this period from the following circumstances which are fixed very strongly in my memory. I had, as a child, a soprano voice that was praised considerably by older friends, and about which I was inordinately conceited. I enjoyed greatly taking part in operettas, cantatas, etc. The dramatic instinct, if so it may be called, has always been marked with me, and amateur dramatics are still my chief diversion. When I was about the age mentioned above, my voice changed quite rapidly, greatly to my distress of mind, as I was obliged to give up taking a part for which I had been cast in a school entertainment. The memory of that disappointment is still poignant. Other changes, such as the appearance of the pubital hair, must have made no impression on my mind, as I cannot recollect anything in connection therewith. No involuntary emissions occurred. Indeed, during periods of continence in later life, when the sexual tension has been very strong, I have had very few such emissions. As a lad of 11 or 12, I heard frequent allusions to masturbation by other boys who were older, but always in a way that indicated contempt. Yet there is no doubt now in my mind that the practice was very general. I think that I was probably about 15 when I decided to try the act. I think that there was little sex impulse in this decision. The animating purpose was rather curiosity. I succeeded in producing the complete orgasm and found it pleasurable, though there was a considerable shock of surprise at the ejaculation of semen.
as nearly as I can estimate in my memory of an event as far back as this was the beginning of definite sexual sensibility in me. I cannot but believe, however, that it would have been aroused sooner or later in some other way. Thereafter, I would imagine myself embracing some of the girlfriends to whom I have referred above, and when excited would masturbate. The act was, in every instance, a psychic intercourse. For some time I did not know that the practice was considered harmful. I indulged whenever I felt the inclination. This at times was rather frequent, again only at considerable intervals. I did know that it was looked upon as being unmanly and never admitted except to perhaps 2 or 3 boy friends that I ever indulged. With these boys I practiced mutual masturbation a few times. There was no homosexual feeling connected with these acts in any of us. It was only that the normal method of gratifying our desires was not available. I know the subsequent history of each of these boys, and there has been nothing to indicate any perverted instinct in any of them. About the age of 16, I heard a talk on sexual matters by a traveling evangelist who portrayed the effects of masturbation in fearful colors. I now realize that he was an ignorant though well-intentioned man, but the general effect of his talk upon me was a bad one. One of the results of the habit, according to his statements, was insanity. Therefore, I expected at any moment to lose my mind. I felt that I must stop the practice at once, but the matter became so great an obsession that again and again I broke my resolutions for reform. I undertook exercise, dieting, the reading of serious literature, all of which I had seen referred to in books as methods of lessening sexual desire. The object of these disciplinary practices was always the thing most prominently in mind, and so they were of no avail. Fortunately, I entered college a little later, and the affairs of school life gradually took a commanding place in my thoughts, and the practice was not so much in mind. I did not, however, completely break away from it until almost the time of my marriage. If the present attitude of the scientific medical world toward the subject had been known to me, I do not believe that any evil would have come to me from the practice. At a later period of my life, say between 21 and 24, I would not indulge the habit for a considerable interval. At times, I did not notice the presence or lack of desire. But then there would come periods when I would be under a severe sexual tension. This would be marked by intense nervousness, an inability to fix my attention upon any one thing, and a great desire to have intercourse. An act of masturbation at such a time would generally give relief. However, when I yielded to this form of relief, there would always follow feelings of profound self-reproach and of self-repugnance. Had I had nocturnal emissions, they might have relieved me, but as I have said before, they very rarely occurred. When, rarely, one did occur, I would be greatly frightened, for I had the old erroneous idea that they meant serious weakness, and always ascribed them to my bad habit. That my habit of masturbation had any relation to the rarity of the involuntary emissions would, of course, be a matter of pure conjecture. In passing from the discussion of personal masturbation, I wish to say that my associations with boys as a pupil and as a teacher led me to believe that the practice is practically universal. When discussing the hygienic evils of prostitution with boy pupils, I have noted that, whereas not infrequently a boy will voluntarily protest that he has never had intercourse, there has always been a significant silence when masturbation is mentioned. I have never heard a boy make a denial, direct or indirect, that he had indulged in the practice. But it has seldom been a perversion. It has rather been, as in my own case, an available means of relieving a sexual impulse. During my college life, I associated with many boys who had more or less regular sexual relations with prostitutes or with girls who were not virtuous. Their attitude toward the practice was an immoral one. The ethical aspect of irregular sexual relations never concerned them. It certainly did not concern me. What I have learned through my conversations on the subject with my pupils makes it evident to me that this is the common feeling of most boys of the adolescent period. I think of 2 things which operated strongly to prevent my entering into sexual relations with girls during this period of my life. One was an aesthetic repugnance to the average prostitute. These are the women most easily available to the youth whose sexual desires are developed. I do not remember ever having seen an avowed prostitute who did not seem repulsive to me. I confess to an inclination to priggishness. I prefer to associate with people whom I call nice people. It was fortunate for me that I was thrown into the society of a rather rough crowd of youths who knocked a great deal of this snobbishness out of me. But it did act to prevent my having recourse to prostitution. A second preventative was my natural timidity in making advances to people. This has been a trait that I have never completely overcome. In my professional life, this has been some detriment to my advancement. In the matter of sex relationship, it tended to prevent my taking advantage of association with and even of advances from girls who, not prostitutes, were nevertheless not virtuous. There were a number of such in the town and neighborhood in which I lived, and I undoubtedly could have had sexual relations with them if I had only been able to overcome my shyness. The desire was not wanting. I really craved intercourse with them. It was simply a matter of cowardice. There was one girl whom I knew very well, with whom I was on friendly terms, who I knew had had sexual relations with other boys. She showed at times a marked preference for me, and I am sure would have welcomed any advances that I should have made. A number of times I sought her company with the intention of suggesting intercourse, but my resolution always failed. All through my college course, I was much into the society of girls. We were in class together, associated very freely in society, frequently studied together. This is the most usual state of things in the western part of our country. But they were simply comrades. Sex thoughts never arose in connection with such association, and I am quite certain that this was the general attitude of the other boys. Although the talk among the boy students was at times very frankly and crudely about sexual relations, no breath of scandal ever touched one of the college girls. Again, my experience as teacher and student brings a conclusion that coeducation of the sexes does not affect in one way or the other the strictly sexual life of the male student. A very intimate friend who has had a varied experience in schoolwork has told me recently that his conclusions are the same. When I was about 20 years old, I became acquainted with a very beautiful girl, 4 years my junior. Our acquaintance very rapidly developed into deeper affection, and about 5 years later we were married. During all this time, very little of the physical aspects of love entered into our attachment. My sweetheart had much of the same shyness as was so pronounced in my own character. For several years, I think that the thought of marriage was never distinctly present in our minds. A formal betrothal between us did not take place until within a year and a half of our marriage, yet each of us had a very distinct understanding of the feelings of the other. But until our betrothal, there were none of even those very innocent expressions of endearment common, I imagine, to all lovers. I am sure that during this period of our attachment, no thought of any physical relations between us was ever in my mind, or at any rate was promptly banished, if it occurred. Yet all this time my sex desires were very strong and at times became an obsession. Never, though, were they directed toward my sweetheart. The first time that we engaged in the endearments and caresses allowed to lovers, I became conscious, after a time, of a state of sexual excitement. I experienced an erection. It was absolutely reflex. No thought had entered into it. I was at once overwhelmed with a feeling of shame. I felt that I had been guilty of unthinkable indecency toward my betrothed. Then there arose a fear that it might be noticed. Men at that time wore abominably tight clothing. As a matter of fact, I now know that there was no real danger of this, for she was absolutely ignorant of the nature of the male sexual organs. But I made a pretext for withdrawing from the room and tried to adjust my clothing so that no exposure could occur. I was fearful of coming into close proximity to her again, lest there should be a reoccurrence of the feeling. As a matter of fact, it did occur a number of times, but my good sense finally suggested the explanation, and after a time it ceased to trouble me. The thought was latent in my mind that sexual excitement was necessarily more or less indecent at all times, and I could not reconcile its manifestation with a pure love. I have said that my sexual desire was strong. Up to the time of marriage, it was never gratified in the normal manner. My aesthetic abhorrence of prostitutes continued to prevent its gratification in that manner. No other opportunity offered. I am positive that moral considerations did not enter into the matter at all. I think now that it was strange that the thought that it would be disloyal to my promised wife to have connection with other women did not affect me, but I am sure that it did not. I am inclined to think that conscientious scruples very rarely enter into the average young man's considerations of contemplated sexual relations. As the time of my marriage drew near, thoughts of the physical relationship of husband and wife became, of course, more insistent. The idea of establishing sexual relations was not at all a pleasant one. I dreaded it as an ordeal. I wondered if it would be possible for us to retain the same love and affection for one another after such intimate relations were established. This was a recurrence of the fallacious notions that there was something inherently indecent in sexual things. I am in hopes that other ideas are replacing this wrong one in the minds of the younger generation as a result of the saner and franker discussion of sex. By a great effort, I had practically stopped masturbating. At times, I felt almost maddened by desire, but never did the prospect of marriage seem desirable from this point of view. Up to the very day of our wedding, my affection for my betrothed seemed free from sexual desire, but my physical being was craving sexual companionship. Theoretically, I knew a great deal of the nature of intercourse. Practically, I was absolutely ignorant. In some ways, I was better informed on matters that a new husband should know than the average man entering the married life. A physician's library had been at my disposal, and I had read somewhat extensively on physiology and hygiene. My chosen lines of study had given me a theoretical knowledge of the anatomy of the female genital organs that was fairly thorough. I knew a little bit about the physiology of reproduction and rather less of intercourse. Fortunately, I learned in the course of my reading that the first sexual approaches were likely to be quite painful to a woman, and that great care should be exercised at this time. I tried to put into practice what little I had learned in theory, and I imagine that we got through the introductory attempts with less than the average difficulties. Our first efforts were not satisfactory to either of us. My wife was absolutely unprepared so far as any definite knowledge of the act was concerned. I sincerely hope that the prudish notions of the past generations will give way to more sensible views in the future, and that the girl becoming a wife will be just as chaste, but wiser in matters of such importance to her happiness. I presume that my timidity was a valuable asset at this time, for I was afraid to force matters in any way, and time and repeated attempts finally overcame our difficulties. And when our sexual relations were once established, the whole tenor of my life was changed. All the former sexual unrest disappeared. My former feeling toward sexual relations was altered. They no longer seemed that which, though very desirable, was yet necessarily indecent. Fortunately, after the first few weeks, they have been quite pleasurable to my wife. I am sure that our sexual life since marriage has been a large factor in deepening the love that has made our married life an ideal one. As I look back at the first year of marriage, I wonder that we got through it so well. My knowledge of sexual hygiene was a strange mixture of fact and nonsense. If the frequency of acts of intercourse advocated by some of the authorities I have lately read is correct, then we must have passed the bounds of moderation. But it is certain that our general health has been very good, better in both cases than before marriage. In reviewing these phases of the development of my sexual life, one or two conclusions seem to me to be strongly emphasized. It was unfortunate that the real sexual desire was aroused as early and in the manner that it was. Whether this would have been prevented by a more definite education in the hygiene and the purpose of the function, I can only conjecture. I believe that mine was and is the common experience of boys. I am decidedly of the opinion that there should be instruction given of the anatomy of the genital organs and of the hygiene of intercourse, and this shortly after the youth has reached puberty. How this is to be done is a grave question. It will require tact and knowledge not possessed by the average teacher and parent. However it is done, it should be honest, frank, and free from piosity. I am certain that, in my own case, rather frequent intercourse is decidedly beneficial. Any prolonged abstinence always brings about the same nervous disturbances that I have referred to above. It is fortunate for me that this repetition of the act is satisfactory to both concerned. History 18. E.W., dentist, age 32, of New England Puritan stock. Height 5 feet 10 1/2 inches, weight 144 pounds, spare and active, of nervobilious temperament. My earliest recollection is being punished for playing with myself when I could not have been more than 3 or 4 years of age. I distinctly remember my exultation on discovering that I could excite myself, while my hands were tied behind my back for punishment, by rubbing my small but erect penis against the carpet while lying on my stomach. At this time, of course, I knew nothing of sex or of what I was doing. I did what my desires and instincts at that time prompted me to do. However, punishments and lectures failed utterly to break up this habit, and, though I always wished and tried faithfully to obey my parents, I soon grew to indulge quietly in bed when I was thought to be asleep. The matter apparently passed out of the minds of my parents as soon as they ceased to detect me further in the act, and they regarded it as abandoned. I now feel reasonably certain that this precocity was due to an adherent foreskin, which covered the glands tightly almost to the meatus, and so kept up a continual irritation. I have no recollection that anyone ever taught me the habit, and I know beyond a doubt that no one ever learned of the habit or even a word as to the possibility of auto-excitement through word or deed of mine. My recollection of the sensations is that there was a short period of excitation, usually by rubbing, which was not particularly, often not at all, pleasurable, and this was followed by a single thrill of pleasure that extended all over my little body. The curious thing was, however, that there seemed to be no limit to the number of times I could consecutively produce the sensation. My recollection is perfectly clear of how I would lie in bed of a morning and thus excite myself time after time. As I grew older, this condition of course changed. Masturbation was not a consuming passion with me at this or any other time. I enjoyed it and felt that in it I had a means of entertainment when other sources of enjoyment were not at hand. By the time I was 6 or 7, I had figured out the difference in sex and animals and suspected that all was not as it should be in some portions of a girl's anatomy. This suspicion was suddenly confirmed one never to be forgotten morning when I induced my dearest playmate, a little girl, to urinate in my presence. I was more thunderstruck than excited over this discovery, and it led to no results in any other way, nor did we ever again unveil ourselves to each other. At this time I began to learn from the older boys the pitiful, childish vulgarities and common terms of sex, and to invent and exchange rhymes and stories that were pathetic in their attempts at vulgarity. At the age of 11, a buxom servant girl threw out some vague hints to me. I was very tall for my age, and tried to induce me to take liberties with her, at least to the extent of telling her vulgar stories, but I would not rise to the lure. I believe that the thing which held me in check was fear of discovery by my parents and the consequent humiliation. A short time previous to this, my father had enlightened me as to the means and manner of reproduction, and had encouraged me to talk to him and to my mother on such subjects rather than with anyone else. I think this had a great influence for good, as it made me feel that I had some authoritative knowledge and that I was trusted by my parents. My determination not to prove entirely unworthy of their trust has been the anchor that has held through all the storms and temptations of youth and young manhood. About the age of puberty, I began to long for more realistic experiences and tried through a period of a year or so the disgusting experiments of intercourse with animals, using hens and a cow for this purpose. Details are of no importance, and I spare myself their repetition. My better nature or general mental development soon overcame my desires in this direction, and the practice was abandoned. With the dawning of the power of emission, I noticed that the adherent foreskin before alluded to, which had never been examined during all these years, as I had discovered that I was different from other boys, and so was shy about exposing myself, began to trouble me by being painful during erections. Accordingly, I took a button hook and tore all the adhesions loose. A very painful, though ultimately entirely satisfactory operation. I may mention in this connection that my 2 sons were afflicted with adherent foreskins to such an extent as to render circumcision necessary a few days after birth, in order that the function of urination might become fully established. As my powers developed, I had my first wet dream at about the age of 15, and was much surprised thereat. My father, however, told me not to be alarmed, and soothed my anxious fears, which were easily aroused by my guilty feelings on account of my habit of masturbation, in which I still indulged from 1 to 3 times a week. Between the ages of 12 and 17, my father had the good judgment to require a large amount of active outdoor labor from me, as well as sending me to excellent schools. Certain kinds of study had a distinct effect upon the sexual organs, namely difficult Latin and German translations, and problems in fractions. I considered at the time that it was because my mind wandered from the subject I was studying. Now I am perfectly sure it was because my mind focused on the subject I was studying. At any rate, the fact existed, and when alone in my room, wrestling with a knotty problem, I used almost as a rule to keep myself in the most violent state of erection for long periods, an hour or so, sometimes ending with an emission, but more often I forced myself to forego this climax through fear of overindulgence. During these years, my curiosity as to the exact nature of the female organs was something terrible, and I wasted many hours and much ingenuity in the attempt to surreptitiously gratify it. My perseverance in the face of failure along this line was surely worthy of a nobler cause. I was much in the society of girls of my own age or older during these years, and until I was 19, I found with them a keen and entirely pure and wholesome enjoyment, utterly separate and apart from the desires and indulgences which I have been describing. I never cared for any girl who was forward or in any way unladylike, and the idea of taking any undue liberties with any of my youthful sweethearts was as remote from my thoughts as a trip to the moon. Perhaps I can say this better and more distinctly by stating that I would be perfectly willing to have my wife know of, or my boys repeat, any action that I ever took with any woman. I spent my spare time in their society and lavished upon my girl companions every cent I could spare, but had no thought of immediate sex desire or gratification. At the age of 17, I went as an apprentice in my present profession of dentistry. Whenever it became necessary for me, in assisting at the operating chair, to touch a lady's hair or face, I would be seized with the utmost confusion and could, with difficulty, control my hands so that they did not tremble. This soon wore off as I came to a realization of the true professional spirit and attitude towards all patients, and needless to say, has now become a matter of the utmost indifference to me. From 19 to 22, I attended a professional school in a large city, remote from my home, where I was an utter stranger. During these years, I devoted myself to my professional studies and to music with much diligence. I took an active part in all student life and problems, save only that of the eternal feminine. Frequently, I have been out with a crowd of the boys when they headed for a brothel, and have been the only one to turn back or to remain on the sidewalk as the door closed behind my last companion. I say this not in self-praise, but in the same spirit of accuracy which has prompted me to put down everything concerning this greatest mystery of our natures as I have experienced it and worked it out. It was during these 3 years at school that I placed upon myself the most stringent and effective curbs to my sex nature. I somehow never could get my own consent to go to a brothel or stay with a soiled dove, for I had by this time firmly resolved that I would bring to my wife, whoever she might turn out to be, a clean body at least. I limited myself in my auto-excitement to 1 emission a week, and on 1 or 2 occasions went 2 weeks without inducing an emission. Spontaneous nocturnal emissions were quite common during these years. I cannot state just how frequent they were, but perhaps 1 a week would be a fair average. Shortly after graduation, at the age of 22, I became engaged to the woman who is now my wife. She was 17 at the time of our engagement, brunette, well-developed, and with a wisdom and charm that have held me a willing captive for 10 years and no prospect of escape. With our engagement began for each of us that divine and mysterious unfolding of the nature of one to the nature of the other. Our engagement lasted 2 years and a half, and ignorant as we both were, I am sure that it was none too long. Never shall I forget the surprise I felt, to say nothing of the delight, when I discovered that my sweetheart was as anxious to find out the uttermost facts about me as I was to explore the divine mystery of her sweet body. We lived in different towns, and I used to spend Sundays at her home. I slept in a room adjoining that occupied by my betrothed and a friend. There was a transom with clear glass over the door which connected these 2 rooms, and to have stood upon the foot of the bed and looked through this transom would have been the easiest thing in the world, and was such an opportunity as I would have given years of my life to have obtained in my adolescence. But now that the chance was afforded me to freely spy upon the chamber of my future bride, my soul revolted, for the feeling was upon me that not until it was revealed to me, because she could no longer bear to keep it concealed from me, would I look upon the blessed vision of her maiden loveliness. Nor was I disappointed, for gradually we became acquainted with each other's bodies, and this gradual unveiling of each to the other led, during the last months of our engagement, to mutual manual manipulations, excitement, and gratification. Intercourse did not take place until the 2nd night after our marriage, and our first baby was born 9 months and 3 days after our marriage, though my wife was 10 days past the cessation of her period at the time of my first entering. Since marriage, I have made it my first duty to study my wife's inclinations and desires with regard to our sexual relations, and can say that now, after 7 years of married life, and after she has borne me 2 sons, we are enjoying a fullness of happiness that neither of us would have believed possible during the first year of our married life. I have found that the woman must have the entire charge of the time and number of approaches in a week or month, and that when she is for any reason disinclined to the sexual act, the husband must keep away no matter how he feels about the matter. Also, the man must be sure that his wife reaches the orgasm or is at the point of it before he allows himself to let go. Our meetings have averaged 8 or 9 a month. During the latter months of pregnancy they were nil, and in the month following an enforced separation of several weeks they were 14. We have never tried nor had the slightest curiosity to know how far we could indulge ourselves. For myself, I seem to demand a gratification of the sexual desire rather oftener than my wife, and when I feel I cannot get a good night's rest without first being relieved of my seminal burden, while at the same time my wife is disinclined to the sexual act, I have her perform manual manipulation until relief is effected. Mind, I say relief, for the emission gives me very little pleasure under these circumstances, but it does give relief. In my present health, I find I cannot sleep well if I go over more than 2 nights without an emission. My wife understands my condition and is entirely willing to assist me in this way when she feels she cannot give me the gratification which I crave. We have come to see sex matters as they are, and respect and reverence have taken the place of ignorance and fear. To sum up, owing to lack of circumcision, the sex instinct developed too soon and out of all proportion during my early youth. I cannot see that masturbation has ever had the slightest bad effect upon my health or mental state, except as I was constantly loathing myself more or less for being unable to stop it. The husband must subordinate himself to the wife in order to obtain the highest good and pleasure of both. I have always been successful in my undertakings, stood at the head of my class at school, and in my professional work graduated with highest honors. I have a memory for prose or verse that is the cause of envy to many of my friends. The facts here set down are recorded in the interest of advancing study along this most important but neglected and ignored line. That they have been truthfully recorded without favor to the black or light on the white is my sincere belief. History 19. E.B. Parents sound, strong constitution in mother, moderately so in father. Vigorous and healthy, but of refined nature. Breast milk for 6 months. Age 4 to 5. Took great delight in the little waterworks. Severely punished for this. Interest in the parts morbidly increased thereby. Age 5. Earliest recollection of counter-erection, the penis shrinking tensely into itself, producing local and general discomfort. This resulted from certain kinds of masochism, having to kiss aged persons, having officious help at micturition, bathing, dressing, etc., which caused a sort of physical disgust. Toward puberty, the experience grew rare. One such occasion was at about 18 when solicited on the street by a prostitute. The very idea of homosexual relations produces it. It would appear to be a powerful safeguard against promiscuous sex relations. I have met 2 men subject to the same thing, and have heard of 1 woman subject to something analogous. It might be called the nausea of the nether heart, in George Hurst's phrase. Age 6 to 7, earliest recollection of erection, unprovoked at first, a disposition to punish the organ and satisfaction in doing so. From this time erection took place whenever it was thought about. Age 10, present at a discussion in the playground about the best way of intercourse which I had heard of for the first time. This was followed by enlightenment on the source of children. Concluded it must be very painful to both parties. Just the other way, I was told. But the idea of pain to the genitals was interesting to me. Pain felt by the other sex was interesting. Pained looks captivated me. I liked to imagine some mysterious trouble, and, as I learned more, female complaints interested me greatly in their subjects. I got a grateful pang at the pit of my stomach at the thought, but neither erection nor the opposite. This hypogastric feeling has continued to associate itself with certain sexual impressions. The thought of a woman mortifying herself later on excited me sexually. Once, pulling a stay string for fun, my wife never laced, gave me a powerful and quite unexpected erection. Age 12, a girl visitor of the same age got me talking about the genitals, and at bedtime came and proposed coitus. We failed to manage it. The vulva stripped back the foreskin, which was a voluptuous feeling. Then we were alarmed by something and separated. I never saw her again. She too liked to punish her vulva. She put whole pepper in it and advised me to use the same. I continued greatly excited when she had gone. The hand flew to the phallus and worried it, and orgasm came on at once. The childish orgasm consisting of well-spaced spasms of the ejaculators, without the poignant preliminary nisus of the adult orgasm. There was no reaction or depression except that the phallus, which did not subside at once, was painful to touch. A week or so later I tried again, but failed. A month later, being more excited, I succeeded. I found that I could only compass it about once in 3 weeks. There were no emissions. I used to have a spontaneous mental image of a small Grecian temple in a sunny park, which charmed me, and I had no scruples. Age 12 to 13, masturbated once or twice a month. Age 13 to 14, was sent to a small public school where it happened that a very good tone prevailed. I learned that masturbation was bad form and unmanly. The proper thing was to save one's self for women at about 18. I dropped the practice easily in spite of indulging my imagination about coitus. I thought of the initiation with prostitutes at 18 with the mixed feelings that even the most combative soldier must regard the fray. The hypogastric feeling above referred to would come on, which I liked and disliked at the same time. The first occasion on which I remember this feeling was when I got my first braces. Anything that harped on my sex produced it. Every time I received the sacrament, which I was forced to do very young, I repented of my intention of whoring at 18, as a man must do, and afterward I relapsed to the expectation. Religion was a great reality to me, but it did not produce the radical effect that the development of the romantic sentiment did later on. Both my wife and I became freethinkers at about 30. Age 15 to 17, read poetry and romance, conceived a high ideal of faithfulness and constancy,
What a mockery all this loyalty is, I said to myself, if a man has stultified it beforehand. That was no mere castle building. I had not understood what I was about and expecting to whore. The critical feelings were now awakening, and what they produced was revulsion against the abuse of sex, which got stronger every year. It became plain that there would be no whoring or the like for me. I was far too proud and fastidious. I neglected my tasks, which were uncongenial, and read a great deal of anatomy and physiology, which stood me in good stead later. As I rose in the school, I was surprised to find the tone worse, but quite at the top it was better again. And with my latest companions, sex was never even mentioned. At 14, I had a friend who importuned me to come into his bed, but I never would get under his bedclothes, for the male sex repels me powerfully in personal contact. He began to talk of masturbation, and now I can understand what he was aiming at. But my daydreams of nymphs and dryads kept me in a state of perpetual tension, and erection was very frequent. The early morbid admiration of delicate women became replaced by admiration of health and strength combined with grace. Age 17 to 18. I was given a cubicle in which my neighbor on the right masturbated noisily 2 or 3 times a week, and the one on the left every night, using intermittent friction to drag it out longer. One night, kneeling at my bedside saying prayers, my attention was divided between these and the occupation of my neighbor, when, after not having masturbated for 4 years, the critical years of development, the hand flew to the phallus and, pulses pounding through palms and trembling encircling fingers, procured, in Walt Whitman's language, the wholesome relief, repose, content. I slept well and had a sense of elation at the proof of manhood, for we boys were anxious about whether we secreted semen or not. The sexual obsession was tempered, and about 3 weeks later I had my first pollution, the angel of the night, as Montagazza with better sense calls it. From that time on I had pollutions every 2 or 3 weeks, with dreams sometimes of masturbation or of nymphs, or quite irrelevant matters. For a time these gave me perfect relief. Then my delectario morosa began to grow again, and the phallus would become so sensitive that working about on the belly would liberate the orgasm. Age 18 to 19, I had kept on persuading myself I was not masturbating, avoiding the use of the hand, but now I dropped this pretense and frankly conceded the need to myself. I got done with it in a peremptory way and thought no more of it. I had no evil effects, moral or physical, and my mother would often compliment me on my bright appearance the morning after. At that time, the appetite matured every 7 to 10 days, and though I dreaded the idea of slavery to it, it would have been very hard to forego it. Headaches, which had begun to plague me from puberty on, grew rarer. Pollutions occurred in between, but were less effectual. I had up to this point accepted the incidental pleasure under a sort of protest, but now I got over that too, and I allowed what I would prefer to call an idioeroticism, rather than an autoeroticism, its way, always picturing beautiful nymphs to myself. Surroundings of natural beauty moved me to this kind of reverie, partly perhaps because I had once secretly observed a lad basking naked on the sandy beach and toying with himself. The recollection is wholly unsullied to me. Happening on one occasion to check the stimulation about 2/3 way to orgasm, I experienced a miniature orgasm like the childish one, but with no declension of the tumescence, and I was able to repeat this maneuver several times before the full orgasm. This I later practiced in coitus prolongatus, giving the partner time to come up. I had already got in the way of poising the feeling on its climax. The ejaculator reflex, being habituated to this, seems to set in with its throbs when the maneuver is simulated, though no semen has yet been poured into the bulbous portion for the ejaculators to act upon. If this play be broken off before the critical spasm, as the American caesarea, etc., there is no perceptible reaction, though an unsatisfied feeling remains. But when the act proceeds to emission and the poignant undercurrent of feeling sets in that ushers the ejaculation, it may only last 2 to 5 seconds, it makes all the difference, and constitutional signs appear, perspiration, etc. This leads to the question whether the critical sensation specially involves the sympathetic nervous system. Up to that point, the process is under control, but then automatic. An observation of practical importance to me at that time was this. I awoke in the morning after a pollution at night with an acute headache of a specific kind and erection. This has happened before after pollution, and the erection suggested to me whether a hair of the dog that bit me might not prove beneficial. As the excitation proceeded, the pain in the head was directly drained away, as if I were drawing it out. Other pain is also relieved for the moment, such as neuralgia, but to return soon with interest.
This, however, was specific and pure benefit. The next time I got a bad headache of this character without preceding pollution, I tried the remedy at about 10 a.m. The semen was copious and watery, and the relief was marked, but in an hour's time the headache returned. I had never repeated the act at a short interval, i.e., while the organs were under the influence of a previous act, and now I tried the effect of that. The second emission was also profuse, but much thicker, and the relief much greater. In about 3 hours the headache was, however, again intolerable, and the connection being now clear, I ventured on a third act, which proved to be the most voluptuous I had so far experienced, the nisus being far more intense. The semen was copious but thick and ropey, with lumps as large as small peas that could scarcely be crushed with the finger, and yellow in color and rank in odor. After that I was perfectly well and kept so. The urethra was blocked so that I could with difficulty stroke the masses out. Later, I have examined such semen microscopically and found the spermatozoa dead and disintegrating. My period in my best years, 21 to 48, was twice a week, the odd number being an inconvenience, and I have since endeavored to avoid accumulations, emptying the receptacles on the 4th day, when I remembered the interval, even if the organs did not remind me. On the 5th day, headache would otherwise appear, and perhaps 2 acts be needful, or if I forgot about it for a week, 3 acts running. That I did not abuse the function, the fact proves that every year I would forget about it 2 to 3 times and have to resort to this drastic mode. But there is quite a different headache that follows on indulgence during convalescence or when the system is otherwise much lowered. Railway traveling greatly accentuates the need with me, also riding. Girls aroused no physical desire, though I chiefly sought their society, and even after the genital tension was so pronounced up to 20, I was troubled by the fact that women did not affect me sexually. About this time, a buxom girl I liked, and who liked me, vehemently laid her hand on my arm, in trying to persuade me to give up shooting. The phallus leaped simultaneously. That was my first sexual experience, the proof that the nexus was established between the genital mechanism and the complex of feeling we call sexual. Age 24. At this age, I went to stay at a house where there were 2 very pretty girls. I at once lost my heart to the elder, L.B., as she did to me. Strong constitution but refined nature, parents sound, brought up in the country, 11 months breast milk. What a mother she will make, I said to myself. Now began a time of the spiritual and physical communion that I had pictured to myself. I am 60 now, she is 57. We are still like lovers. No, not like lovers, we are lovers. Of course, I do not mean to imply that sexual impressions have preponderated in our life as they do in this account. Quite the contrary, we are both strong and, according to all accounts, unusually well preserved. We are very temperate. Since 48, I noticed a gradual decline of the erotic propensity. It is now once in 5 or 7 days. Since the menopause, her propensity has declined markedly, but it is not extinct, and she delights as much as ever in my delight. She began to menstruate at 12, was regular till 17, then got chlorotic for a few months. Soon recovered, though menstruation was often irregular, but never painful. Sexual experience began at 25. I have often wondered if a moderate self-gymnastic of the faculty, in Venturi's sense, would not have educated her genital sphere and made her a still better comrade, excluded the periods of irregularity and frigidity. The stage of latency was too protracted. We often noticed that, when menstruation was due or nearly so, prolonged love sports at bedtime would be followed by menstruation in the morning. We never were separated for longer than 3 months, and on that occasion, menstruation being delayed, she tried what masturbation would do to determine it, and with a positive result. My need, though less, is as imperative as ever. Seminal headaches, as I would call them, have ceased since 50. The accumulation only produces muddle-headedness, but I have not suffered accumulation over 10 to at most 12 days. The quantity of semen is also less. The sensibility of the corpora has declined much. That of the glands is unimpaired. Erection is good. Orgasm takes 2 to 4 minutes to provoke, against 40 to 50 seconds when young. It is, in some respects, even more enjoyable, perhaps less intense, but much more prolonged. I have no reaction from indulgence, but I never press it. It always presses me. For overaccumulation with headache or muddle-headedness, the wifely hand is more efficacious than the vulva. Even the most vivid dream of coitus fails to compass the orgasm now. The peripheral stimulus is essential. In our case, physical and psychical intensity of emotion have gone hand in hand. I have become specialized to one woman, despite an erotic endowment, certainly not meager. The pervasive fragrance makes one adore the whole sex, but my wife does not interpret this homage in a sexually promiscuous sense. We both agree in the principle that if one cannot hold the affection of the other, there is no title to it. Tarde says that constancy in love is rarely anything but a voyage of discovery round the beloved object. I am perpetually making fresh discoveries, but her constancy, I mean the high level of her passion, is independent of discoveries. End of section 22. End of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 3, Analysis of the Sexual Impulse, Love and Pain by Havelock Ellis.